Hello and welcome to the second day of the 2021 COMAGI. Greetings to all of the participants. Professor Elli, I would request you to co-chair the session. Will you accept my request? And we would also like to invite you for a 10 to 15 minutes speech as a co-chair of the session.
Is it in the end of this what was yesterday also that I could say something in the end?
Yes, madam. Okay, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It would be great hearing from you at the end of the conference.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Oksana, we should proceed now.
Yes. So, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start today the second day our conference. The conference concerning migration and gender studies. And today I would like to introduce to you our chair, Professor Dr. Rajbans Singh Gill, professor from the Department of Public Administration from the Punjabi University, India. Professor, we would like to welcome you. And in this case, I would like to ask you to tell us few words concerning our second day of the conference. Professor Gill, University, India. We would like to welcome you, and in this case, I would like to ask you to tell us few words concerning our second day of the conference. Professor Gill.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Welcome all. Thank you.
Concerning our second day of the conference. Professor Gill.
Thank you very much. Welcome all to the first international conference on this migration and gender issues being hosted by Alfred Nobel University, Ukraine. I am thankful to the host for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. Welcome all to the second day conference on this migration and gender issues being hosted by Alfred Nobel University, Ukraine.
Yes, Professor Gill.
Yeah. I welcome my co-chair, Dr. Ursula Markowska-Manestra from Faculty of Education, University of Warsaw, Poland, and my moderators of the session, Dr. Oksana Koshulko and Dr. Saurabh Chandra from India.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to say that Adjunct Professor Elli would be the coach. She's the research director at the Migration Institute of Finland. So she will be co-chairing the session in this session. So I introduce Dr. Elli to Professor Rajbans Singh Gill. He is a director and a professor in the Punjabi University, Patiala, Punjab, India. One of the renowned names in public administration and one of the youngest professors in India. I think Professor Elli would be the coach. Research Director. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, madam, for joining the session. Yes, Oksana, please continue.
Okay, and now I would like to invite Professor Gill to.
Gill, he is the director, and
We have some problems with some technical issues, I see.
Yes, sir. I think one of the youngest professors in India.
Okay, Professor Gill, I would like to invite you to give the speech concerning exploring contemporary migration. Okay,
Yeah,
and now I would like to invite Professor Gill to. Yes, now we can see. Some technical issues, I see.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Professor Gill, I would like to invite you to give the speech concerning exploring contemporary migration.
Yeah. Do you see my PPTs?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay, let us start our session. It is just an introduction part, exploring contemporary migration, uprootings and regroundings. First of all, let us talk about the migration. What is the era of migration? Migration has been a part of the human history since its very beginning, migrated from one continent to the other, from country to country, or inside the same country. Even though the 21st century has been called the age of migration, migration is certainly not a recent phenomenon. I would like to talk about the two-dimensional movement. Population mobility has two dimensions, spatial and temporal, which makes the observations more complex. Because of the variety of definitions, there is a loose usage of the terms connected with migration patterns. The majority of migrants cross the borders in search of better economic and social opportunities, and others are forced to flee crisis. In general, the movement can be within or across borders, voluntarily for work, study, or family reunion, or forced one, or irregular, temporary, or permanent. I think I have some. Okay. And then there are types of human migration includes international migration, moving within states, I suppose it will, yeah, within a state, country, or continent. External migration, moving to a different state, country, or continent. Emigration, leaving one country to move to another. Immigration, moving into a new country. Return migration, moving back to where you came from. Seasonal migration, moving with each season or in response to labor or climate conditions. Complex realities. Migration is an important force in development and a high priority issue for both developing and developed countries. The common perception that most of the world's migrants have moved from poor to wealthy countries, from the global south to the global north, is wrong. And such a statement is simplified as low income to high income movements. Reality is indeed much more complex. Scale of migration, there are an estimated 280.6 million international migrants around the world. And while that equals just 3.5% of the world's population, it already surpasses some projections for 2050. Since 1970, the number of people living in a country other than where they were born has tripled. The scale and speed of migration, defined by the International Organization for Migration as the movement of persons away from their place of usual residence, either across an international border or within a state, is notoriously difficult to predict, given it can go hand in hand with events such as severe instability, economic crisis, or conflict. The international community has recognized the important relationship between migration and Development and identified a series of concrete actions to enhance the benefits of migration for development while mitigating its negative effects. Among the first United Nations documents considering migration issues are the World Population Plan of Action, adopted at the 1974 World Population Conference in Bucharest, and recommendations for actions agreed at the 1984 International Population Conference in Mexico City. They call attention to the need to respect the human rights of international migrants, to mitigate the effects of the brain drain, to uphold labor standards for migrant workers, to prevent discrimination, to promote understanding about contributions of migrants to development, to provide prospective migrants with accurate information, to regulate migration flows through bilateral and multilateral agreements, and to find lasting solutions to the situation of refugees. The program of action adopted at the 1994 International Conference on Population and Development provides the most comprehensive negotiated text on international migration. Documents examine the opportunities and challenges of international migration for development, highlights the rights of documented migrants, and listed concrete action to address the challenges of undocumented migration. Process of planning and implementation is going on in this direction. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes for the first time the contribution of migration to sustainable development. Migration is a cross-cutting issue in the 2030 Agenda, relevant to all the Sustainable Development Goals. Further, the SDGs motto to leave no one behind is a clear call for sustainable development to be inclusive, including for migrants. At least 10 out of the 17 goals contains targets and indicators that are directly relevant to migration or mobility. The inclusion of migration in the 2030 Agenda presents countries with a series of new migration data challenges and reporting requirements. At the same time, this presents a crucial opportunity to improve migration data. Over the last 25 years, there has been a little concentrated effort to incorporate gender into theories of international migration. Yet understanding gender is critical in the migration context, in part because migration theory has traditionally emphasized the cause of international migration over questions of who migrates. It has often failed to adequately address gender-specific migration experiences. Without clear theoretical underpinnings, it becomes difficult to explain, for example, the conditions under which women migrate or the predominance of women in certain labor flows and not in others. There are certain issues studies have shown that migrant women remit a higher proportion of their salary than migrant men. An increasing proportion of women are labeled migrants. Remittances sent by women go more often towards education, health, and community development. Studies include that women remit as much as men in absolute numbers. Migrant women are disproportionately unemployed compared to migrant men or native women. In high-income countries, more migrant women faces de-skilling challenges compared to migrant men. A reduced family network often results in an increased double burden for women in terms of reproductive and productive roles. It is estimated that 98% of the trafficking victims of sexual exploitation are women. There are as estimated 4.5 million victims of sexual exploitation worldwide. The majority of victims of forced labor are women. So, the motives and consequences of human mobility are shaped by various factors such as customary rules based on gender expectations, ethnicity, race, age, and class. Among these, it can be argued that gender has the biggest impact on the migration experiences of men, women, boys, girls, and persons identifying as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersects. Thus, including gender considerations in policy making and planning can contribute to individuals' social and economic empowerment and promote gender equality. Leaving such considerations out can expose them to further risks and vulnerabilities and perpetuate or exacerbate inequalities. Gender is deeply embedded in determining who moves, how those moves takes place, and the resultant futures of migrant women and families. If international migration theory is to incorporate gender appropriately and effectively, it must take into account the subtle as well as the obvious factors that cause to create different experiences all along the migration spectrum. Further defining and understanding these forces and outcomes will greatly enhance the theoretical groundings of international migration in general and the individual experience of migrant women around the world. Thank you very much for patiently listening to my opening speech, and over to the moderator for the next presenter. All along the migration spectrum. Further defining and understanding its forces and outcomes will greatly enhance the theoretical grounding of international migration in general and the individual experience of migrant women around the world. Thank you very much for patiently listening to my opening speech, and over to the moderator for the next presenter.
Thank you very much, Professor Gill. Thank you for your wonderful, very interesting presentation. Thank you for starting of our second day. And dear scholars, dear participants, I would like to ask you concerning maybe your questions. Do you have questions to our dear chair of the second day? If you have questions, please raise your hand and we will invite you. Thank you for starting of our. No questions, yes? Okay. Okay, thank you very much again, dear professor. And now I would like to tell you a few words, dear participants, concerning our work today. So I would like to tell you about our participants. Today we will listen wonderful speeches and wonderful presentations from scholars from India, from Poland, Ukraine, United Kingdom, Germany, Australia, Romania, Nepal, Canada, United States of America, Iran, Liberia. And today we will discuss about very extremely important problems of gender and migration studies. Today we will speak about refugees, about gender equality and inequality. Today we will speak about marriage, about women in politics. Today we will speak about trafficking, about women empowerment. Today we will speak about labor migrants, about women's immigration. Today we will speak about even women scientists, very, very extremely important topic for us, and also about feminist identity. So let's continue our wonderful panel on gender and migration studies. And now I would like to introduce to you our participant from the United Kingdom. His name is Afrouz Zibaei. He is from Faculty of Health Psychology and Social Care from the Manchester Metropolitan University, the United Kingdom. And the presentation is exploring the experience of Kurdish refugees in Finland. So, dear participants, the floor is yours.
Oksana, I don't see him here.
Me too. I don't see him already. Okay, in this case, I'm gonna invite our second presenter. So dear participants, I would like to introduce to you Mira, Dr. Mira Rajiv Kumar. Mira, are you here? Because yes, wonderful. She is assistant professor from the Department of Public Administration of the Madras Christian College from India. And also she will present her speech and presentation together with Mrs. Aksa Sam, the research scholar from the Department of Public Administration, also Madras Christian College from Tamil Nadu, India. And they will present their wonderful results of the research concerning the gender equality in Sweden, India, and we would like to invite you, dear colleagues, to present your results of the research. So the floor is yours.
Okay, hearty wishes of the day to the organizers of COMAGI 2021, the representatives of Alfred Nobel University, the chair, co-chair, and the honorable moderator of the session, and also all co-organizations associated with. Today, it is my privilege to be presenting my paper along with my co-author and my professor, Dr. Mira Rajiv Kumar. As she has got another session today in the evening, I am presenting the paper today.
Okay, wonderful.
So let me share my screen with you.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
You can.
Okay. So among the themes of COMAGI 2021 under the theme Gender Equality and Social Policy, this is a small study on the construct of gender equality in employment perquisites with reference to GCC nations, Sweden and India. So we today know the consequences of gender inequality ranges from private to societal to national level. Hence, it is very significant to discuss on the matter. Why the study? The research actually intends to answer a few questions such as to identify whether gender inequality has got a relation in the economy, to assess whether developed nations or developing nations have more gender inequality, and also to know people's mindset on the issue. Moving on to the theoretical framework, the conflict theory proposed by Karl Marx suggests about the perpetual conflict that always exists in a society for power and resources. So according to Karl Marx, in a society, there always exist different groups. Society is a mixture of groups. So this differences in these groups actually becomes a criteria for the conflict that exists. People always have the power craving nature. People always have this idea to utilize the maximum resources available, which leads them to have a conflict between the groups. Such conflict persuades the male community to exercise their power and authority over the other gender too. So the patriarchal culture that exists in most of the societies have made the men, especially men, to have this mindset of being dominant or being power craving over the suppressed sectors in the society, that is women. And this theory, conflict theory, can be very well applicable in the case of gender inequality too. Theoretical perspective to gender inequality can be divided as biological, socialization, and cognitive. This biological theorists, in their point of view, the gender inequality is basically due to the basic biological difference that exists between men and women. So according to their point of view, this gender inequality is something that cannot be negated. It will always be there as long as the basic biological difference exists. According to socialization point of view, according to their theory, this inequality is actually due to what is being practiced since ages. The segregated treatment has been in practice since ages, and the coming generation or the generation that is they have this in their mind. It is actually conditioned in their mind, which is why there is gender inequality. Another point of view is cognitive. So those who use the paradigm of cognitive say human beings have this basic mindset of deliberately behaving in a way to concur with what is already in their mind. So people have this in their mind. They have the knowledge that gender inequality is there in society. This is how man should behave. This is how women should behave. So they act deliberately in order to concur with what they already have in their mind. So keeping all these theoretical framework or the theoretical perspectives in mind, the study begins. Research methodology. The study devised simple random method apart from the secondary resources to understand more on the matter. An online survey was conducted using Google Forms. It extended to different people from Sweden, GCC, and India. Keeping in mind the scenario that we all are undergoing, the study was limited to few people. Interactions with the subjects was also useful in knowing their perspective about gender equality in employment area. On the basis of their response and study analysis have been made to arrive at conclusions. Now, gender equality and social policy. What is the significance? How is social policy significant in gender equality? We all know social policy is an index to address the clashes, conflicts, and differences that exist in society. Man being a social animal, any social problem or any societal issue should be addressed with a social policy for the betterment and for the better systematic ongoing of the society. The policies and formulations regarding gender equality is important as long as gender equality is a societal affair. I said before, the consequences of gender equality is not confined to a family. It extends even to society and to nations. So social policy is significant in this matter. Since the consequences of gender inequality, specifically in employment arena, range from private to societal level, it is significant to consider this matter. What is gender equality? What do we mean when we say we need a gender equal society? It is not about considering everyone identical. We are not saying men is equal to women, but it means these differences should not be a criteria or should not be an opportunity to deny their access to benefits that they deserve. What they deserve should be provided to them, whether it is men or women, it should be provided to them, irrespective of the differences. Now coming on to the first nation, that is Sweden. So like all other Nordic nations, as Sweden belongs to Nordic region usually serve as an example for gender equality. They have high index of gender equality. So like other Nordic nations, Sweden is an example for gender equality. Sweden often scores higher percentage compared to the average of EU in gender equality in most of the studies. In an off-late study, when European Union had an average of 54% gender equality, what Sweden scored was 74.6, which is at a higher percentage. And Swedish society gives importance to family structure and family laws. They always give priority to family structure, and they always consider the system of family and the structure of family as important as any other structure and system in the society. And they believe the happy being of a family is actually an index to the happy being of a nation. In labor market of this country, women have almost the same employment rate as men. So last day in one of the presentations, it was visible that when we consider the nations which have higher employment rate for women, Sweden stays at the top position. So in Sweden, the employment rate of women is as equal as men. And the non-discrimination regulation that is prevalent in Sweden is the Discrimination Act. It is a single non-discrimination act. So the Discrimination Act is like an act. It is a law which has several grounds in it. So it has 7 grounds, and gender is one of those grounds. So the Discrimination Act actually supervises discrimination on all those 7 grounds. There are reforms to promote undivided parental leave and also to strengthen the public elder care and child care provisions. As Sweden is a nation that gives importance to reconciliation of family and professional life, they always keep this in their mind, that when they frame the law, they have the well-being of family life in their mind, which is why they have this undivided parental leave. Both mothers and fathers, both maternal and paternal leave is available. And the leave is like 480 days of leave is allotted to each employee until their child turns the age of 12. So 480 days is like almost 1.5 years. And this leave is actually very flexible. They can take the partial benefit or full benefit of it, and both parents get to avail it. So we know when a family can balance their family life, it directly implies in the professional life too. And another thing is, Sweden's investment in a gender equal workforce have actually made the nation more prosperous and economically gaining. This is called Nordic gender effect. So these Nordic regions, when they use this Nordic gender effect, they're actually moving towards achieving the UN's 2030s agenda, sustainable development. And the recent fight and movements against macro culture is another way of augmenting gender equality in the employment area. Though Sweden stays at top for being a gender equal nation, there are minute inequality that exists, and macro culture is, and the fight against macro culture is still prevailing there. Now moving on to another nation, that is GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, as we all know, is the political and economic alliance of 6 Middle Eastern countries, that is Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman. And the participation by women of GCC in the labor market has always been found as low. Those slow changes are seen in recent times. So the religion and the cultural constraints that exist in GCC nations always make these women to stay back from being employed. Though GCC nations appear to have provided or appear to provide protection to their native women, though recent times they tend to offer equal opportunities for education, equal opportunities for employment is very less. And though GCC nations have a shortage of labor force, most of the employers prefer males over females. You know, there is a lot of migrant workers in GCC nations. That is because of the shortage of labor force those countries face. But even though the contribution of females in labor market is very less, it accounts to often less than 20%. So among the female employees, a greater number are those Asian migrants who work as domestic workers. And more of these are expatriate workers. And even in the case of domestic workers, we know that is a menial job. They don't get to work in the higher positions. Like when we inquire or when we talk with people, most of them who are employed are either nurses or teachers. They don't get to work in the higher fields. And these employers, they have the prejudiced and incompetent mindset, which is why they prefer males over females. And women here are seen to give more significance to family commitments than work commitments. Unlike what we saw in the Nordic region, the women of GCC nations, according to the cultural constraints and according to the regional constraints they have, they tend to give more of their time for family, which is why they fail to go behind their dreams. Like in most of the cases, women are forced to live according to what their parents decide. At least their marital age, their educational limit, all are decided by their parents or their society or the community which they belong to. The economists like Gary Becker opine that the prejudiced or incompetent employer perspectives shape this discrimination in the labor market. The leave system in many companies is segmented, where men and women enjoy different kinds of leaves, which makes them struggle to reconcile family and professional life. Though laws like that of an UA demand equal pay for same positions, people are of the opinion that there is gender pay gap even for same positions. Considerable changes are, however, being seen in recent times in these Arab nations. And when the employers seem to hire men over women, over time, women are subjected to choose the career choice which men are less interested with. Like if men do not want the job, that is then given to women. That is how the culture goes, like in the long run. Now moving on to India, though India has a well-promising social security system in theory, but it often fails in practical. In India, too, the employment benefits are gendered. In when it comes to job positions, very less percentage of women hold work in finance, businesses, or even construction fields. Most of them tend to hold work in social work, teaching field, etc. And in many Indian families, the wife's income is generally considered as a supplement income. It is like lipstick money. What they call is lipstick money. It is a pocket money. It is not often given the importance as it is given to the men's income. In the societal construct is like that. If a man do not go for a job, that is shameful on him. And if a woman goes for a job, that is shameful on her. That is how the society always sees her. The India Wage Report prepared by the International Labour Organization in 2018 states that there exists wage inequality and it is a hindrance to achieving decent work conditions. The Equal Remuneration Act 1976 is another regulation that points towards the men and women should be given equal wages for same work. The recently implemented Code of Wages 2019 is another regulation. So though there are regulations, gender pay gap is seen in so many industries. For example, in art, for like cinema, and all those kinds of industries, for a men and women, though they work in same position, the gender pay gap is seen. Compared to 96% of men labor force, women comprises just 27%, according to what different studies report. The International Monetary Fund finds that India's GDP will increase as 27% if women participated in the economy at the same rate as men. So we can actually think how acute is the difference, how greater is the difference. And women in India spend a lot more time on unpaid work than men. What studies report is, an Indian woman on an average spend 299 hours on unpaid work, like household works, and that accounts to almost 5 hours a day. While a man does it for 97 minutes. It's just 1.5 hours almost. And we can say this is in the case of an average woman. So if a woman is not going for a paid work, the situation is very different. And often, because of family constraints and because of these responsibilities that is held on her, she fails to go for work. And that is how the situation in India is also, though there are changes being seen, in spite of the societal constructs and in spite of the socialization aspect that exists. Now, after the comparative study, what I would like to show you is my findings from a few questions which I have asked a few people. So, regarding the difference in pay scale to the same category of job to men and women, of the population, 65.4% were of the opinion that there is no gender gap, but 34.6% said there is a gender gap. We know 34.6% is not a lesser amount. It is approximated to half of the population. Even though it is not that much, even if it is a fewer population, that is not fair, because being treated differently for same job position is very unfair, be it for men or women. Another case is proportion of men to women employees. Here it is very evident that 46.2% of the population were of the opinion that men is greater than women in their firms. And what is interesting here is 15.4% of them only said women is greater than men in their firms, which is very, very fewer. Another thing is higher positions in their firm. Here, 42.3% of them said men hold higher positions. See, the percentage of who said women hold higher position is 11.5%. When it comes into equal is what we say gender equal society exists. Another thing is the effect of gender equality in the economy. So when I wanted to know the people's opinion on how gender equality affects an economy, exactly half of the population, 50%, were of the opinion that gender inequality slows down economic development. And economic development is slowed down due to gender inequality. Another factor is the economy is better due to gender equality. That is 23.1%. So when we combine these two, it almost accounts to 75% of the population who say gender equality has a direct implication on the economy of the nation. So when we come to the inferences, according to the idea of Karl Marx, No group in the society is ready to surrender before the other. The theory is applicable in the case of gender inequality too. Neither women nor men is ready to surrender before the other. And Frederick Engels compared the family structure to the relationship between the bourgeois and the proletariat, suggesting that women had less power than men in the household because they were dependent on them for wages. This is what happens everywhere. If we are dependent on others and if we are not independent, we are subjected to be submissive. In the context of gendering, this conflict is well understood when men try to take their power and privilege over the woman who is submissive. And in my study, what I have derived is reluctance of dominant group in accepting the fact there is discrimination adds to the strife. So when we actually talk with people, there is this cluster of men who do not want to agree that there is discrimination, who do not want to discuss on the issue, who are not ready to open up, or who are not ready to accept that there is discrimination. It clearly shows how it adds on to the factor of discrimination. Now, what can be done against this? So first thing is the practices should start from home. Only if we try to see the boy and girl child in a home, like for at least for the restricted societies, like this applies for even men too. Like men are most of the time overburdened with responsibility. That also shouldn't happen. Responsibilities should be shared actually. So practice gender equality from home itself. Fair selection of employees should be practiced based on skills. Skills should be the criteria of selecting employees rather than gender. The system should be renovated. Family matter and family law should be given more importance in developing nations like India. As we see in Nordic regions, only if family law is given more importance, we realize how mutual sharing is important. Make laws of equality more strict, as in case of another laws. The change in my mindset is the foremost thing. Only if we change, only if people change the prejudiced mindset, this equal workforce or equal labor force, gender equal society, all can come into existence. The prejudiced mindset of employers should be avoided. Keep a space open to rationally discuss about what roles each gender can do based on their ability and interest, rather than assigning them. Like let us hear what they want to do. When we say women can't do a job which requires more physical strength, let us hear their opinion. Let us see if they can do or not, rather than we deciding what they can do. Be it in the case of men too. Like we see many men do not take up jobs like what women tend to do. Let us hear their opinion. Keep a space open to rationally discuss on that matter. Thank you so much for the opportunity, the organizers, for giving me to present this paper. And I also thank my co-author and my professor, Dr. Meera Rajiv Kumar, for her constant contribution and support in the paper making and presentation. Thank you so much for lending me your ears. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Aksatsam. Thank you for your wonderful, excellent presentation. And I'm sure now we will have a lot of questions according to your wonderful presentation. And dear participants, do you have questions? If yes, please raise your hand.
Yes, I think Professor Elli would like to ask something.
Yes.
Yes, madam.
Yes, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation and nice geographical different regions of the world. I was wondering, what is the role of this self-employment in India for maybe for both males and females, and is there such a phenomenon called forced entrepreneurship, that people start their own business if they don't find a place in the labor markets? Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam, for the wonderful question. In India, actually, self-help groups are actually encouraged. People have the opportunity to start their own financial sources, especially in states like Kerala. There is something called Kudumbashree, which is a self-help group where women come together and they tend to make a livelihood for themselves. But in many northern states, it's not in a full-fledged practice. Though this self-help or self-sustaining labor things are supported, the societal constraints because of which they can't come forward is a very major problem. So that is the situation in India.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to add something. Here, Professor Elli, that the situation is doesn't seem better in northern part or northeastern part of India, but it is not true. The picture is entirely different. There are more self-help groups in women in the northeastern parts and in the northern parts. So the government is also supporting these type of women activity for the empowerment of women. So thank you so much for the wonderful question. Now, Professor Prabhat Datta would like to ask something. Sir, please unmute yourself and ask a question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. While listening to your presentation, one conceptual issue has come to my mind. You have started with Karl Marx, and while ending your presentation, you have brought in the concept of dominant group. When you have referred to Karl Marx's conceptualization, the expectation is that you would be talking about class rather than dominant group. How do you argue your case that class and dominant group are the same thing? The second question is, you have mentioned and you have shown with a lot of data and arguments that there is disparity in respect of employment in India, and that is there globally. India is committed to work for what is called Sustainable Development Goal. If India is committed to bring about sustainable development, then how is it possible on the part of the Indian state to do it, keeping in mind the inequality in respect of employment between men and women?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for that question. I wouldn't say class and dominant group are same or they are identical. Why I brought in Karl Marx to conflict theory was because what conflict theory says is there exists a conflict wherever there is a difference. So when there is a difference in the groups that exist in society, it is quite natural that the conflict also must exist. That because each group, what they try is to utilize the maximum resource available, be it in that. So I wanted to apply that in the case of gender inequality too, in the case of gendering too. So gender is actually a different group. So since they are different groups, the tendency is there to be like it should be conflicting. The later part of the question was, can you repeat the later part of the question, sir? I'm sorry.
What about the Sustainable Development Goal in India, keeping in mind the background of inequality in respect of employment? Do you think that we would be able to achieve the development goal by 2030 if that kind of scenario continues to exist unabated?
Okay, so like I said earlier, if this self-help groups or if women are supported more, and be it for men too, if the self-labor entrepreneurship is supported more, I think to some extent we can achieve it. But then gender equal labor force is an important criteria to achieve the economy. Like as I said, we can have 27% of what we have, more than of what we have now if we have gender equal workforce. So I think gender equal workforce can contribute so much in attaining that.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the co-author. Am I allowed to answer or add points to what Ms. Aksa had stated?
Yes, of course, madam, please.
Yes, fine. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just to add on to her points, as Sir has asked about the sustainable development, whether we will be able to maintain or we can have a sustenance till 2030 or at 2030, the ideas. Now that India is focusing more into skill development, right? We have a lot of vocational programs of skill development which is coming up. So that is the thing that is a major aspect which the government is focusing in providing employment opportunities for the youth, the school dropouts. Since education system is till 14 years, they are allowed to have free education, and then after that they have the job opportunity. So right now, MSME and the skill development courses are actually growing. So opportunities can actually be increased if we can narrow down the gap between education and employment. Just to add on to her point.
And Professor Datta, I have a query for you. that is the tendencies of the propagation of the Karl Marx can be applied for the formulation of a general formula for the entire nation, for the entire country?
I, in fact, contest the concept with which he has started. If we have to fall back on Marx, then we have to focus on class only, because Marx's fundamental category is a class. If we talk about group, then we really confuse the whole thing. Therefore, you have to start with Marx. The Marxist conflict theory is rooted in class. But there are other conflict theories as well. Therefore, if we would like to focus on Marxist conflict theory, then you have to start with class. Am I clear to Saurabh?
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Oksana, please.
Okay, dear participants, maybe more questions?
Yes, we have one more question, I think. George would like to ask something. George, please ask your question.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your wonderful presentation. And one essence of a comparative study is to aid transfer of knowledge in a different context. And looking at the how well Sweden is doing comparatively, when you compare the findings or your work comparing Sweden and India, you find out that Sweden is doing very well compared to India. What are some of the lessons we can learn from Sweden, as in transferring from Sweden to India, bearing in mind the cultural milieu of India? Because from what you said, there are laws to ensure gender parity at the workplace and other facets of the Indian society. However, this enforcement appears to be an issue. How was Sweden able to get to where they are? What are the lessons we can learn from them, transferring those lessons to India, bearing in mind the environmental, the cultural milieu of India? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Okay, according to what I have studied, I think Sweden was able to attain this. Like, of late, Sweden has had feminist governments. Like, when I say that, there are governments who support women. The governments have been giving more importance to family structure. The reconciliation of family life and professional life have been their important matter of concern. So I think if nations adopt that, if nations start thinking from the basic unit of a society, from the perspective of the basic unit of a society, they can actually implement it in the larger level. Sorry, did my answer suffice your question?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again, dear Ms. Aksatsam. More questions? No. Yes, it seems that we don't have more questions. Thank you very much again for your wonderful presentation, your wonderful ideas, very important ideas for us in our in our area of gender studies. Thank you again. And now I would like to present a wonderful speech and presentation from two very talented young scientists from Germany. It will be the presentation by Hina Ember and Evgenia Shorshinovich from the University of Bonn, Germany. And they will present us wonderful results of their research concerning marriage. And the title of their presentation will be, Does Marriage Matter? Same-sex marriage legalization and household well-being in the United States of America. So, Evgenia Shorshinovich, are you here? We would like to invite you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Could you hear as well? Could you hear us? Yeah. Hi, can you hear us?
Evgenia?
Yeah, dear Dr. Oksana, can you hear us?
Okay, so please start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. You can hear us, yeah? Good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we start sharing the screen.
Yes, of course. Please share your screen. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, could we see? Okay, good.
You are welcome.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to present our study. The title is Does Marriage Matter? Same-sex marriage legalization and household well-being in the USA. Global support for same-sex marriage rights has increased in recent years. At the same time, nowadays, there are only 29 countries around the world where same-sex marriage is legal. And geographically, as you can see, legalization prevails in North America, South America, Europe, and Australia. At the same time, in 70 countries, same-sex relationships are considered to be a crime. Out of them, 11 countries have the possibility to sentence same-sex couples to death. In 26 other countries, the maximum penalty is prison, with terms varying from a few years to life imprisonment. We have chosen the USA as our study area for our research for two reasons. First, it has a long history of fighting for same-sex couples' rights, which goes back to 1970. Second, the USA have already been collecting quantitative data about same-sex couples, which allows statistical analysis. In the USA, in 2019, same-sex couples made up around 1% of total households. Out of them, 58% are married couples and 42% are couples staying in unmarried relationships. The share of same-sex households differ across the different regions of the USA, with District of Columbia having the highest proportion, around 2.4%, and the states like North Dakota and Montana having the lowest share, less than 0.3%. And in the USA, marriage is to a large extent regulated by the states. They have the power to decide who can marry and how the marriage can be stopped. The Defense of Marriage Act, DOMA, which was enacted in 1996 on the federal level, defined marriage as only a legal union between one man and one woman as husband and wife. Thus, according to DOMA, same-sex marriages were not recognized under the federal law, even if they were allowed on the state level. And the legal evolution of same-sex relationships has undergone several stages, exhibiting a non-linear development on the state level. This table shows only some very important milestones. The legal evolution has come from banning same-sex marriages in Maryland in 1973 and subsequently in many other states, to the first domestic partnership law in Berkeley, California in 1984.
Zhenya,
Yeah?
Zhenya, sorry, can you speak in the microphone, please?
Okay, thank you, yeah. I will get a little bit closer to the computer. Can you hear me well, yeah?
Yes, wonderful, yes.
Another milestone is the first civil union law in Vermont in 2000, which secured the benefits and protections to same-sex couples as to married couples also. But there is a question, why was it important to fight for marriage legalization? Was domestic partnership laws and civil union law not enough for same-sex couples? Actually, in the United States, when couples are married, they are issued a paper marriage license, which entitles both partners to share finances, benefits, and insurance, as well as other kinds of allowances. For example, hospital visitation rights. And marriage benefits have a wide range, like they include also federal benefits, and these benefits embrace, for example, survivor benefits through social security should a spouse die, sick leave to care for your partner, the ability to file joint tax returns and to have tax breaks, veteran benefits, insurance breaks. They also include things like family discounts, obtaining family insurance through your employer, visiting your spouse in the hospital, and making medical decisions if your partner is unable to do so. And civil union is a legally recognized union of a same-sex couples with the rights similar to those of marriage, but a civil union does not guarantee all the rights of the married couple to people who stay in the civil union. And actually, civil union rights vary from state to state, and the civil union is only recognized on the state level, not on the federal level. Domestic partnership is also an interpersonal relationship between two individuals who live together and share a common domestic life, but are not married. And people in domestic partnership also receive some limited benefits of marriage, like right of survivorship, hospital visitation, but also not the full benefits of marriage. And these benefits are also valid only on the state level. And although each state in the United States has its own specific laws around marriage, if someone is married in one state and moves to another, their marriage is legally recognized. And that is not always the case with civil unions and domestic partnership. So it was worth fighting for marriage legalization, first on the state level and then on the federal one. And Massachusetts was the first state where marriage among same-sex couples was legalized in 2003. And after that, as you can see, some other states followed, like Connecticut, Iowa, Vermont, till in 2015, the Supreme Court of the United States approved legalization of same-sex marriage in all 50 states of the United States. And as a consequence, the number of same-sex married couples grew in 2019 by almost 45% against 2005. While the increase in same-sex couples staying in unmarried relationships constitute only 7% in this time period. So the objective of this exploratory study is to track the changes in household well-being in same-sex households between the period where same-sex marriage was legal in one state and in all the states. And now I give the word to my co-author and colleague, Hina Amber.
Thank you so much, Eugenia. Okay, in order to investigate the importance of the legalization of same-sex marriage in the USA, we used data from American Community Survey gathered by the US Census Bureau. American Community Survey provides information on the demographic and household characteristics of the US population, including same-sex married and unmarried couples. And we employ exploratory data analysis to probe the evolution of the legalization of the same-sex marriage and compare the household well-being between 2005 and 2019. Exploratory data analysis helps to unravel some interesting insights with the help of summary statistics and graphical representations. So we chose 3 indicators of well-being from American Community Survey. First is the household income, and there are 6 categories of household income as given in the American Community Survey, starting from $35,000 or less to $100,000 or more. For employment status, there are 2 categories in the American Community Survey. One is where the householder is employed, and the other is where both partners are employed. And again, for educational attainment, there are 2 categories in the American Community Survey. One is where householder has at least a bachelor's degree, and the other is where both partners have at least bachelor's degree. And these indicators have been selected on the basis of the relevance to existing literature as being the most important indicators of objective well-being. So this graph shows the changes in the percentage of households with different income levels. And here the households are same-sex married and unmarried couples. And we calculated these changes for the year 2005 and 2019. And results shows that between 2005 and 2019, percentage of households with same-sex married couples, as you can see in the graph, are shown by the gray bars, witnessed a decrease in low-income category and an increase in the higher-income categories. For example, for male married couples, you can observe that there is an increase in the percentage of households by 34% in the highest income category, while a decrease of around 14% in the lowest income category. Household well-being based on employment status also observe the similar pattern as we have observed in the household income category. And you can observe that percentage of households where both partners are employed showed an increase of around 17% for male married couples compared with only 4% for male unmarried couples. Here again, you can observe that there's an increase in the household well-being of same-sex married couples for the indicator of educational attainment. So the percentage of households where both partners have at least a bachelor's degree exhibits an increase of 13% for female married couples compared with a decrease of 6% for female unmarried couples. You might have also observed that household well-being on the basis of these indicators of same-sex unmarried couples also had increased over the same time period for some of the categories, but it's lesser in magnitude. So we can conclude that the results show that on the basis of these three indicators, between 2005 and 2019, households with the same-sex married couples achieved higher levels of incomes, and households with the same-sex married couples are more likely to get employed. And again, they are the couples who showed an increase in educational attainment as well. So we say that legalization of same-sex marriage translates into higher well-being of same-sex married couples. However, an in-depth quantitative analysis is required to find the channels through which legalization of same-sex marriage in the USA impact household well-being. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear Hina and Evgenia. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, very interesting results of your research, and also about very, very interesting methods of your research in general. So, dear colleagues, dear participants, I would like to, now I see Wilfred raise his hand. So, Wilfred, what do you want to ask?
Yes, hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Please, my simple question. In your presentation, you averred that marriage in America is regulated by the government, which I believe is the same in other countries like mine. Now, my question is this. Recently, we cited a letter which is supposed to have come from Joe Biden, the president, if it is anything to go by. And the import of the letter was that if countries are not willing to legalize same-sex marriages, then it means that they are going to suffer some kind of economic punishment. Now, my question then is, do you think that this is really diplomatic enough? Thank you.
Evgenia?
Thank you so much for this question. Actually, according to our results, we can see that when the legalization takes place, then how actually the well-being of these couples increases. But on the other side, we also see that, for example, same-sex couples, they constitute a very small percentage of household. So actually, speaking about well, citing this letter, that maybe there will not be a very dramatic economic decrease for the whole nation if the whole nation doesn't make this legalization possible. But because still same-sex couples, yeah, they have a very small share of the population. But if speaking of this particular community of people, yeah, the economic benefits is quite big for them. Comparing same-sex couples staying in unmarried and married relationships.
Hina, do you want to add something?
I think Jane has already said what is important, you know, And the population again is very, the proportion of population that constitute these same-sex married couples is quite low, but at least these people are getting benefit from the legalization of same-sex marriage. So yeah, it's better to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. More questions?
I would like to ask something from the presenters. What about the social acceptability of the married couples? I mean, the same-sex marriage couples, do they get the same acceptability from the society that the normal couples get from the society?
I think that's another area of research that should, should be explored. But if something gets legalized, then I think it translates into social acceptability as well. So if government is supporting something, so I think there will be social acceptability from the public as well.
Yeah. But
okay, thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Irina and Evgenia, for your wonderful presentation again, for your time. Thank you that you accepted my my invitation. Thank you again. I'm very happy to see you here. And now I would like to invite again Afrouz Zibaei from the Manchester Metropolitan University of the United Kingdom. And I hope our presenter will tell us about experience of Kurdish refugees in Finland. Afrouz, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, hello. So the floor is yours.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you need our help?
Sorry, I have to share my slide.
Okay, just I allowed you to do it.
Sorry, they show me the many pictures, but I can't find here. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I am very pleased to present my experience about my work in this conference. What did you explain? My work is about exploring the experience of the Kurdish refugee in Finland and using the listening guide to interpret data from life story interview. And I have brief about the Kurdish history. Kurdish living in different part of, I say Turkish one part, and Syria and Iraq and Iran also, and nowadays is many in diaspora as well. Those bottoms which I put it here, those places that the Kurdish people place, but we unfortunately we don't have a one country, and we are living just in part of the Turkish, Iraq and Iran and Syria. Kurdish living, all those Kurdish together, over 35 million Kurds, which living in different countries, what I mentioned, like Turkish, 50 to 20% of the population is Kurd, and in Iran as well is those people living like in Iran is 8 to 12 millions. In Turkish, about more than 20 millions. In Iraq, about 5.6 to 8.5, and Syria is 2 million to 3.6. And about the diaspora, unfortunately, I don't have the right statistics information, because just which I did my research, I found Scandinavian country, they record Kurds as a Kurd, but other country just they record as a Turkish or Iran and Arab. For that reason, I didn't found right, but I hope I can found someday right information how many Kurds as living in diaspora. And I found out 2040 to 2090 how many Kurds in different years moved to Finland and live as a as a refugee. Nowadays is 40,830 people now living until now in Finland. My research used life story interview Afrouz to investigate their experience of Kurdish refugee in Finland, particularly emphasize of their mental health issue and mental well-being. This method has been chosen because of the potential to provide rich information about the Kurdish asylum seeker experience in Finland. The first stage, the research involved literature search to explore all aspects of the issue by accessing a wide range of the source. And the second stage, I involved the life story interview with 15 men and women which they are living in Finland. The analysis which I used was a listening guide which Brown and Gligan 1992 they explored, and I found it that that is good for and suitable for my data analysis, and I use those people experience in my data. The listening guide method background is a qualitative method relation, like it's feminist, Brown and Gligan, which I mentioned here, according to those people's experience. The investigate of the phonic natural of the voice that exists within individual story. The method is creative and flexible, which allow for the complexity of the human experience. Its complexity acknowledge that the interview story construction and construct of the, about the voice, which it come from experience voice, and also interviews, researchers work together. And how the listening guide is work. The researcher listening to the transcript interview, transcript listening to unique focus. Try to find the unique what they interview say about their own lives. Refugee use a different color pencil for underline the text. For finding the voice and the unique idea what they want to say. A researcher writes a summary of the story that has been shared. And the listening guide step is 4 steps, which is listening for plot, listening for concept and themes, listening for the story, including characterized context and highlight of the interview, research response to the story. The second part is that listening for voice of I person, which is tell the story, the voice of I. And result is information of I poem, which come from the interview The third part and fourth part is listening are listening for conceptual voice, identify different layer or tension refer to or more voice which they want to speak about that. Those voice allow to creative flexibility to combine level of analyze and when I this was in my research questions when I choose the people for interview for my study. I didn't ask step by step the questions. Just I explained to them that I want to know about your life when you was, I mean, young time, when you live in your own country, when you forced to leave the country, leaving the second country or the third country, and after that, when you move to Finland. I explained to them that I am not going to ask step by step. Just I want you, man or woman, which I choose. I want them that just they speak about their own story, what happened for them during that time was in the country when they moved and when now. How they are managing living in host country or in stay country. And those people just speaking and explaining, some of them was 2 hours, some of them just 1 hour, but the interview was more than 2 hours. And when I choose the analyze steps, I choose reflexive research, which is come from Heikkilä method. And I use data research diary, step by step what happened during my research study. I make the diary and I use it for the analyze. And I life story approach was one that which the people speaking about their own life. And I try to find the conceptual voice, I mean, not just one voice. And I try to find different voice, I mean, different things what the people try to say for creative narrative framework for my study result. Data analysis is narrative, which I found out as, I mean, exploring my, coming from result in my study is one, acculturation, gender role in research process, the impact of the mental health during research process. And I try, and I did, explain those 3 subjects based on research, I mean, others people research experience and mixed with my those refugees which I interviewed. I try mix them together and found out what is those people saying in our story about those 3 different subjects. And this, the first narrative framework, which is I found, I explain the role of the language in supporting acculturation. And the second one was the role of the education in promoting acculturation. And the third one is the role of the social capital in acculturation. And I explain all those 3 subjects based on interview data analysis. And the second one is gender role in refugee process. That framework, narrative framework, I explain also gender in Kurdish refugee process. the marginalization of the refugee woman rights within refugee study. And the last part is the brief refugee experience gender role in Finland. And those three subjects also based on, because I used actually those part because of that I had already gender information, and I interview women, and then I found that that part will be good in my one of my result. And the third narrative framework which I founded is the impact on mental health during refugee process is I explain cultural perspective, mental health, trauma and mental health and stigma, and Kurdish refugee experience in Finland. And these three subjects also related to, I try to find out the people perspective about the mental health, because mental health is a very big issue. Unfortunately, most of them, they are not happy to show and say anything about that mental health. I don't know, maybe one that is a cultural perspective is that people keep it in their mind and they are not saying, but when they interview, they speak, and they speak that they know really they have some kind of the mental health problem. And I try to find out based on interview perspective, and then interview and the research perspective together, and found out why they are not happy to show that and say about mental health. And about the research reflexivity, which I did, is that I am Kurdish, and I have refugee, or I said the immigration experience. And I work in healthcare as a nurse for 15 years at least in Finland. And research qualitative life story I choose, and I found it that it is good for my study, and I mix all together to find out the research reflexivity and show that how I spend and doing this research, and what I found with the interviews and with own experience, and then mixed all together and found out that what I am thinking about the research, how is the difficult and interesting is this journey was for me. And when I interview those people, I give them one map, and I ask them to draw by own hand which country and how they came to Finland, and most of them they draw this map by own hand. And I found that this was very interesting, and those people has enjoyed to show, and most of them they say that this just remembering and coming many things in their mind, how they spent, they was in country and now where they are. They was very happy to show that. And that is some sources which I use it for my founding the research in different research work. And thank you, that was all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much too. And I would like to invite our participants to ask something. Do you have questions? Your participants? Yes, of course. Dear Adjunct Professor Elli.
Thank you very much, Afrouz.
Thank you.
Very interesting presentation. Nice to see you here in the virtual world too.
Thank you. Me too. Thank you.
Yes, and I would like to ask you that how you have found these informants, and are they from different parts of Finland, or have you been looking certain area? How it is? How you have found these males and females? Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Elli. Actually, I found it, I did it in Finland, and those my interviews, they are living in Finland, and I found it in different city in Finland, and also I much follow the how I say in Finnish study about the Kurdish people and refugee people, and then I try to find out how they thinking and doing for the other refugee as well.
Yes, and my question was also about the geography, that from where did you find from Finland? Is it all over our country here, or is it a certain city or so on?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Where do these informants live? Do they live in a certain city like Turku or Tampere or capital area Helsinki, or are your informants all over the country?
No, actually, I found that this was most of them in Turku, but I found in Turku, Raisio, in Helsinki too.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very nice.
Thank you very much. And I would like to tell you, dear Adjunct Professor Dr. Elli, you don't need to raise your hand. You are a co-organizer and also co-chair. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Aishin, Dr. Aishin Yashar, to ask something.
Thank you very much for the great presentation and the data. I am interested in the data. How did you get the information about Turkey? You said about 20 million, because we have similar problems in getting data about the Alevi population. As in the Turkish identity card, you can only write Turkish. There's no further explanation if you're Alevi, if you're Kurdish. I would be interested in getting that information. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your question. Actually, I found those information in internet, but when I have time to show, my result, for that reason, I need review again. Maybe I try to find the right information, and I try to get maybe discuss with some others Kurdish researcher which they did about the Kurdish. And I try to found out the right number. That is which now I show it is from internet.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much again for your wonderful presentation, wonderful results.
Thank you.
And now I would like to invite and introduce to you, dear participants, Sabina Phoebe Lord from the University of Gloucestershire, the United Kingdom. And Sabina will present to us her wonderful results of research concerning Polish women in the United Kingdom. The presentation is concerning breaking the pattern, multi-vocal reflection by Polish women on the experience of migration to the United Kingdom post 2004. So Sabina, the floor is yours. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here with you and grateful for the opportunity to share my research with you. I am final year PhD candidate at the University of Gloucestershire in the UK, and this presentation will draw on material generated from a larger PhD study, which delves into reflections on the experience of migration by 3 generational cohorts between the age of 20 and 60 of Polish migrant women in the UK. I'm just going to try and move to the next slide and see if it's working. There we go. Okay, it's working. Sorry, I'm doing this for the first time, so I wasn't quite sure if it's going to work out in the way I wanted. So the title of the presentation is Breaking the Gendered Pattern. Multivocal reflections by Polish women over the age of 50 on the embodied experience of migration to the UK post-2004. And I'm hoping to surface that mobility could be understood as an opportunity to redefine gender subjectivity for women over 50. The background for this presentation is the significant influx of Polish migrants to the UK since 2004, which has been observed as one of the largest and most intensive migration flows in contemporary European history. Nowadays, the Polish community is recognized as one of the biggest and most dynamic communities in the UK. Of course, there is a growing body of research on the large-scale migration, ranging from quantitative surveys to qualitative studies. However, although women migrants outnumber their male counterparts, gender and gender roles are still in need of further research, in particular in relation to Polish women migrants. Former research has mainly concentrated on women with families or single young females, and migration data available claims that the majority of Polish female migrants were young, aged between 20 and 35. Now, this presentation extends the field by looking at the 50-plus age cohort of Polish women migrants and intends to partially bridge the gap. For a deeper understanding of the background for this presentation, I'd like to spend a moment to outline the situation of women in Poland. Although feminist criticism of traditional female roles and duties, such as related to marriage, family, and the tyranny of beauty, might seem a well-worn gesture in Europe, it is still very relevant when considered within the Polish context. Paradoxically, Poland, during the transition from socialism to a democracy, was built on traditional Roman Catholic and nationalistic role models, not on international and European laws, and is often referred to as a democracy with a male face. New family and gender policies have been based on the ideal of a patriarchal family. Women are mothers foremost, and then caretakers, as the implicit familialism or public maternalism of the Polish welfare state dictates. Vulnerability of women is increasing as the social system continuously pushes them into the domestic space, emphasizing the public-private divide. Women in Poland are facing highly restrictive abortion laws, have limited access to sexual and reproductive health information and care, whilst only inadequate services and support in the face of violence are available. Older women in contemporary Poland often describe their experience of old age as the time marked by discrimination and marginalization. And as I will discuss further, older women are not only excluded on a social and economic level, but also deemed invisible. So before I move on to the discussion, I'd like to briefly outline the methodology underlying this research and presentation. So I'm applying a qualitative feminist inquiry with the aim to surface alternative perspectives to the representation of women experiences of mobility. The intent is to craft a multivocal account composed around the theme of gender, body, age, invisibility, social and economic exclusion. I'm drawing on reflections from a life story interview, as well as literary accounts interwoven with authorial stitches and connected to the wider migration discourse. In my approach choice, I have moved towards autoethnography, which calls then also for self-reflexivity, which is critical to the enactment and analysis since I'm a migrant myself. I will now move to selected example from migration literature by Polish women writers, as well as themes from the life story interview with Wanda, a Polish woman migrant over the age of 55, to illustrate how migration could be understood as an emancipatory and empowering experience for older or middle-aged women, as a way to evade invisibility, as well as social and economic exclusion in Poland.
To start, I would like to use a quote from Flights by Olga Tokarczuk, the recent Polish Nobel laureate. In Flights, Tokarczuk presents the reader with a study of the psychology of travel, but also draws our attention to the embodied experience and the conflict between the body and the mind, the human inability to reconcile these two spheres of human existence. Year by year, time becomes my ally. As it does to all women, I have become invisible, transparent. I can move about like a ghost, look over people's shoulders, listen in on their arguments, and watch as they sleep. Tokarczuk's traveling female narrator emphasizes that as a woman of a certain age, in contrast to younger women, she is invisible. Underlying the quotation is the notion that women become visible through external beauty. Body shaping, the altering of body weight, the training of the flesh through regular exercise, the building up of muscles, diets, Botox injections, cosmetic surgery, including the correction of inherent flaws, is one of the most startling documentations of cultural power manifestations and violence enacted through models of physical attractiveness. Gendered codes are inscribed and enacted onto the body. Women are compelled to adopt to these gendered body codes and to meet desirable expectations. Tokarczuk's narrator inserts that she is invisible due to the intersection of gender and her age. Her protagonist appears exempt from the gender dichotomy, invisible, transparent. The fact that she is middle-aged seems to exclude her from the gendered performance. The mechanism of equating age and gender with invisibility acts as liberating for the narrator of Flights. She is free to keep moving on the margins. She is what could be described in terms of a nomadic subject, an alternative figuration for contemporary subjectivity. The exclusion or invisibility experience of women over a certain age resonates also in Vanda's life story interview. However, her story offers a different perspective on the understanding of the embodied experience of middle-aged women in Poland. For Vanda, in contrast, the mechanism is disempowering, as it marginalizes her and confines her to a role she does not want to play. In Poland, a woman over the age of 40 is deemed as old. All that she's made to think about is her retirement. In her mind, she wants to retire. She can't wait until she retires. The majority of Poles picture a woman over 40 in the church and in her home. Vanda exhales deeply. I sense that this is not a place where she sees herself. And frankly, looking at her, neither can I picture her confined in this way. Vanda is wearing strong makeup. Her hair is done up and dyed with a hint of purple. Her nails are varnished. Her outfit is trendy. These clothes could be equally worn by a 20-year-old, I judge. I realize that the expectation to conform to the external pressure from society in Poland about appearances seems to stir up feelings of invisibility and irrelevance in Vanda. Instead, as the next quote will illustrate, Vanda seems to enjoy that in the UK, she does not need to conform to gender age norms as experienced in Poland, and takes pleasure in the fact that her appearance is being noticed. I remember that the fashion in Poland for over 40-year-olds was making the women look even older than they are. Here, there is no difference between a woman that is almost 60 or a 20-year-old. Both are free to wear jeans and trainers when it suits them, and that's okay, even if they dye their hair in the bright color. My manager says that he liked me in the pink hair. I told him it was purple, not pink. I'm too old now, so need to tone it down. The hair is purple. Vanda laughs hurriedly. I'm not surprised that she's being complimented on her appearance, but I can also see that it is not the fact that she impersonates a beauty myth, but that it might be the joyful, playful aspect of her appearance that attracts comments. Vanda indicates that in the UK, her colorful looks are being validated, approved of by a man, her manager, who makes, even if underhand, but still a compliment. The validation seems important to her, as it implies that she is still being noticed, in contrast to Poland, where she felt invisible, at least on the level of body image over 40. Of course, there is a second layer to the above statement. Although Wanda experiences living in the UK at one level as liberating, on another level, it could be argued that she is entangled in self-objectification and the male gaze. Wanda's case illustrates that the relationship between old age and fashion is complex, and as much as clothes could be viewed as a way of controlling aging bodies, they may also become a source of fun. In Wanda's case, the latter appears to be her drive. She clearly enjoys her colorful outfits. To her, these are means to break one of the main fears of becoming an older woman, invisibility. Indeed, her playful appearance is making her visible and is opening the eyes of others to notice and acknowledge her presence. Wanda's narrative also uncovers a further level of interplay between body, gender, and age in Poland. She alludes that women in middle age are confined to their homes, with their only social outlet becoming the church. Certain socially constructed gendered age norms appear closely connected with other identifications, especially religion as well as political views. Therefore, the inscriptions or markings of these mechanisms are then reflected on the body of the women and incorporated in certain pieces of clothing worn by older women. For example, the mohair beret. The aesthetic dimension of the mohair beret, which is a wool cap, denotes that it is cheap, fashion independent, or rather old-fashioned, I don't mean vintage, asexual, and therefore a characteristic of old age. Reflecting back on Wanda's narrative, it could be asserted that she is referring to this type of clothing, which makes Polish women on one level invisible, whilst at the same time denoting a symbol of right-wing religious devotion. However, Wanda, with her fashionable outfit, her bright-colored hair and extrovert personality, does not want to be marginalized to a religious devotee in a mohair beret. I would like to pick up on yet another aspect on Wanda's story, the economic exclusion of middle-aged women. For a woman over the age of 40 in Poland, particularly in small towns, there is not much chance for a professional career over the age of 40. Unless you have worked in a company all your life, then you can climb up the ladder. But otherwise, there is not much chance on the job market for a woman over 40. Now, employment rates for workers 50 plus in Poland are still one of the lowest in the EU, and the numbers among women are significantly lower than among men. What is more, although the overall number of women in employment is increasing, the situation presents itself differently when the age factor of women in employment is considered. On account of age, 50% of women in employment in Poland are of the millennium generation, with an average age of 28 years. Wanda, however, has moved to the UK, learned English, and trained as an activity coordinator. Thanks to her mobility, she was able to start a second career later in her life. Similarly to Wanda, other women writers stress not only the experience of exclusion from the job market, but also from social circus, as for example in Justyna Nowak's novel An Immigration Tale. To start everything all over in Poland at the age of 49? Embarrassing. Who'll employ me? How will I show my face to Robert? No one here bats an eyelid. I'm a fully fledged member of society here, and not some old hag whose pension must be paid for by the hard-working young. And in Poland, it's not the damn thing to even wear a shortish skirt. All you have waiting for you is a rocking chair and the chore of looking after your grandchildren. But me, I still want to live a little. So the protagonist here highlights that she has gained a level of freedom which she would not be able to attain in Poland, where she would be reduced to the role of a grandmother. The experience of older women in Poland is often marked by familization. They are often pushed into the family sphere and expected to take on the role of a caring grandmother, which particularly within the Polish context is an extension of family caring responsibilities that women are burdened with in the face of a lack of institutionalized childcare provision. But instead, Klara's aunt still wants to live a little. Living outside of Poland gives migrants personal freedom that they would not exercise in their place of origin, particularly women who might have felt oppressed in Poland due to their age and gender. They perceive the UK as tolerant and liberating and suggest that the migration experience offers them chances that would be unavailable to Poland. So the sense of freedom and feeling of liberation resonates also in Wanda's story, who indicates that in the UK she is free to make choices about her appearance, which would not have been tolerated in Poland. She also had a chance to pursue a second career later in life, which seemed unobtainable in Poland. It appears that to some degree, the mobility experience has allowed these women to negotiate negative societal stereotypes associated with age and the unwelcome changes in physical appearances. It also prevails that the expectation that Wanda is faced with, also demonstrated by Klara's aunt in Novak's novel, are reducing them to a certain role, a Catholic devotee, grandmother, confining their social interactions and imposing pressures about what spaces their bodies occupy and how they appear, and therefore are manifestations of the fact that women are aged by cultural concepts rather than aging itself. So the final question remaining is then, if the experience of migration offers a possibility for women to break a gendered pattern. Sara Ahmed implies that the action by which different bodies take up spaces they are not supposed to opens up moments that can break the chain of mere reproduction of facts and lead to surfacing of new qualities. Although bodies of older women are often relegated to the space of invisible, they are consistently removed from the public sphere. Examples presented in this presentation reveal the active role of women who decided to create new spaces for themselves. The experience of mobility has opened up alternative routes for these women as spaces of positivity where older women can discover an alternative I or escape social and economic exclusion and undesirable gender ideology in Poland. Finally, the narratives demonstrate that the mobility experience has an empowering and emancipatory potential for older women. By escaping marginalized position, by gaining a sense of individual achievement and creating a new and alternative life away from the limitations of Poland and watchful eyes of a society who would want those women to be invisible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edina. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, your wonderful ideas. Thank you that you told us about Olga Tokarczuk, because she is not only the Polish writer, she is also the Ukrainian writer. She was born in Ukraine, so yes. She is our honor too. So
yes, she is. So she is. Yes, very proud. Yes.
So nice to listen about Olga Tokarczuk. So, dear participants, do you have questions? Yes, we have a question. 1 second. I will invite Wilfred. Wilfred, can you hear me?
Hello, hello, Dr.
Hello.
Yes, it's not a question actually. It's a quick comment or a remark. I think that yes, I really enjoyed the erudite presentation, and if it is possible, would she consider maybe organizing such a talk for ladies in my country, Ghana, because body shaping has become a growing trend. And in just a few years ago, we had a lady who wanted to enhance her body, but at the end of the day, she lost her life. So I think that it's a good thing that maybe you get to conscientize our women that it's more or less a self-inflicting pain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wilfried. I'd love to. Yes, yes, please. Let's kind of try and get connected, and I'd love to. There is a lot more. I have a lot more within the PhD thesis on body or on embodied experiences and overall, and maybe we can work something out. I'd love to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, Sabina. And now I would like to invite George Amegabi from Australia. Are you here? I try to, yeah. Okay, so I would like to invite again George Amegabi, PhD candidate, Department of Geography from the University of Adelaide, Australia. And George Amegabi will tell us about women in politics. Very interesting and important topic. So you are welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me quickly share my screen.
Of course. I already allowed you to do it.
Please, is the screen shared?
Yes. But make it visible to everyone.
Okay. It appears I'm struggling to do that. It's not responding here. I don't know why.
Dr. Saurabh, can you help?
Yes, I would like to. Okay, please try sharing it again using the green button that is on the bottom of the Zoom. There's a share a screen option there. So please click on that. And yes, okay, now.
Now we can see.
Yes, we can see it now. Please go on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity and the conference. We find that corruption is a major canker. Corruption is a major canker in developing countries, and it's been a major problem for a lot of sub-Saharan African countries, and it is estimated that over 2.6 trillion is lost yearly as a result of corruption. And the funds lost as a result of corruption in developing regions like Africa are estimated at around 10 times the amount of official development assistance received by countries in this region. Even though there is a consensus on the detrimental effects of corruption and its impediment on socio-economic development, there is limited consensus on how to address corruption in these countries. So various scholars have proposed various means to mitigate corruption in various countries. However, we find that context appears to play a significant role in this drive. Consequently, in Africa, we observe that most positions are occupied by men. And over the years, arguments have been made as to why not promote women into leadership positions, given that men have presided over institutions for decades and corruption in these regions of Africa appears to be exacerbating. Therefore, this study aims to explore ways how women, let's say, improving the number of women in politics. If we allow more women in politics, what will be its influence on mitigating corruption in Africa? Previous studies have shown in different contexts that improving or increasing the number of women in politics has the potential or could mitigate corruption. However, others have also shown otherwise, arguing that it is not possible. That is not the case. So this study aims to explore these issues in sub-Saharan Africa to find out how relevant or what will be the effect of increasing women in politics in Africa, and more importantly, considering the institutional framework within which these women will be operating if they enter politics. So for us, the claim is that this claim is very critical for exacting explanations on the different levels of corruption and the role of women in politics and bureaucracy in Africa. The theoretical framework that underpins this study is the principal agent theory. And this theory has been used to examine the effect of monitoring and autonomy on the performance of governments over the years. Two concepts define this theory: goal conflict and information asymmetry. Goal conflict explores the role where state officials have a responsibility to promote the interest of citizens. So citizens offer a goal to state institutions where they are required to provide services to citizens. However, you see that human beings or state officials, being self-centered, self-interested beings, the chances of them promoting their self-interest is very high. And also information asymmetry, given the fact that these state officials or politicians are responsible for enforcing laws, for enforcing public programs or public policies, the information they have concerning a policy or a program is always better than citizens. And this sometimes creates these differences in information access. So this principal agent theory looks at the relationship between the principal, which has to do with the citizens, and the agent, state officials or politicians, given the mandate to ensure that the goals of the state are achieved or promoted. So in this context, in the context of the current study, we are looking at promoting women in politics as the agent. Here, the women become the agent here, and the principal are the citizens. We use data. I use data from the World Bank, Alisana et al., Freedom House, and the International Country Risk Guide to develop my model. And the dependent variable here is corruption from the World Bank, and the independent variables use women in politics from the World Bank, bureaucratic quality from the ICRG, press freedom from Freedom House, GDP per capita from the World Bank, and government size from World Bank, rule of law from the World Bank, and ethnic fractionalization from Alisana et al. Previous studies have shown that institutional frameworks are critical in defining how corruption is managed. In weak institutional environments, the chances of mitigating corruption is very low. Press freedom, access to information is very important in fighting corruption. How free the press is to operate and report the news is very important in their watchdog role to ensure that corruption is addressed. I use these variables as my independent variables. And using these variables, I developed a model where corruption is the dependent variable, and my other variables where I have the women in politics as my variable of interest, bureaucratic quality as another variable of interest, and then I included some covariates like press freedom, GDP per capita, government size, rule of law, and ethnic fractionalization, given that these factors are critical in corruption mitigation. Previous studies have used mean regression models like OLS, fixed effects, to run models to test this relationship. And you observe that these models, or the use of these conventional mean regression techniques, have a deficit because countries don't have the same level of corruption. Corruption across countries differ. So using mean regression to assume that countries have the same corruption level could be flawed. So given this gap in the literature, the current study used from 29 sub-Saharan African countries over the period 1984 to 2018, I use panel quantile regression technique, which estimates the effect, or which estimated the effect of women in politics and bureaucratic quality across the different distribution of corruption levels in Africa. If you look at corruption in Africa currently, the recent 2020 report shows that, from the Corruption Perception Index, shows that Seychelles and Botswana are the least corrupt countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, whereas we have countries like Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Uganda being some of the most corrupt countries. And given these differences in corruption levels, using the OLS regression technique might not present a comprehensive evidence of what really pertains when in our quest to mitigate corruption in Africa. The findings shows high level of heterogeneity in the effect of enhancing or increasing the number of women in politics. The results appears to show that the impact that will be felt if we increase the number of women in politics is negative and significant across the distribution. But notably, I find that increasing the number of women in politics appears to reduce corruption more in countries that are less corrupt than in countries that are more corrupt. So for instance, when we increase the number of women in politics, let's say a percentage increase in the number of women in politics, for instance, in a country like Seychelles or Botswana, could lead to a 0.12% reduction in corruption. However, looking at the same thing, when we move and look at in very high corrupt countries like Nigeria and Zimbabwe, a percentage increase in the number of women in politics could reduce corruption in these countries by 0.056%. So this result is demonstrating to us, or appears to demonstrate to us, that even though increasing the number of women in politics in Africa has the potential to mitigate corruption, the impact to a large extent will be dependent on the level of corruption in these countries. And we also find that within the environment, institutional environment, we find that bureaucratic quality, the level of bureaucracy in these African countries, has a positive and negative impact in countries with very low corruption, that is in the 10th and the 20th quintile, we find that bureaucratic quality has a reducing effect on corruption. However, it is insignificant. But as we move across the quintile towards the higher corrupt countries or the high corrupt countries, we find that the effect increases, which appears to suggest to us that currently the level of bureaucracy which explores, or which is how autonomous or independent state institutions are in enforcing policies, is not strong, appears not be strong enough to mitigate corruption in these countries. So you find that as we move towards the very highly corrupt countries, that is from, let's say, the 30th quintile, we find that the current level of bureaucracy or institutional environment appears to increase corruption. And we find the impact to be 0.0855. But as we move towards the 70th quintile, this impact increases and gets to as high as 192, and with a very high significant level. So this appears to suggest to us that the current level of institutional environment or bureaucratic quality in these countries is a problem. If not addressed, increasing the number of women in politics, even though can help, but will have challenges. So based on these findings, I propose some policy implications and then also my conclusions. The paper shows that the relationship between women and in politics, that is increasing the number of women in politics in Africa, and the current bureaucratic environment and corruption varies within countries depending on the level of corruption in these countries. The results signals that although increasing the number of women in politics in sub-Saharan African countries could help mitigate corruption, weak institutional structure could erode these gains. So this, in extension, this implies that if we increase the number of women in politics without addressing the institutional weaknesses, these issues will continue to prevail. And this negative effect of increasing the number of women in politics in sub-Saharan Africa on corruption could possibly be explained by the fact that in Africa, women are considered on a higher moral pedestal, given the fact that they are the people who usually keep the home and are expected to set good example. So possibly this means that given this moral high standard of women, promoting more women into politics has the potential to reduce corruption in Africa. And also, another plausible explanation for these results could be the fact that most women in Africa have been maligned for a very long time. So given the opportunity in politics and leadership position, they are more likely to prove women the social structures wrong and show to them that women are more capable and are better placed to do well and manage institutions better than men. The evidence presented here corroborates the argument and calls to increase the number of women in politics as one strategy for fighting corruption in Africa. However, this should be complemented by institutional reforms that aim at strengthening the autonomy and independence of national bureaucracies from political interference in Africa. Key in this direction will be the implementation of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which aims, among other things, to improve national bureaucracies and their level of autonomy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear George. Wonderful topic, wonderful results, and wonderful presentation in general. And I would like to tell you this topic is very important, not only for Africa, but for Ukraine and also for other countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And traditional, my student Wilfred would like to ask you something.
All right.
Wilfred?
Hello. Yes, hello. Please, let me take you back home to Ghana. Within the last 4 years, we've had 2 women become members of parliament after the sudden demise of their husbands while they were in office. The question is, do you think this is a step in the right direction? If yes, how do we make it more feasible? Then the last question, to increase women participation in political leadership. The 2 of us know that the highest office at whose behest someone becomes president is the Electoral Commission. We've had 2 women occupy that office, but then their position have been greeted with lots of criticisms where people say that, oh, they are in sync with the government or the appointing authority. Do you think this is in good taste? And how do we disabuse the minds of people in this direction? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wilfred. And a quick one for you to know that I'm also from Ghana. So I am very much aware of the issues happening back home. Now back to your question of the first one, which has to do with promoting 2 women to take up their slot when after the demise of their respective husbands. I think that in itself is some form of affirmative action on the part of the government to promote women in politics. That said, I think we can do more, because you observe that the affirmative action policy in our country, or Ghana to be specific, in theory, even though it's stipulated how to promote women into leadership position, the political will to do that has been absent. So to promote the interest of women and get more women into politics, I think we need to fight for more political will. That is the only way we can get to that level where we'll have more women in our political arena. So promoting those 2 women into politics is not a bad thing in itself. It's actually a good thing to show to other women that it is possible you can get there. On the second issue about Gill, the electoral commissioner, I think this is a classical issue of political interference in state institutions that are supposed to be autonomous and independent. When we have political interference and we have institutions that the head is appointed by the president, these are some of the things that we are most likely to experience. And it appears that in Ghana currently, politics has permeated every facet of our institutional framework, and every institution has become political, and our electoral commission appears to be so. So I think the only way we can address this issue is to first, make sure delineate our institutions, for instance, the electoral commission, from political interference. But if you are not able to achieve that, it becomes a problem, because our constitution mandates the president to appoint the electoral commission in consultation with other state officials. However, it appears in practice, what the constitution says is not what happens. And that is what has led to this situation. So until we are able to address the political interference in our state institutions, these issues will continue to persist. And Jimensa was doing great, but until this political interference, things appears to be in a mess. But I still think there are examples elsewhere which has proven that women can equally do better given the opportunity. And this issue with Jimensa also gives evidence to the positive relationship my model shows with corruption between bureaucratic bureaucratic quality and corruption in Africa. Assuming our level of bureaucracy was so developed, I think the model wouldn't be showing this. So these are some of the things on to improve bureaucratic quality in our state. Promoting women into politics, even though could help, the deficiencies of our weak institutions would defeat that purpose. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, exactly. But I want to do a quick follow-up. Yeah, so talking about insulating these institutions against political interference, if we want to cite the examples of the Auditor General and then the Office of the Special Prosecutor, doesn't it appear that we are rather emboldening individuals as against building stronger institutions to fight against corruption?
Yes, I agree with you. And you observe that as citizens, we have a responsibility to play. But you observe that currently in our country, politics has permeated every facet of the society to the extent that it's either you belong to one party, Party A, or Party B, that NPP or NDC. So now people are not looking at issues from an objective lens. They are looking at issues from a political lens. So even if the president, like using the Auditor General's case, what is happening with him clearly demonstrates the lack of will on our political leaders to fight corruption. So these are issues that I think as the citizens, we have to stand and speak against these things, put pressure on our leaders so that people who stand to fight corruption, like the Auditor General, can be protected from such politicians.
Thank you very much, sir.
And now, Professor Prabhat, sir, please ask your question.
Thank you for your presentation. While summing up your presentation, you have mentioned that there is need for strengthening institutional arrangements to protect civil service from political interference. I would like to know from you what kind of safeguards are there in your constitution to ensure independence of the bureaucracy, to ensure independence of the bureaucracy in terms of bringing down the interference of politicians in the administrative affairs.
Okay. So, and please, did you say in my country or in sub-Saharan Africa?
I'm talking about your country.
Oh, okay. So the study wasn't specifically about my country. I looked at using panel data. So I looked at quite a number of 29 sub-Saharan Africans, but I can still address the issue with for instance, in our constitution, I think chapter 24, which is the directive principle of state policy, mentions some of these things. That one of the key things it mentions has to do when it comes to recruitment. And one of the things that has to do with recruitment is it should be based on merit, so meritocracy. However, we've seen over the years that that has not been enforced, where it has to do with who knows you or who you know. And so if we are able to ensure that we base some of these issues on meritocracy, it will help address that. That is the first point. And also, another point that has also been a major issue has been the use of resource allocation and distribution to weaken state institutions that try to fight corruption. And so when they use that, now the state institutions are put in a very difficult position because they're becoming ineffective due to the lack of resources. And then the politicians use that opportunity to manipulate these state institutions. So another thing we can do is, if we are able to resource state institutions and put pressure on politicians to allocate resources to state institutions to be able to execute their mandate, I think this interference in state institutions can also be addressed. So these are some of the things that has been very problematic in addressing political interference in state institutions over the years in my country.
But in most of the developing countries, there has emerged what can be called a sort of unholy nexus between politicians and the bureaucracy, which lead to finally corruption. I'm sure you will be experiencing that kind of cases in your country. Unholy nexus between the politicians and the bureaucracy, promoting corruption.
Yes, yes, I agree. The problem has always been, you see, the constitution mandates state officials to be apolitical. But these days, we've seen instances where senior civil servants are engaging in politics. And even though the constitution mandates that before you engage in politics, one of the first things you need to do is to resign. But we've had instances in my country where senior state officials haven't resigned. They go into politics and stand for positions. When they don't win, then they go back to their position. And all because the issue has been with the connectedness. And comparing the issue in my country to, let's say, a state, I'm currently in Australia, for instance, where I've been studying the Australian system for some time now. You observe something. The Australian system is, even though you can see some, but it's very, very autonomous compared to my country. And political interference here is quite limited. And one major challenge with a lot of issues, problems with political in my country is that use of transfer. So if these politicians ask you to do something as a civil servant and you refuse, they transfer you to a place you won't like, and as a form of punishment. And these are things that we have to find a way to insulate civil servants from, so that when politicians ask them to do something which is against promoting the interest of the state, they can say no. So I hope we can make our institutions more autonomous and not depend so much on politicians, but ensure that politicians do what they are required to do. And if they don't do, there should be a mechanism that can punish them. And if we're able to achieve that system, that is the only way we can address some of these interferences and address corruption in my country and in other parts of Africa.
Okay, George, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have a small query that you said that in the conclusion part, in your suggestion part, that constitutional reforms would be one of the measures for the solution of the problems. But what I have learned from your presentation is that it is very difficult to implement what are the provisions of the Constitution. So if there is a problem of implementation, how these constitutional reforms are going to solve the issues?
One of the issues has to do with, you see, we have this peer review mechanism in Africa. And the peer review mechanisms aims to review institutional reforms across African countries. So through this mechanism, other state officials or international organizations can put pressure. Donor agencies can put pressure on our governments to do what is right, because on paper, even though the constitution says this, they are not doing it. Most African leaders are not doing it. So if donor agencies that support African budgets or the budgets in Africa can put pressure on them, it is one way that we can put or bring them back in line and achieve some of these reforms and requirements in our laws and policies.
Thank you. So you want to suggest that there should be external reforms because there is no possibility of internal reforms?
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Dear George, thank you very much. I also have a question to you. I would like to ask you why you choose this topic. So interesting and so so important topic.
Yeah, I belong to the feminist school of thought that given similar or same opportunities, women can do better. And there are instances across the world that have shown that women can do better. Giving an example like Angela Merkel in Germany, she's done tremendously well for Germany over the years that she's been in leadership positions. So I don't understand. I believe if there is a system in place that is not working, you change it. For decades, we've had men lead Africa, and it appears we are running and chasing our tail in our quest for development. We are going nowhere. So why don't we change and give women the opportunity as well and see where the women can drive the continent? So if we're able to give these women the opportunity, push more women in there, I think if given that, we can make a headway and see what the women can do, because the men have done it and we are not seeing anything. So why not try the women? So that is the quest or the drive behind this study.
George, can you give some example in which the women have raised their voice and they have asked for the rights in your country?
Yes,
or they have raised
there is.
some...
Yes, there is. There is even currently one woman, Afrouz, who is an MP, and she has really fought. She's always raised her voice and made the claim. She's doing very well. She's done great over the years. And our former Chief Justice, Theodora Georgina Wood, is another example who came in and did tremendously well in her position. And also, there is a university, one of our topmost universities in our country called the Cape Coast University. They had a first vice chancellor who is a woman. And people are attested to the fact that she came in and did tremendously well. So if we've had these people in various facets of our society coming in and doing so well, and we've had instances of women from my country who have gone to international stages and have done tremendously well. So why don't we give them the opportunity back home and see what they can offer us? Because if we develop, it's to the benefit of the whole continent, and we all stand to gain. So that is the argument underlining my study.
Wonderful, excellent. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, your ideas, your answers, for everything. Thank you.
Thank you too for having me. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce you our next presenters. Dr. Vipin Kumar Mishra, the Superintendent of Police from Uttar Pradesh, India, and also Ananya Mishra, law student from Amity Law School, Lucknow campus, Uttar Pradesh, India. They will tell us about very interesting and very important, extremely important topic about child trafficking. So, dear presenters, I would like to invite you. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yes, of course. Please continue.
So I will present my topic, which is child trafficking initiatives of intervention. So basically, my abstract says that child trafficking, it is one of the most prevalent and most hideous forms of human trafficking that exist. And it is very widespread in the developing countries like India. So it is because child trafficking incidents correlate positively with factors like lack of education and awareness, unemployment, lack of adequate family support, and unhealthy family environment, and all of which are major issues for developing countries like India, due to which their economic condition deteriorates and situations like child trafficking emerges. So this research paper basically covers two major pillars of child trafficking, which is child marriage, specifically girl elopement, and child labor, which is the context of 4 districts popularly known as the Devi Patan Commissionerate in Uttar Pradesh, one of India's most populous as well as most least literate states. This study lays down a novel approach for the tackling of child trafficking and involves utilizing the synergies that can be created through collaboration between stakeholders of the criminal justice system, the civil society, and a host of non-government organizations that are contributing in this domain. So I would like to give a brief introduction to all the 3 aspects that I am going to talk about. So the history of child trafficking in India basically was prevalent since the ancient India, when the concept of Devdasi was very infamous, I would say. It conceptualized child marriage as a service to a deity. And in the veil of all of that, it promoted child labor as well as trafficking. So child trafficking is basically institutionalized in the country, particularly in regions through specific practices, like I said, in Devdasi and then Begar, Haram Pratha, and they demonstrate how it leads directly to child trafficking and labor. Then there are, I would like to talk about the prohibitive legislations in India that are in place to curb these practices. The Indian Constitution has prohibited trafficking among human beings or person under its Article 23(1), and various other acts have been introduced by the government that are to put an end to this practice, like the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, which gives us a concise, basically it gives a concise explanation to how we can curb child trafficking in persons and for the trafficking that happens for commercial sexual exploitation. And then there is also the section 370 of the Indian Penal Code that has been encoded, and in the section 370 and 370A of the IPC, it provides with extensive measures that can be used to tackle the menace of child trafficking, human trafficking, which includes the areas of exploitation like physical exploitation or any other form of sexual exploitation, servitude, slavery, or any forced labor or removal of organs that goes on in India on a very large scale. I would now like to hand over the PPT to my co-author, Mr. Vipin Mishra, and he will take you through the rest of the PPT.
Thank you, Ananya. A very warm welcome to esteemed academicians from world around. I'm delighted and grateful to be the part of this August World Conference on Migration and Gender Issues by prestigious Alfred Nobel University. The present study is based on doctrinal and empirical methods used, particularly on case studies and field surveys done during my job assignments in different districts. Particularly, I'm posted as Superintendent of Police in Devi Patan range in one of its districts, Bahraich. And the study is based on its 4 districts that consist of Devi Patan Commissionerate, that is Gonda, Bahraich, Shravasti, and one is next slide. First of all, I will cover the child marriage aspect. Legally, the child marriage age is 18 years, but the study witnessed the whole Devi Patan range. The marriage is ceremonialized between 11 to 18 years, which is an invalid marriage. And it is also related with elopement practices. A very dirty practice is ceremonialized during the festive season of Akshaya. It is the season of March and April, where the minor girls are almost sold or forced to child marriage by their parents, by their relatives, just to waive off their liability of their grooming and making them dependent to other families and forcing them to a vicious cycle of exploitation on their body, on their mental trauma, and etc. Next. Just in this graph, we can witness the 4 districts, Gonda, Bahraich, Shravasti, and Balrampur. Perusal of this chart will show that 48.6% child marriage has been sermonized in Gonda, 40.9% in Bahraich, 67.9% in Sravasti district, and 41.5% in Balrampur. The age group of women who were sampled for this study were 20 to 24 years of age, when at the time of their marriage, they were below 18 years. In this figure, we also analyzed that in Gonda, 5.5% of women were already pregnant. In Bahraich, 9.9% were pregnant. In Sravasti, 7% were pregnant. And in Balrampur, 6.3% were pregnant. Next slide, please. Likewise, the interrelated problem is girl elopement also. In every month, the quoted data of elopement is 400 to 600 girls that fall prey to this activity. Girls elope with their paramours, with their boyfriends, in lieu of some promise of good life, or promise of a marriage, or promise of a urban exposure. That is why the elopement practice is very much rampant in this whole Devi Patan commissionerate. False promises of good life, which sounds pleasing to persons belonging to impoverished households, changes among teens divert minds of naive girls to take on this measure, which seems lucrative, but ultimately they fall to sexual exploitation, followed by many other abusive and miserable endings. The elopement data that I have fetched from the National Crime Record Bureau, Indian National Crime Record Bureau, in Devi Patan Commissionerate, we see that Gonda witnessed in 2017 182 girls elopement cases, in 2018 139 elopement cases, and in 2019 152 elopement cases. Likewise, Balrampur in 2017 31 cases of elopement were registered, while in 2018 21 cases were registered, and in 2019 35 cases were registered. In Bahraich, just you see the number is quite high and alarming. In 2017, the number is 209. In 2018, the number is 227. And in 2019, the number is 246. And in Sravasti village also, in 2017, 48 marriages were sermonized. In 2018, 52 marriages were sermonized. Next slide, please. This now, the second aspect that is of great concern is child labor. The study observes that children of this region get often involved in child labor and beggary, increasing their vulnerability, and they become victims of bonded labor, child trafficking, drug smuggling, organ transplant, and other like exploitations. The meanness of child labor hinders the growth of a child in numerous ways, including physical and mental trauma, and they become a liability on society as a whole. Next slide, please. Before coming to the conclusion of this presentation, I would like also to share some good practices that were introduced to address the issue of child marriage. For a sample study in Bayreuth, it was started with the involving all the stakeholders of criminal justice system, the NGOs and the academia, including the media also. That during festive seasons, we organized local outreach through police stations. For example, in Bayreuth, there are 23 police stations, and on each police stations, there are 70 to 80 villages. They are headed by a local officer that is called Gram Pradhan. We approached the Gram Pradhan, and through him, a meeting was held at a local police station, and local Gram Pradhan, including the beat constable and the village chowkidar, were given the assignments to inform the police if any of child marriage occurs or is being ceremonized in their village. They only should tell the or inform the local police station, or even if due to any reason, if they are unable to inform the local police station, they simply call the helpline number that is in vogue in Uttar Pradesh, calling by 112. This helpline number records every grievance of every victim, and then accordingly he pushes the police station, nearing police station to that spot, and the problem of the victim is resolved according to legal norms. The practice that we organized, that we started, sorry, proved very much result oriented, because during the festive season of child marriage, that is called Akshaya Tritiya, we witnessed that in every village, this meeting was organized at police station, and the outcomes and the lessons of this meeting were very broadly broadcasted to village men by the Gram Pradhan, the Chowkidar, and the local police beat constable also. That is why the village men who were in practice or who were in who were just to organize the child marriage of their daughter were refrained from organizing the event in that festive season. A UNICEF study that is reported to Indian government also and the Uttar Pradesh government also revealed that the Akshaya Tritiya season, which was the highest and peak season of child marriage in Devi Patan Commissionerate, witnessed 0 child marriage occasions. That was a matter of great achievement, and UNICEF just quoted the Bayreuth Police Initiative as a model practice that should be organized or that should be practiced by other police stations also, where the practice of child marriage is very much in vogue, and government, particularly the Uttar Pradesh government, appreciated the initiative taken by Bayreuth Police from their letter, and also they commended the initiative of addressing a social issue by a police servant. And likewise, the issue of child labor was also addressed by police intervention in a very successful manner, particularly in Bahraich districts. The synergy created by involving different members of criminal justice system, the NGO and other members, the CWC, Child Welfare Committee members, the JJB board members, proved to be very much fruitful. And the issues of child labor were first time addressed in such a way that in whole Bahraich district, including the Devi Patan Commissionerate, Section 370 Indian Penal Code, which defines the trafficking, first time the cases of child labor were registered in these sections, and the perpetrators and the employers of child labor were booked under these sections. The 370 is non-bailable, and the award of punishment is 10 years. The bail provisions are very harsh, so it is very much difficult for the perpetrator to get relief from the clutches of this section. This practice was also very much applauded by UNICEF, and a commissionary-wise workshop was organized by UNICEF under my host by inviting all the superintendent of police and other members of criminal justice system to just adopt this practice of child labor exploitation and child marriage exploitation. Through these initiatives, only by implementing the 370 section of Indian Penal Code, we could succeed in a very much way to get a result-oriented end of this crime. And now we have witnessed that right from 2020, the practicing of child marriage, including the child labor, is falling in counts, and that is a matter of great satisfaction and achievement to the members of criminal justice system and the government of Uttar Pradesh also. So just to conclude my presentation, the 4 observations that were need to be mentioned here, that a synergy of novel practice by NGOs, civil societies, and other stakeholders of criminal justice system can make a valuable end result in addressing the issue of child trafficking. It was also observed during the research that the essential part of trafficking cases was not only, but also the rehabilitation of those victimized. So it should be of prime importance since it is almost absent at the ground level. The targeted group of child trafficking should be mapped pocket-wise, urban and rural areas, focusing to counsel them to restrain their family size so that big number in a family could be saved from being victim to the trafficking. Skill development and entrepreneurship should be made part of rehabilitation programs in order to address the force of unwanted domestic and international migration. Next slide. This was all that was related with the presentation, and thank you. If any questions from the participants, you are most welcome, please.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Kumar Mishra. Thank you very much. Your topic was really extremely important for our conference. Thank you. And I would like to ask our participants. Do you have questions? Dear participants?
Thank you for your very important presentation.
Absolutely.
I was wondering that is this child trafficking, is it occurring within the country or is it also international in its nature?
No, you see that the Devi Patan Commissionerate actually, except Gonda, the 3 districts, namely the Bahraich and the Balrampur and Sravasti, they are adjacent to Indo-Nepal border. The Nepal is adjacent area where people from India are in practice to go to Nepal, and people from Nepal are in practice to India for the search of job opportunities, and and in the search of job they often fall prey to these practices, these malpractices, and everyone who is wanting a promise of good life or promise of a good job is a vulnerable fellow, and he almost fall prey to these practices.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And dear participants, I would like to propose you to have the 10 minutes break, a short break. Yes?
Professor Datta would like to ask something. Yes, Professor Datta, please.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. You have mentioned at the concluding part of your presentation that there is need for creating a sort of synergy, and you are absolutely true as far as my understanding and knowledge goes, that sort of synergy is very badly required to deal with the situation. But I believe that in a village, that sort of synergy can be created if the panchayat institutions are very active. I would like to know from you if you have any data from your research that the village pradhan has taken initiative in creating that kind of energy. Question 1. Next question is there any difference between the situations in a panchayat where the women are heading and where the women are not heading?
Sir, truly speaking, the panchayat, gram panchayat, in every gram panchayat, the gram pradhan is elected by the villagers on their mandates. He will not go against their wishes. But if we implement and if we show the law, what is in practice, what is being in practice, and what the law should be, then the pradhan is being an official government servant is bound to obey the legal provisions. We use the local pradhan only to disseminate what is the law and what are the results of not following the law. That is why, in the fear of punishment, the gram pradhan and the family which is who is organizing this child marriage avoid sermonizing these issues.
But what about this synergy being supposed to be brought about by the panchayat?
Sir, synergy may be. The criminal justice, there are gram pradhan, he is also part of this criminal justice system. The village chowkidar is also a part of the criminal justice system. Even the beat constable is also a part of criminal justice system. And in every village, there are people who are law-abiding, who are well-wishers of good practices. They may be asked to join this synergy, and the media also. If we if we initiate a clear-cut practice of diminishing the foul practices, then we can succeed.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everybody. And I would like to maybe more questions. No questions, yes? In this case, dear participants, I would like to propose you to have the 10 minutes break for our refreshment. And dear participants, I would like to ask you to remember about 15 minutes for your speech and presentations, please. Thank you very much. 10 minutes.
Да ладно, что это я брошенная?
Okay, dear participants, let's continue. And now I would like to introduce to you, it's my privilege and honor to introduce to you Dr. Evgenia Makazan, Associate Professor from the Department of Business Administration and Management of the Foreign Economic Activity from Zaporozhye National University, Ukraine. She will tell us about the problems of gender inequality in Ukraine. So, dear Dr. Evgenia Makazan, the floor is yours. Can you hear us?
Excuse me, do you listen to me?
Yes, yes, everything is fine.
Thank you very much. First of all, I congratulate you with this great event, with this with this great event. And I wish all of us health and happiness. As to my topic, problems of gender inequality in Ukraine, I want to say that in recent years, the concept of gender and discrimination, glass ceiling, and gender equality have been heard more and more often. The question of a woman in society has been raised since ancient times and is relevant to this day. Its position, like its right, has undergone change throughout the history of mankind. In Ukraine, excuse me, Шо, меня не слышно, не видно и...
Okay, we can see.
In Ukraine, women won the right to vote, the right to education and property, but essentially remained under the control and subordination of men. According to our previous studies, entire industrials in the Ukrainian economy have developed according to the gender principle. Light industry, medicine, education, social services, and predominantly female category. The list of the most low-paid and psycho-costly profession includes kindergarten teachers, nurses, dispatcher, etc. And almost men do not go to work in schools and secondary educational institutions. Men in Ukraine have shifted all responsibility for raising children to women, both in families and in secondary schools. As for higher education, institutes, there is also a bias. According to our research, about 70% of women work as teachers, including 90% of candidates of science, doctors and professors, while the management team, rector and vice-rector traditionally remain in male position. In Ukraine, there is still a problem related to discriminatory treatment of women by employers, and this leads to the fact that the gap in wages between men and women is up to 25%. Despite the fact that in Ukraine there are almost 3 million more women than men, nevertheless, the higher the position is, a woman has the less chances to get it. There are about 10% of women ministers and deputy ministers in the civil service, but about 75% of specialists. Fair representation of women in government and politics is an ideal that all countries of the world aspire to. Women make up more than 50% of the world's population, but they are underrepresented in political and elected leadership positions. One of the indicators of feminization of countries used by UNO is the proportion of women in parliament. In this case, it is not the level of the country's industrial development that plays a role, but the level of political culture, reflection, and the principle of equal participation of men and women in politics. According to the Constitution, to the Constitution of Ukraine, equality of rights of women and men is issued in particular by the provision of equal opportunities in social and political activities. At the same time, according to the report of the World Economic Forum 2020, Ukraine ranks 59th place in the rating of gender equality and in the field of political opportunities for women for 83rd place. The Ukrainian parliament is still far from gender balance. If in the first convocation there were only 2.5% of women, then in the convocation of 2020 it's 20.6%. Having considered the gender imbalance in parliament, we analyzed and the causes of gender inequality in the political governance of Ukraine, which significantly affect the number of women in government. It's imperfection of the performance system, an executive system that under any power remains corrupt, disinterested, irresponsible. The weakness of state leaders. State leaders put personal interests first, which in turn provoke subordination to copy leaders. The lack of competence of government officials and people's deputies. Pre-election promises to the people that are not fulfilled after the elections. There is no legal basis and mechanism for increasing the proportion of women in the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government, as well as in other spheres of government. Conservative attitude towards women, their role in modern society and protects of rights, a ban on professional political activity from the side of the family, a lack of sufficient financial resources of women. A law was introduced on a mandatory gender quota by Ukraine Parliament in 2020 and responsible for non-compliance. The gender balance stipulates that the electoral list of parties must contain at least 40% of representatives of the same sex in each top 5 of the list. The principle of the 5 candidates to women but must be observed. However, the analysis shows that achieving gender equality doesn't require only changes in laws. Laws must be conscious implemented in practice, which requires persistent political will, sustained efforts of the part of women and men, and changes in entrenched cultural norms and attitudes. Ultimately, laws are only tools that empower women and encourage governments around the world to guarantee the full and equal participation of women in economic life. Everything else is ensured by the constant participation of the entire civil society in this process. Having analyzed the considered a number of problems, we propose methods for solving gender problems in Ukraine, namely, to adapt the legislation of Ukraine to the legislation of the European Union on the implementation of the gender policy of ensuring gender equality in society, to organize scientific and experimental research on the issues of ensuring equal rights and opportunities for women, to monitor the development and statistical reviews of women's entrepreneurship and business, as well as the influence of women on government, to involve citizens, associations, and international public organizations in all process of gender policy, to develop state legal mechanism on issues of ensuring and opportunities, equal rights of women and men. The increase in the number of women in government is considered an unmistakable sign of progress and the development of democratic principles. However, in our opinion, the efficiency of the work of one or another body will not be increased or decreased due to a change in the number or even the presence of women hearing. An important fact will be how legally a particular candidate was elected, regardless of gender, race, appearance. From that, it will be the truth, the opinion that on exceptionally literate women can act in the form of an advisor and assistant to the president, a governor, a commander-in-chief, or a leader. Meanwhile, the presence of women in politics does not in any way promote the idea of gender balance in business. Research has shown that there has been no tangible shift from women's political leadership in parliaments and governments to business leadership. This is because women, in one way or another, are more inclined to surrender to emotion. They have a stronger sense of self-preservation, and the one who is in change should have a thorough and cold-blooded logic and prudence in making decisions. Recently, in most developing countries, there has been an active conquest by women of active position in business and politics. According to the forecast of researchers and analysts, women will occupy a larger share in the structure of employment than men. Their number will also increase among political leaders, managers, directors of large, medium, and small firms and organizations. Now, more and more women active development of these areas of social life in absurd. Despite such optimistic forecasts regarding female employment, gender problems in Ukraine remain relevant. Thanks for attention.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Eugenia Makazan. Thank you for your wonderful and very important research in general. So thank you. And
Oksana, I so busy today. My student wait me. That's why I propose all questions and all proposed
comments, maybe, yes?
Yes. To write to me questions, propose comment to my email address. It's address on this site. I propose it.
Thank you very much.
I answer with great pleasure. I will answer with great pleasure.
Thank you very much again, dear Dr. Eugenia Makazan. Thank you very much and have a good day with your students. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Dr. Reena Kumari, assistant professor from the Girls College from India. And Dr. Reena Kumari will tell us about extremely important topic. She will tell us about women empowerment. So the presentation will be talk of women empowerment. So, Dr. Reena, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
We can see you, but not your presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I am ready for presentation. My voice is audible or not?
Please share it with us. I allowed you to do it.
Dr. Reena, would you like to present through a PPT or would you speak?
Sir, I am ready through both PPT and I would speak.
So
PPT is before me.
Okay, if you want to share your PPT, please click on the share button on the toolbar on the bottom of your Zoom screen. And please
sir,
share your
actually
PPT.
it is on, my PPT presentation is on my laptop and I don't know how I share it.
Okay, you speak, please.
Yes, sir.
Please
First of
continue,
all,
please. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thanks a lot for giving me opportunity. My topic of research paper talk of women empowerment, and I have divided my paper into 3 parts. First of all, I'm covering on introductory parts. Males or females are 2 types of individuals who are differentiated within one species for the purpose of reproduction. They can be defined correlatively, although the very meaning of division of the species into 2 sexes is not clear because it does not occur universally in nature. Evolution has not operated only in the case of the physical aspects of mankind, but also in human social life. A human being is a naturally given thing, but social life, although it is rooted in the biopsychic nature of man, does not remain tied down to the organic psychic level, which is out to attain a new level, the social level. That is primitive or modern, rural or urban, communistic or capitalistic. It also does not decide that particular type of food that should not be eaten in particular, nor does it decide what dress we are to wear, nor even how many times we may marry, how we may approach the supernatural, and so on. Therefore, it is apparent that a society given system, like the solar system or structure of an atom, a system of social relationship. These social relations are products of history and they are held together by moral values, not natural forces. Therefore, society is a social and moral system.
Dr. Reena, we can see your face. We can see your face.
Yes.
We can.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
We cannot.
Ma'am, my voice is not audible. Hello. My voice is audible or not audible?
Yes, we can hear you. You just continue with the presentation. We can hear you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. But problems creates when both sexes are presented in contradictory aspects, conventionally and in society. For example, the division of the sexes, as we know, is a biological given, but the peculiar situation arises when this duality is expressed in conflictual terms, like the old male is, like the word male is symbolic of strength, courage, truthfulness, and so on. And the term female is used pejoratively, not because it roots women in nature, but it confines her in her sex, and this sex, even in an innocent animal, seems despicable. She is called argumentative. It is claimed that she does not have any ethical values, any deliberative or critical thinking to judge either of truth or accuracy. She is considered hypocritic as far as ethical values are concerned, and selfish, so on. It is not only one civilization which is responsible for treating women as subhuman beings. More or less, all civilizations justify her subordination to men. I am giving examples from various sectors, like Pythagoras said, there is a good principle that created order, light, and men, and that principle that created chaos, darkness, and women. And then Aristotle's ideas similar like this. He says women is merely matter, and the principle of movement which is male in all living beings is better and more divine. The laws of Solon confers no right on her. Like this, the Roman code puts her in guardianship and proclaims her imbecility. Canon law also considers her the devil's gateway. The same thing is expressed in the holy book of Muslims, like Quran treats her with the most absolute contempt. Then we come the laws of Manu. The laws of Manu define her as a wild being to be held in slavery. Superiority of man is forcefully expressed here. He says, whatever be the quality of the man with whom a woman is united according to the laws such as qualities, even she assumes like a river united with the ocean, and she is admitted after that to the same celestial paradise. This type of thinking is also expressed by Saint Paul, who affirms, the man is not of the women, but the women for the men. And neither was man created for the women, but the women for the men. And elsewhere he says, husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church. Like Saint Paul, Saint Ambrose also says, Adam was led to sin by Eve, and not Eve by Adam. Then it is right, and just that he whom she led into sin, she shall receive a master, whom is thus deemed to evil. This word is used for women. And then this trend is reflected in the rest of her history till the present age. She is still subordinated to men's will in various spheres. And if this scenario is to be continued, then what is the meaning of talk of women empowerment? As Melinda Gates writes, when social norms help everyone, they have natural sport because they are in people's self-interest.
Dr. Ina, can you hear us?
Now I am come my second part of the paper, which is concerned with the manipulation of women in the name of sanctity of marriage and motherhood. How she is manipulated. If women like men is just only a human being, then why she is not considered to fit live together as equals? For example, why her life becomes just after marriage? No doubt, marriage and family are outcome of the psychical social drives of men and women. There could be no preservation of the species and culture without this institution. Therefore, a search for the emancipation of women without this institution is not likely to lead us to any important conclusions which can be arrived at. But problems rises when the reproductive and domestic role to which women is confined has not guaranteed her an equal dignity. As Simone de Beauvoir writes, the paradox of marriage is that it brings into play an erotic function as well as social one. This ambivalence is reflected in the figure the husband presents to the young wife. He is demigod, endowed with virile prestige and destined to replace her father, just like a protector, overseer, tutor, guide, and the wife has to thrive in his shadow. He is the holder of values, the guarantor of truth, and she is ethical justification of the couple. But she is also a male with whom she must share an experience which is considered shameful, bizarre, disgusting, or upsetting. In any case, contingent. He invites his wife to wallow with him in bestiality while directing her with a strong hand towards the ideal. Then J.S. Mill presents a pathetic aspect of married life. He says her consideration is inseparably connected with that of her husband, and after paying the full price for it, she finds that she is to lose it. For no reason of which she can feel the cogency. She has sacrificed her life to it, and her husband will not sacrifice to it a whim, a freak, an eccentricity, something not recognized or allowed for by the world, and which the world still agree with her in thinking only if it thinks no worse. These ideas are expressed by J.S. Mill in his book, The Subjection of the Women. I think now it is not the need of hour to treat women as a sympathetic creature. Voice must be raised in every sphere where wall of false hierarchy are created artificially in the name of sound culture. If women are treated just like an object, then it is nothing else but an abusive culture. In this concern, one of the biggest dilemma is projected by self-appointed leaders and groups in the name of protection of cultural values, particularly in developing countries. Even some developed societies are facing this same kind of dilemma because of rediscovery of religious myths. Is it appropriate to defend unreasonable values in the name of value pluralism on humankind? What is to be now? I am coming my last section of the paper, and it is concerned with how women can be, how this scenario can be changed so that the talk of human empowerment makes redundant. It is right, biological necessity is not sufficient to define a person's identity. One sees the human significance of work not merely as the means of biological survival, but as the giver of self and the transcender of self, as the creator of human identity and human evolution. Human as well as men find their identity in work that uses their full.
Dr. Rina.
Yes, ma'am.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, ma'am.
And please remember about time, 15 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I will conclude my paper within 5 minutes. Just don't give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. There are various examples. Social system is adjusted on equal plane for men and women in every sphere of life. The role of women is, in this concern, the role of women is more important. She herself should take initiative by leaving the margins, and she should take her place not above men or below men, but besides men at the powerful center of state and society. There may be plenty of resistance, but sea change in the patriarchal value system of society won't be possible through power struggle because it is based on exclusion. If the abusive state of culture is to be transformed, then it can be possible only where everyone recognizes his role as inclusive member of this large process. There should be no dividing line between public and private virtue. Mary Wollstonecraft, I think I should quote Mary Wollstonecraft's ideas, very interesting. Public spirit must be nurtured by private virtue, or it will resemble the factitious sentiment which makes women careful to preserve their reputation and men their honor. A sentiment that often exists unspotted by virtue or unspotted by that sublime morality, which makes the habitual breach of one's duty a breach of the whole moral law. From her an unremitting descent of the when it is used over others for the mischievous management of their life.
Dr. Rina, please conclude. Please conclude.
I won't conclude in lines. Only 3 and 4. Just only 2 minutes. 2 minutes. There are empirical studies which have proved that she has an extraordinary resilient power, even in tackling most difficult situations. There is need to treat her not as an object of charity, but a subject of verity, capable of exercising her genuine free will. If equality is established in married relationship, if it is established in upbringing of girls and boys alike, if it is established in all spheres, religious rituals, if it is established in all economic political spheres, then I think there is no need to talk of women empowerment, because it is not concerned with battle of two sexes. Thanks a lot, sir, Dr. Saurabh, Mr. Sabraji, and Madam Oksana. Thanks a lot for giving me that. And I beg my pardon because my pronunciation was not so right. I beg pardon for this. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rina Kumari. Dear participants, do you have questions? Okay, in this case, I would like to invite Professor Preeti Pohekar, head of the Department of Public Administration from India, and we will speak about very important topic concerning marriage of physically challenged women, about their status and issues. So, dear Professor Preeti Pohekar, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Please remember about 15 minutes. Please remember.
Yes, okay? Yes, sure. Yes, sure. Thank you. I thank to the organizers to giving me an opportunity to present and to paint down my views on a very sensitive issue, and that is marriage of physically challenged women, status and issues. You know, nearly 15% of world population live with some type of disability. Due to natural and man-made disasters, disability amount is increasing day by day. According to the World Bank report 2019, there are more than 2 billion disabled persons throughout the world, and in India, 2.21% people have some type of disability. In fact, disability is a physical or mental condition that limits a person's movement, sense, or activity. It refers to the problems such as impairment, activity limitation, or participation restrictions that indicate the negative aspects of functioning. In my paper, I have given the types of disability. Those are mentioned in the Right of Persons with Disability Act 2016 enacted in India. There are 21 disabilities, and in my paper I have covered 4 disability types. Now, to focus the social problems of the disabled person, the United Nations has pointed out that people with disabilities are disproportionately affected due to a range of factors, including exclusion from decision-making processes, often poor living conditions, inadequate infrastructure, income inequality, especially education and information inequality also. There is a huge gap and discrimination in India with disabled person. There were the days when disabled person was either killed or left to die very commonly. Indians now very slowly, very gradually are experiencing else feelings, emotions, needs, problems of disabled persons. In the era of human rights, disability is given special attention by UNO and the rest of the world. A normal man slowly has started to open doors of the world of disabled persons. The Indian Prime Minister Honorable Narendra Modi has coined a word Divyang to disability. Divyang, divine limb. God gives one limb less while the other gives something more. In that sense, it is Divyang, which is coined for disability. And these are the objectives of my paper, to to study the obstacles faced by the disabled girls or women in getting a spouse. And another is to know the marital status of disabled women or girls, whether the men accept Divang women or disabled women or girl as wife, and how their husband, children or in-laws behave with them. My study is qualitative and case study based. For the case study, I have selected totally 7 women, 2 from locomotor disability, 2 each from visually impaired and hearing impaired, and 1 mentally retarded or mentally disabled, and along with 2 special teachers and 2 social workers. Now, I would shift due to the limitation of time. I would like to shift towards my findings directly. The very first finding is regarding marital status. Marriage is the most serious question facing disabled women. A disabled man do not prefer to marry with a disabled woman. Marriage is an issue of social prestige in India. Some socio-universal criteria are applied to the appearance of wife, and it is expected that the wife should be the same, for example, fair or slender or with a straight nose and dressed, etc. Absolute beauty is first criteria for marriage. However, in this study, most of the women are married, and all of them got married without any effort. The marriages of the individuals in this study are due to their intellectual, educational, professional, and financial strength. This leads to the conclusion that if disabled girl or woman is educated and self-reliant, the most difficult marital problem could be solved. Even so, whether a boy is ready to marry a crippled girl or he has taken the initiative, his family, his mother, his father need to be ready. After getting married, he must treat her with respect. She is not treated with respect in Indian society, and the fact that is crippled is enough to treat her badly. 3 of the cases, those I have studied, are in bad conditions that I have mentioned. Second finding is lack of organized efforts. There are a number of specialized organizations in Indian society that work for women, particularly for divorcee women, for widow women, orphan women, or abandoned women, etc. But organizations that work specially for women with disability do not exist. Disabled women's issues are not considered separately. In general, women's issues are considered as men's issues. There are no NGOs working for women with disability. As a result, there is a lack of mechanism to address the issues of women with disabilities regarding their marriage and all their issues. The third finding is families of disabled girl. Family of disabled girl need to nurture with a noble attitude. Disabled girl has no value in the marriage market. Such a mindset does not even consider that the need for her self-sufficiency. Even if she gets married, she will not be accepted by her in-laws congregation and will not be treated with respect. Sometimes the father-in-law's congregation do not know how to deal with a disabled girl, nor do they get counseling. In this regard, the recommendations I keep in the floor. The first is changing social mindset. It's very easy. In fact, it is never easy to reach the top level at the very bottom of the social ladder. Disabled women is at the very end of this ladder. Not only the disabled, but any person has to prove himself or herself while gaining a place in the society. But the society gives easily to the common man, gives some to the ordinary woman, but the crippled woman who is below all this with his slope has to find such an opportunity. Examples of a crippled woman gaining social prestige by proving herself are a sign of social perversion when society does not give her such an opportunity. Therefore, the social mentality should be changed, and as much as an ordinary person should have faith in disabled women, they should be given educational and professional opportunity. The second recommendation I keep in the floor is spatial and inclusive education. It is mentioned in our educational policy 2020 also. Education is a way out of a social vicious cycle. However, even this path is not easy for disabled women as it may be for the average person. If disabled women want to break the cycle of social evil, they have to follow the path of education. Educational concessions are provided for disabled women and girls, but they are not much aware of the facilities. If disabled girl become well educated and self-reliant, their married life can be settled. Therefore, girls should be careful about educating themselves even if their family situation is not very favorable. They should know the developmental schemes and plans and for girls and take educational facilities. Priority should be given to skill-based courses. This can be a factor in the marriage. Financial independence can lead to parallel status at the family level. In today's social situation, getting married has become a matter of concern for all. Sustaining marriage is also a different social challenge. In such a situation, this challenge has become even bitter for the disabled girl. Therefore, every disabled girl should be financially self-sufficient before marriage. The third recommendation I propose is inclusion of Divyang women in the mainstream. If Divyang or disabled women are to be included in the mainstream of society, they should be given the same responsibility as all the common people. It's just an important not to keep them unnecessarily safe, that they should not be treated as inferior. This inclusion at all the general levels while joining the society will avoid showing undue compassion and empathy. And my fourth recommendation is counseling of the family. The family of the disabled girl should accept that she is a divine organ. Her rehabilitation should be considered rather than disrespecting her. Teach her, make her self-reliant, but if this is not possible in the case of multiple disabled girl, if it is not possible to give her a school education, then at least skill-based education be given so that she can earn a minimum and not be a full burden on the family. The family should be counseled to have a mindset to accept her responsibility. In case of marriage of a disabled girl, it is necessary to take care in some matters, such as her job salary alone is not the reason for the marriage. Although financial independence is a criterion for determining marriage, it should not be the primary criterion. Otherwise, it can only be used for financial reasons. Whether a boy marries a crippled girl or not, his role is marrying her should be clear. It is necessary to explain that after marriage, care will be taken that she will not be disrespected, her human rights and feelings will not be violated. Against this background, the groom and the in-laws should be counseled. And with these words, I conclude my paper. Again, I thank to the organizers to giving me an opportunity to present my views. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Preeti Pohkar. Thank you very much for your very important and very valuable speech and your paper. We will be very happy to read it when it will be published. Thank you very much. Dear participants, do you have questions to our dear presenter? Yes, I see. Now I will invite Yes, George?
All right, thank you, Doc, for your presentation. My first one is just a comment, and then the second is a question. My comment has to do with, you see, when you look at participatory governance theories, one of the things they promote is including people who are affected by a particular situation in policy decisions. And we've observed over the years, even in the literature, that sometimes policies that aims to promote the interest of disabled people, and specifically women, on most occasions, these women or girls are not even included in such policy processes. So I just want to find out, in the case in your country, how did you describe the case in your country in terms of the participatory governance approach? How involved are these disabled ladies? Because if you want to change how society thinks about disabled people and for society to accept them as part of mainstream society and accept them for who they are, it is time that we involve them in the policy processes, and so leadership must lead the cause. So how would you describe that situation in your country? And then the second has to do with, you've mentioned in your methodology that you selected some people. I would like to find out what criteria was used to select these respondents, and why did you choose these respondents? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The first part of your opinion, or I can say question. In my country, we're having a reservation policy for disabled person, not only for women, but a disabled person. We are having policy. Disabled person is given advantage or reservation in education and in jobs also. The first part, and the second part is regarding my selection of my sample. The sample I have selected is based on the types of disability. There are 21 types of disability, but all the types, it was not possible to cover all the types. And another question is the types are categorized very differently under different heads. The types are categorized. I like to tell you that I have focused only on the physical disability. Okay. Another types are intellectual disability is there, mental behavior disability is there, disability caused due to chronic or neurological conditions is there, blood disorder is there, or multiple disability is also there. But I have selected on the basis of physical disability only, because the chances of getting marriage. Let me tell you that I have worked on 2 projects regarding disability, and what I find that the chances of getting marriage is very low, which compared to the locomotor disability. Okay, so locomotor disability is in high range for getting marriage, but again, when we see toward the locomotor disability or physical disability, it is also very low percentage to getting married. And that's why I have selected only the physical disability or physically challenged person for my paper.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Professor Karl. And now I would like to invite Amalia, Dr. Amalia Călinescu from the University of Bucharest, Romania. She is the graduate of Doctoral School of Culture and Literature Studies. So we would like to listen to her wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear Professor.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so you can hear me and also see me, I presume, right? Yes. I'll start off by saying that I'm truly honored to be part of the first COMAGI conference and meet so many wonderful people on this platform. It's like being everywhere at the same time with you all from the comfort of my own home. I think this enlightening experience should have a proper name in line with the theme of this wonderful conference. And in order to speak more about this name, I just came up with yesterday. With your permission, I'll share my screen with you.
Yes.
So, is it all right?
Yes, I allowed you to share it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
So can you see my screen and my presentation? Yes. Yes. Okay. So let's try to. Okay. So as you can see, I wrote here virtual migration, a new reality. So I was thinking yesterday while listening to all those wonderful professors speaking about gender and migration, and thinking of us all being here like subjunctive here together. I was thinking, is virtual migration a reality of our virus-ridden times? And should virtual migration be added to the current phenomenology of gender and migration? It was just a thought, but it's like food for thought, I would say, for us to think about, let's say, from now on. I will connect later on this term virtual migration that I just came up with another term called existential migration, which is coined by a researcher, Greg Mason. And I was also very glad to hear yesterday Professor Dr. Ibrahim Sirkeci from United Kingdom mention that literature can also convey powerful examples of gender and migration, which can be of real help in real life. Because this comes in line with the case study I have chosen for today, which comes from a migrant author turned immigrant and a Nobel Prize winner. So this Japanese-born British writer called Kazuo Ishiguro considers himself an international writer. Although according to critical reception, he is more of a hybrid writer, a delicate balance of Japanese and English sensibilities. However, he admits that the outset of his career as a writer is mostly due to an innocent serendipity, which was the result of Japanese imagology. In other words, there weren't many immigrants in England in the 1980s, and as such, he was considered quite exotic. Okay, so the therapeutic nature of Kazuo Ishiguro's emotional writing skills, as well as his bicultural background, has enabled the British writer of Japanese origin to convey in a Nobel Prize winning fashion the relativity of recollection in an ever-changing world with shifty values, imperfect childhoods, and intricate interconnections that engulf the vast phenomenology of gender and migration. The main Ishigurian themes and techniques like time, memory, identity, displacement, historiography, trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, behavioral and linguistic modeling, all these are used to transcend these imagological boundaries. In the author's conscious attempt to prove that all national matrices can complement each other, so long as it is human values that underlie the collective identities. So sincerity is the only pathway to inner healing, which will automatically reorganize the environment according to a healthier mindset. No type of psychotherapy will work unless we decide to clean the dirt under the carpet, as it were. Ishiguro's characters can create cathartic emotionscapes within mental dioramas so that seeing deception in others, readers can correct their own so long as they are trying to remain true to themselves, no matter how hurtful that is. And one such example is Etsuko Sheringham from Ishiguro's debut novel. A Pale View of Hills can be regarded either as an English novel with Japanese touches or the other way around, since Britain and Japan intermingle masterfully in similar amounts of imagery, style, and content. The present is set in England in the late 1970s or early 1980s. The past takes place in Nagasaki, Japan, around 1945. However, the World War II is only alluded to, so the novel can hardly be interpreted as a historiographic metafiction. Okay, so the story is told by this middle-aged Japanese mother settled in England who seems to have experienced the blessing and the curse of all types of human interrelation, like family, love, work, friendship. The themes underlying the plot layers are all related to the ramifications of determinism and causality, like why bad things happen to good people, like the healing power of conscience, the past self-regression as catharsis, and the failure to bridge the generation gap. And just as the term pidgin refers to a hybrid language that has blended together simple elements from two different tongues, so to pidgin identity could denote the inexorable mixture of two identities as a result of existential migration. So this term was coined by Greg Madison in 2006 in existential analysis, but Madison's term practically describes people who chose to emigrate, he says, their emigration or migration being a deliberate decision to move abroad to make an important existential statement. By saying this, he practically excludes other reasons for emigrating or for migrating, when I think that the term itself should actually include, not exclude, all the other reasons for migration, because people move away from their homeland mainly for the betterment of their existence. Therefore, even this new reality of virtual migration, as I was thinking about it yesterday, could be regarded as a form of existential migration in Greg Mason's view. So Etsuko's voluntary displacement has irreversibly led to her pidgin identity, as I see it, a shallow layer of Britishness gilding her dark Japaneseness. Her resolution to leave her homeland and become a foreigner may have a war-related cause, of course, yet her past self, in retrospection, indirectly conveys her desperate need for belonging at the time. As a voluntary migrant, Etsuko manages to establish a safer home outside the geographic boundaries of her slow healing country. The first time she has seen her new country, England, she feels fulfilled, thinking how so truly like England everything looked. As such, the experience of her foreignness, as well as her pidgin identity, would make her returning to Nagasaki one day like another type of migration rather than like identity recalibration. From the beginning of the novel, the protagonist's pidgin identity transpires through the deceptive overlapping of her past and present instead of a chronological disclosure of events. So settled in England for more than 2 decades, Etsuko now lives alone in southern England after the death of her second husband, a British journalist who, in her opinion, failed to understand the Japanese despite all the impressive articles he wrote about Japan. Nikki, Etsuko's younger daughter, comes to live with her mother for 5 days because Keiko, Etsuko's elder daughter, who lived in a rented flat in Manchester, has recently strangled herself to death. She was found by the landlady, and her image hanging from the ceiling keeps haunting her mother, although Etsuko pretends otherwise. Nikki's visit leads to Etsuko's recalling essential moments of her life in a suburb of Nagasaki in the early 1950s. After listening to her mother's story, Nikki returns to London, whilst Etsuko decides to sell the big house for all her youngest daughter's opposition. For telling her story, Etsuko chooses 2 prominent memories of one particular summer in post-war Japan. One of the memories referred to the visit of her father-in-law, Seiji Ogata, whom she politely called Ogata-san. While she was pregnant with her first child, her husband Jiro found interest only in his pitiful job as an electronics worker. And although he strongly believed in the dutiful, subservient role of women and his wife subsequently, Etsuko seems grateful for the few pleasant moments spent together in their small apartment, whereas an entire nation was trying to recover from the horrors of the war and the atomic bomb. Once Seiji Ogata came to stay with his son and daughter-in-law during that summer, his chauvinistic views on the teaching system and women's role in society become apparent. The restrained style of recollection indicates the individual and collective lack of guidance at the time, of course, as well as the painful wavering between the old and the new in transgenerational relationships and gender roles. Etsuko's second memory shows her unconventional friendship with the Japanese woman in her 30s named Sachiko, who is dreaming of immigrating to the US with an American soldier named Frank and her weird 10-year-old daughter Mariko. Sachiko keeps repeating that her daughter comes first and that being a mother makes life truly worthwhile. And yet, Mariko experiences one of the worst forms of parental neglect, spending most of her time alone or walking through the forest at inappropriate hours. A Pale View of Hills is not intended as an autobiography, and yet the reader cannot overlook Ishiguro's own migration experience, being himself born in Nagasaki and moving with his parents to England when he was very young. The author's own pidgin identity thus serves as a primary source of inspiration for his novels, since his parents did not see themselves as immigrants ready to return to Japan whenever the time was right. They were trying to preserve their Japanese customs inside their family and within the cultural boundaries of the English world. Ishiguro just invents a Japan that serves his literary needs. Surprisingly enough, he doesn't even speak Japanese very well. He needs an interpreter every time he returns to his homeland. A Pale View of Hills is a narrative manifestation of post-traumatic stress disorder, as it may occur in real-life situations. The non-chronological regression in time and distortion of past events thus become useful strategies of overcoming the trauma of immigrating and assimilating new traditions. Displacement can be regarded as a three-dimensional reality with social, economic, and political dimensions. However, its mental and emotional implications far exceed the demographic ones. All characters in this novel have suffered at some point individual traumas resulting from the collective world traumas. Besides its trauma-related connotations, the novel also proves that prejudices and cross-cultural conflicts are in reality timeless. On the one hand, there is the Japanese old patriarchy with women incapable of making reasonable decisions in men's visions. On the other hand, there is the Western misconception that Japanese people, all of them, are prone to suicidal thoughts and deeds, most likely because of the old practice of harakiri. Etsuko and Sachiko, the protagonist and the antagonist, live symmetric lives, as if the latter is the dark version of the former. The idea of duality, of a dark side that coexists with someone's better self, is quite old, both in literature and psychology. Probably the most famous case and example of bipolarity in fiction is the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. According to the Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung, the open acknowledgement of one's dark side, or the shadow called, is the first step towards rendering it dormant, instead of allowing it consciously or unconsciously to control one's life. As a brutal and irrational woman and mother, Sachiko gathers together all the societally disproved features of Etsuko's personality, which should have been rejected, repressed, or hidden deep down into her subconscious mind. At a factual level, Etsuko recalls with distant dismay her shadow's doings, mainly fueled by Sachiko's obsessive desire to emigrate from post-war Japan despite her daughter's opposition. However, Etsuko's pigeon identity preserves her from revealing what happened in and outside her first marriage that turned her into Sachiko. She only chooses to present herself through the relation between her two sides, positioned at different moments in time. Her subservient self, shaped by the anti-feminist societal rigors, and her shadowy self, ignited by societal decay and personal pain. As a major constituent of her pigeon identity, Etsuko's shadow can in no way be disregarded as the main trigger for Keiko's depression and long-term trauma that culminated with her suicide. The reader will thus deduce that Sachiko and Mariko's continued quarrel over migrating into the US could have been the very conflict between Etsuko and Keiko, as the latter two must have opposed being uprooted and foreignized. Although Etsuko presents Sachiko as an old acquaintance, the unexpected pronounced shift at the end of the novel testifies for the conscious omission and distortion of certain events in the story. The expat suddenly alters her depiction of events by switching from Mariko to Keiko when she was supposed to be pregnant with her baby girl at that time. As regards Etsuko's emigration to England instead of America, the reader can easily deduce that a man like Frank could not have kept his promise. Yet a determined woman like Sachiko could easily have found someone else to take her far from Japan, a man trustworthy and reliable and idealistic enough to offer Mariko a better life. This seems to be the exact profile of Mr. Sheringham, Etsuko's deceased husband and Nikki's father. In the Paris Review interview, Ishiguro states that from his experience as a social worker, that suffering people may unconsciously use a third person, whether imaginary or real, to refer to their own pain. the full extent of Keiko's post-traumatic stress disorder could be properly assessed by investigating the psychological implications of long-term human relationships as presented by John Bowlby's attachment theory. As the British psychologist Manley analyzed the effect of the parent-child relationship, his theory aimed to explain children's anxiety, stipulating that the attachment derived from the primary role of their parents as caregivers. Bowlby, however, also discovered that children's attachment far exceeded their response to feeding and nourishment, so much so that their anxiety could have long-term repercussions due to the distorted relation with their parents in the first years of life. Based on Bowlby's theory of attachment, the psychologist Mary Ainsworth developed a three-dimensional theory of attachment in the 1970s, distinguishing between three types of attachment, to which another dimension was added in the 1980s. Secure attachment, ambivalent insecure attachment, avoidant insecure attachment, and disorganized insecure attachment. So according to Bowlby and Ainsworth theory, Keiko must have had an avoidant insecure type of attachment towards her mother and later on towards her stepfather and half-sister, to whom she was barely close. As an antisocial loner, she kept herself isolated and locked in her room for days on end, going into the kitchen only to eat the meals left for her. So Etsuko's mothering is anything but exemplary with regard to both her daughters, which may prove that Etsuko's pigeon identity has resulted more from her shadow than from her kinder self. Unlike her sibling, though, Nikki was brought up in the Western world and had a caring father when correct parenting counted the most.
Amalia, do you remember about 15 minutes? Do you remember? Please remember.
Yes. I have a little left to say about it. Okay, Nikki's name represents a linguistic compromise between Etsuko's pigeon identity in the making and her second husband's pseudo-life love for Japan. Mr. Sheringham wanted his daughter to bear a Japanese name, while the immigrant mother preferred an English one, not to be reminded of her past. Understandably, in the transition period, Etsuko hoped to undergo a process of identity reconfiguration by shedding her Japaneseness altogether while assimilating a completely new identity. Only later will she realize that her hardened Englishness will never become pure. In his interviews, Ishiguro repeatedly states that in an indirect fashion or otherwise, that his true mission is to offer more questions than answers while dealing with the vast abyss of human emotions. Sure enough, at the end of his first novel, there are more questions than answers, just as he is intended in the first place. Are Sachiko and Mariko the past representations of Etsuko and Keiko? Does Etsuko consciously convey an unreliable version of her past, or does she also lie to herself? In the end, it is up to the reader to decide the answers to these questions and many others based on the arrangement of their own identity and individuality, hence the therapeutic nature of Ishiguro's novel. Although Etsuko's consolatory narrative renders her recollection inaccurate and disorganized, in the end, she decides that it's not a bad thing at all, the old Japanese way. Her return to her subservient self may mean that in light of her daughter's suicide, Etsuko regrets her pigeon identity and only pretends to agree with Nikki's enthusiastic adoption of Western freedom. At the same time, the reader can deduce that the middle-aged expatriate is willing to find new motivation for living through selective and distorted remembrance, although her pigeon identity, impossible to recalibrate, may affect her ability to heal. And as an afterthought, about the movement of the masses and their power, as seen by Antonio Negri and Michael Hart in their wonderful book, Empire, according to their vision, the multitude will be able to create new realities such as the earthly city, global citizenship, and social wages. The empire, as they see it, which is completely different from imperialism, will have no center of power and no fixed boundaries or barriers. Like, it will be a form of decentralized and deterritorialized power that will slowly but surely encompass the entire physical space, creating a reality of open borders. The multitude will lead to the designation of new spaces and residences, free movement beyond borders without passports or other types of legal documents will give rise to a new concept of space, like new types of geographies will appear, cities will become more fluid, allowing free movement, temporary residences will always be legal. So according to Negri and Hard imperial image, these are the real networks of an actively interconnected humanity. So social interaction is the foundation of all types of transactions, since personal harmony and balance can rarely be achieved without the help of others, economically or otherwise. So I'll finish with this rhetorical question. Will this ever be possible? Thinking of all these pigeon identities that we all have and this new reality that is shaping up, virtual migration and the existential migration coined a long time ago with something else in mind that may now engulf our virus-ridden reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Amalia. Dear participants, I would like to ask you about questions. Do you have questions to our speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And now I would like to invite Benju Thakal from the Institute of Agriculture and Animal Science of the Tribhuvan University, Nepal, and also Mahesh Jaishi from the same university, and they will speak about very important issues concerning labor migrants families, about the case of Nepal. So, dear speakers, the floor is yours. You are welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Respected chairperson, distinguished participants, dear organizers and scientific community present here today, a very good afternoon to all of you. And as we say, namaskar in Nepali. I'm delighted to have this honor to present my paper in front of many mentors who have spent a lifetime of experience on research and studies in the matters of migration and gender issues. And I wonder if a junior fellow in your faculty would be greedy if she wants a lot of constructive criticism on the paper presented today. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I'd like to start my presentation, which is entitled as Gender-based differences in priorities and willingness to pursue agriculture among labor migrants families. This study is the case of Bihadi of Parbat in Nepal. Nepalese agriculture is predominantly led by female labor, and it provides 28% of the national GDP. And traditionally, women have been performing multidimensional but less economically active works in agriculture and mostly domestic activities. And even the wage received by them is 25% less than that of a male. Despite their high contribution, and they have minimal participation, and they are anticipated to participate less in case of policy making and agricultural planning. So due to increased male labor migration in recent years, this trend in gender role has a little changed in past few years. However, the repeated international migration for labor purpose, which is an increasing trend as well as a permanent livelihood measure in case of Nepal, is predicted to continue. And rural migration rate is mostly from agriculture, which has caused a lot of labor loss in agriculture. So the government of Nepal plans to involve more youth and make it gender inclusive while developing commercial agriculture. However, willingness to pursue agriculture has an impact on the performance of agricultural enterprises. This tendency of youth is decreasing towards the willingness. It means just like in other places of the world, the youth is less and less interested in pursuing agriculture in case of Nepal as well. And it is difficult to convince a farmer's son or daughter to become a farmer in case of Nepal right now. And productive investment, especially that from remittance, the money that is brought by labor migrants is not invested in agriculture again. So there's this two sides. Once the planning is towards how to tend people into agriculture, and there are agricultural plans in local level. And the second part is unwillingness of people for agriculture. And there's not even the study regarding what kind of a difference there exists between people that are actually willing and unwilling to pursue agriculture, and the gender-based differences are not studied, but however are very important in case of local level agricultural plans right now, if we tend to prepare a plan that actually works, not like the plan those were made in the past, which had dismal performance despite being highest priority, agriculture being the highest priority in those plans. So this study was a cross-section study, convergent parallel mixed method in design. Purposefully, Parbat district was selected because this district lies in western region of Nepal, and its adjacent districts, Magdi, Sangza, and other parts, have a century-long history of migration. And these areas have been frequently reported for quite 2 decades now for having agricultural labor loss due to migration, labor-based migration. So the households were selected and focus group discussions were done in the Bihari area, which is one of the rural-most areas of Parbat. Parbat itself is a rural area of Nepal, and it provided me with some results. So when I asked them whether you are willing to pursue agriculture, most of the female answered no, as compared to the male remittance receivers. So they already have one source of income, which is the labor migrants' income from remittance. So the majority of them answered they are not willing to pursue agriculture. On exploring the reasons, we had seen the average age of those female who received the remittance was significantly less than that of male who received remittance in Parbat. And the difference in expected amount of income, when they were asked what amount of income, if you had, would you not let your migrant member to go out of the country, what amount of income would keep them in your place and not let them move out? Females answered significantly less amount than the male. However, both of them had a considerably high amount, around 42,000 Nepali rupees, which is more than that of a civil servant's salary in case of Nepal. And the money that they are actually receiving right now, the average monthly income, is also lower in case of female remittance receivers than that of male receivers. This money is not totally from remittance, it's the overall money that they receive per month. Difference in education level. Surprisingly, female have a higher education level in terms of number of schooling in case of Bihadi Parbat than male. And this attributes to the socioeconomic characteristics of that region. The monthly income they are receiving and their expected salary, the amount that they need to live happily in their own place without getting migrated, is higher, because these days living in Bihadi, according to them, is very expensive, because we need basic structure, the facilities that are required to live a basically happy life, simple health facilities, simple transportation, simple clothing, communication, internet, and the cable line and television and everything cost them more amount of money than the past. And also they have some or the other member from their family whom they have to support in an urban side, and living in an urban side is not a joke. That kind of a money cannot be generated out of agriculture itself. That is why they are not willing to pursue agriculture. And the number of males is per se more than number of females in case of Bihadi. And education of the respondent, the respondent's education is higher than the average education level of Nepal, and the migrant members' education is in average 10, which means SLC, school leaving certificate in case of Nepal, which used to be the basic level of education before 16 years. So as soon as a person gets 16 years, it shows that they move out of their place. Their land holding is lower, so they are especially small land holding farmers. And the education level has a story there. Due to century-long history of migration, people who, especially male, exclusively male, 231 households I visited, none of them were female migrants. Everybody had their sons go out. And the story of a son in Bihadi is, this is data belongs mostly towards the majority class of society. Only 11% were the minorities in my collection because of the distribution of population on that way. And in Bihadi's case, there is this: if you are born as a son in Bihadi, if you want to get married, either you have to have a government job or you have to have a labor migration history. You born as a son, you complete your SLC. Till then, you become 16-year-old. You go to labor migrate. You take some loan to do that. So you come back home, you pay that loan. You go back again, you earn some money. You come back, you get married. You go back again, and you come back with some money to get yourself settled, a good house, either on your own place or you invest it for a plot of commercial land in nearby urban areas. So there's no productive investment in case of agriculture. And if you are a girl, you get married as soon as you complete your school. There's this oldest school, one of the oldest schools of Parvat in Bihadi, which allows people to study up to a bachelor's degree right now. It has been upgraded up to community level. So after getting married, the son gets back to labor migration again, and the daughter-in-law continues her study, and she gets bachelor's degree. She has a bachelor's degree in her hand, and her degree stays with her along with without having any kind of employment in her own house. So that is the basic story of youth, male and female in case of Bihadi. On further digging, the socioeconomic factors that affected the answer to willingness to pursue agriculture were presence of child in family. Of course, that kind of a female would definitely want to give a good school to her child, and also would want a good facility, healthcare facility for both her in-laws as well as herself during the process. So that also tended towards more migration and less agriculture in the place. Similarly, the amount of income of the family member and expected income required to live in the village, as well as the education level of the respondent, all had a significant impact on whether or not they wanted to pursue agriculture. On asking them, provided you are given the facilities that you require, what would be the enterprise that would come into your mind if you were provided with the facilities on agriculture? When asked like this, both male and female chose vegetable and fruit farming over other enterprises. These are not due to any gender effects, but due to the trend that they have seen. Since they do not produce much because they do not have a door-to-door selling facilities, and every unique thing that they want to taste, or anything that they would like to, except for what they have cultivated, they buy it. And buying those vegetables has become a trend. They have seen it, seen people do it in their own place. So they think vegetables have a good market. That is why they promote vegetable cultivation there. Fruits, they are promoted towards fruit cultivation because they have seen the adjacent districts doing well, selling citrus and coffee. That's why they are promoted towards it. However, they think they need more support for pursuing these these kind of enterprises. So that was the condition placed before asking this question. The difference between cattle farming and goat farming that we can see is basically a traditional difference that we can see. It also has a second reason, because it's an increasing trend in case of hills of Nepal that people are tending towards less drudgery and more efficient production. Because cattle farming is more drudgerous than goat farming, people are tended more towards the goat farming. However, it has a traditional side of female, which is also a part of a culture in the Parvat. People used to bring the bridal dowry, used to have a specific portion which belonged only to brides, and that became a tradition. So the female are more tended towards goat farming there. The prioritized government facilities. What kind of facilities would you like if you were to pursue agriculture? If we were to provide some kind of facility through government, what kind of facility would you like, was the question when they answered control of pest outbreak and subsidized input by male, and female wanted crop insurance and minimum farm gate price, followed by need-based training and skill enhancement. So if we see the trend, male were more towards less input money. They wanted to lessen their input money, whereas female wanted the after harvest price better than less inputs. And also the need-based training and skill enhancement is one of the priorities of female, because they are also seeking for exposure, as traditionally the trainings that were provided, since this is a rural area, there were less NGOs working there, and no venue used to be into the Bihadi, still isn't a Bihadi. So people need to move out of their place to get trainings and skill enhancements, which is not possible in case of Bihadi. The education that is provided to them is not satisfactory by their perception, so they would like better exposure, which is also the need-based training and skill enhancement a major priority of female there. On asking them, why are you pursuing agriculture right now? Both male and female answered that there was no other employment opportunity in the village, followed by, I do not want to leave my traditional land fallow, or I do not have any additional qualifications. So basically their answers did not move towards having good willingness to pursue agriculture, but it rather moved towards not having other kinds of opportunities in case of both the genders. So for females, especially in agriculture, they're paid less in terms of ways. It's a high drudgery job, and they need to take care of their parents and in-laws and their children, and they want good exposure for themselves. They want good exposure for their children as well. They are highly qualified than their male counterparts, but still the breadwinner is the male one, and they want to have a good health care system. So all of these basic facilities, which are generally the cause of migration, have an impact on the mindset of a female there. So they have this tendency to move away from willingness to pursue agriculture. If we want working kind of agricultural plan, and not the kind that has been historically performing dismal, so our plans need to move a little towards tailoring it on specific gender needs. So that would be my concluding line for the presentation. Thank you for your patience and providing me this opportunity. I'd like to thank the organizers and my mentor who is present here listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too. Thank you for your wonderful and very interesting and also really informative presentation. Now I would like to ask our participants. Dear participants, do you have questions to our dear presenter?
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I would like to ask one question, that from where these labor migrant families, they have moved to Parbat, Nepal? Are they country internal migrants or international or both?
Ma'am, I'm not talking about the migrants that have moved to that place. I'm talking about the families of labor migrants. Right now, our government is tending our agricultural plants. Especially we have a federal system of government, and conditional and unconditional budget is allocated to agriculture sector in every region, and so will be the case for Bihadi, and so is the case for Parvat as well. And in those cases, it's almost the scenario like you are trying to lure the pro-migrant youth, as well as you're trying to lure the investment of the labor migrants families towards agriculture. But in the counterpart, the scenario is people are not willing themselves to invest into agriculture. And in such cases, gender issues are still under shade, because even the issues of willingness is not being addressed, let alone gender. So that is what I'm talking about here.
Yes, and I've tried to ask also that, is it the case in Nepal that you are lacking of this seasonal labor force for the agricultural sector, or how it is?
Ma'am, in case of Nepal, we have majority farmers, small landholders. If I have to compare, if we see in case of India, our neighboring country, their marginal farmers are our like medium holder farmers. So that is the scenario in case of Nepal. We have different kinds of diverse kinds of landforms, and most of the parts are hilly parts in Nepal. So cultivation itself is a difficult and drudgerous job. So it's only natural for a youth who has seen the world of literate people or educated people to get involved more towards the education and more table work than field work, which is also the case throughout the world. It's a no surprise thing. However, in case of female, they have extra loads, they have more qualification than their spouse. So the tendency in the village to stay is only limited towards the old age people. The youth, male, is generally labor migrating, and the money that comes out of it, the remittance money, is not invested in productive sectors in agriculture. It is more directed towards, firstly, paying the load, secondly, getting married, thirdly, towards bringing up their families towards peri-urban or urban areas to get more exposure towards education and towards more health facilities, and etc. So the plan of government, the local level plan, and the way our National Planning Commission has envisioned agriculture is not actually functional right now in case of the local scenario, in case of federal reason. So there's a requirement of serious consideration of these factors there.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much again. And now I would like to invite Dr. Mira, Assistant Professor from the Department of Public Administration of the Madras Christian College from India. And Dr. Mira will tell us about some concepts of marriage. Very interesting topic concerning present and future generations. Dr. Mira, you're welcome. The floor is yours.
Very good noon to the dignitaries present and to all the participants and colleagues, fellow colleagues. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, madam, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, so my topic for the day is the concealed issues submerging the concepts of marriage, the present and the future generations. Now, there are so many things that are happening in the world, say for honor killings, or you have the harassment that is happening, the abuses. So a lot of things that are happening. So what I wondered, is it because of the modernization, or is it because of the women empowerment, the liberalized economy that we are in? So are they the reasons? Can we have, are they the reasons? Are they the reasons whether that caused the submerging of the concept of marriage? So a lot of questions prevailed. So I started with the introduction of the marriage. What actually is marriage? We all know it is just a contract or social contract, or however we can picturize it is like that. But there are certain definitions which are given by the sociologists, the psychologists. Now, sociologists, they say it is actually a legal social contract that prevails between the man and the woman, that is the two genders. And it is mainly, they consider that as a social institution that prevails, and it's a quite a tight bond that should prevail in a family. And what about the psychologists? So psychologists, they state again, it's again a legal social contract, but then they say there must involve a physical intimacy between the husband and the wife. So that has got to do a lot with the emotions. And we have the ancient Indian texts which say about like Manu Smriti. We have a text called Satapatha Brahmana, and then we have the Shastras or the Upanishads, whatever. We have this scriptures. So Manu Smriti, it says that a man is considered as an Ardhagni. Ardhagni means it's half of a woman is always there within a man. So that is an Ardhagni. So the woman and the man are together in a family. Satapatha Brahmana, it says a woman is half of a man, but a man is not complete until he marries. And then you have the various Shastras, which says, where they call the husband as Bharta and the wife as Jaya. So, you know, you have major concepts. So when we take on to the conventional aspect of marriage, there is a lot of customary and traditional laws that prevail in all these concepts. But today is marriage waning, because with the advent of the technology, the advent of different kinds of ideas that prevail between the youth, amidst the youth. So is the marriage concept waning? That is a thought that came to my mind. So I just put up a quote which says, a successful marriage requires falling in love many times, always with the same person. But does it actually happen? So then I came with the styles of marriage. So what are the different styles of marriage? We have polygamy, which is again divided into polygyny and polyandry. A polygyny is where a man can have more than one wife. And that can be sororal or non-sororal. That means he can marry the sister of the wife, and non-sororal is needless. That is, the sister need not be a partner in his life. And polyandry is where the woman can marry a man. And again, over there we have fraternal and non-fraternal. So fraternal is if suppose the husband is not there, and so they can marry the brother of the husband. And non-fraternalists can marry any other person. Monogamy is a plain one where it's a straight relationship between a man and a woman, and that lasts till the end. And that's what is a straight. Serial. And in a straight relationship, if the husband passes away, the woman does not have an opportunity to remarry. Of course, that is not in place today, but then still they have, the theories speak that way. So serial is where there's an opportunity for the woman to remarry. And group marriage, where you have two or more women or two or more men, they enter into marriage and they have physical relationship amidst them. So that's something, so it was a new concept actually. And then open marriage is about swinging. They call this concept is called as swinging, where they can have, the partners can choose and some other person's wife or husband. So it's more of a bold concept that they have come up with the styles of marriage. So this concept actually, these concepts actually interested me. So when we have so many things in a marriage, so how does it work? How does it work today? Now we have this, but at the same time, marriage is becoming very less common, and there are late marriages, and there is cohabitation that is present. Now this cohabitation is a new concept, or the youth are much aware about the various other concepts. like we have the live-in relationship, that is a cohabitation, and then you have petting partners and friends with benefits. So there are lots of concepts that are coming across, and the youth, I felt the youth are actually losing the charm in marriage. So that was also one of the reasons. And then divorce rates, I found that they are actually lesser in younger cohorts. That is, amidst the youngsters, the divorce rate is actually lesser. So who are the ones who are actually getting into the divorce? When I was studying about all these aspects, I came across two theories. So that was a duplate theory of love, which was introduced by Robert Sternberg. So he calls it as why this duplate theory is, he's introduced two concepts, which is called as a triangular concept of love. And the second one is a theory of love. It's a very simple one. Now in the diagram, you can see it's a triangular pattern, but one at the top is a linking intimacy, and then empty love, and then infatuation. So between liking and empty love, you find a companionate. That is, that's the position where they have the intimacy and commitment is present. So that is in between. The same way with fatuous love, where passion and commitment exist, and romantic love, passion and intimacy. So no, it's that not all the factors can exist in a triangular concept. So it's only when we have the three together, intimacy, commitment, and passion, can the marriages prolong. So that is what we call it as a consummate love. And then Gottman method. So John and Julie Gottman, husband and wife, they studied the relationship concepts for nearly 30 years, and they came up with what is called as a sound relationship theory, and they have introduced 7 levels. So where they can they can actually eradicate the what can I say, the differences of opinion between the husband and wife. I'm sorry, one particular aspect in the duplicate theory which I missed is about the second one is a theory of love, where they say you have the compassionate aspects that should exist between the husband and wife. So these theories also interested me, and I went across that. So I came up with few research questions. So are the issues owing to psychological and emotional changes? Do the genders really undergo what is called as a midlife crisis? Now, how do the generations perceive the marriage, and how does the youth differentiate cohabitation and marriage, and how will the young cohorts treat their partners? So these were the research questions. And I had taken the two groups, that is the middle-aged group who belonged from 30 to 40 years, the pre and the post that middle-aged phase, and then the youngsters from 20 to 25. So I had taken these two groups there, and so what I could find when questions were posed to them about what exactly is marriage, both of them, nearly 70% and 66% of the middle-aged and 70%, they said it is a prolonged relationship, and it is actually a legal social contract which should prevail amidst the husband and the wife. So they were very clear about what marriage is all about. But then when it comes to relationship, they say that some of them, even the married couple, they felt that a cohabitation is always better before you get married. And some of them had actually loved a person and then, got married to somebody else too. So they were having a lot of bitter experiences. And so there was always a comparison between the past and the present. But then they always preferred that they want to have a cohabitation that would have been better so we can understand. But then there are also issues that prevail. So I'll come to that a little later. So now what does my study say? I had conducted a descriptive analytical study. And so my sample size, I just went up to 100, 100 respondents. So the study says that both the middle-aged, as I said, middle-aged and the youth, they understood that marriage comprises of trust, honesty, and love. That was main. And especially the youth, they were not bothered about trust or honesty. They said, when there is love and affection in life, anything can be solved. So that was the concept of the youth. But then they still say issues, yes, it's a normal change. That is suspicion. There is a lot of difference of opinion, abuses, obsessiveness. So all these concepts can relate to the issues of in marriage. And for some of them, as I said, it's a legal and social contract. But then they said virginity is not a problem because there are so many reasons to prove women. If you question a woman about the virginity, then the man should also be questioned. So can the man speak about his virginity? So these were the concepts. So the men also agreed, yes, that is right. But then they say, initially, this is not a problem. But then over the ages, if there is a kind of difference of opinion that prevails between the husband and wife, this can actually be an issue that can be raised by the men. That is especially when the women are going empowered, right? So that was the reason they feel literally insecure when they see the women going empowered a bit. So some of the men answered that way, and some said that cannot be a problem at all. But then the youth were actually very clear about the sustenance of marriage. Now, when we see the trend, there is a lot of late marriages that are happening. They say that it is because both of them will have to go for work, and there's a lot of stress factors that is involved between the husband and wife. Some of them, they don't want to get married because they fear, they have something called as a marriage fear. How will they sustain? And each of them have their views to be presented, and they do not know how to tackle in marriages. So that is one aspect. They have, the youth actually, they have this marriage fear, especially when they are highly educated, and how can the man accept us? So that is one of the concepts that the youth says. And some of them, they see that yes, psychological problems do happen, and economic problems, like when today we see a lot of honor killings and rape happening, and there is a lot of extramarital affairs happening too. So when this is the reason, so what could be the chances for the people to get into such acts? They say that it can be the economic concern, financial aspect, which can trigger anybody to get into that. And then emotional, when a person's emotion is not satisfied, let it be a physical or an emotional satisfaction is absent. So they say that this is the case where they get into. But then what I realized was this doesn't happen in the youth phase. It actually happens in the middle-aged phase. So that's when, after a long understanding, they switch over to it. So parenthood can also be a reason where the wife may not show that extra care and affection the man received earlier. So that can be the problem. The woman can also have that kind of an issue. So both the genders actually face that kind of a crisis. And then they say that they don't have proper education. See, many women from the rural background, they are unaware about the aftermath of it. And especially the young girls, they do not know, they are not aware about what is the consequence. They're just lured for money. So that is one of the reasons that was actually being stated. Okay, what are my suggestions or the conclusion that I want to give? I feel that there should be a responsibility in the educational system. Where should this system be involved? We should have something called as the sex education at the school level. That is, this should actually be pertinent, where the children realize what is the consequence and what they should not do. So that is most important, so that as they grow, they will understand, and this will really teach them a lesson, number one. The second thing is, we should have policies in the media where certain content should be restricted. The youth do agree, books and media can also influence their thoughts and emotions. So there are so many things that are being put up in the media. So there should be a restriction in what the media actually displace. And the parents also have a major role, because with the system where both of them go for work, a lack of attention on the children lingers. So what happens? The child is not able to express the opinion, any kind of view or opinion, or share whatever they had for the day. So the parents should actually take an extra care to sit and discuss with the child and with the institution also. So these are the major aspects which I found. So some couples, that is what. So some couples compared the past life for the present. So the divorces are existing, but then the youngsters, they say that they are very clear about what the marriage and sustenance is all about. And many of them, they have to fear that there is one taboo where a woman, the once she gets married, has to immediately conceive and give birth to a child. Otherwise, she's not accepted in the society. That's the major fear that the woman has in the society today. And but that itself is a stress that a woman faces, and that has to be removed. They need to be treated as a human being. They do have emotions, psychological feelings, psychological emotions. And so all these has to be accepted by the society. So relatives or friends, that should not be the big factor that can affect a life in the husband and wife. So that is what great marriages do not. I would like to conclude by saying this: the great marriages do not happen by the love one has in the beginning, but on how well you continue building love till the end. Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to involve myself in this particular conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mira, for your wonderful, so interesting presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear participants. Do you have questions to our wonderful presenter? Yes, I see. 1 second, I will invite. Please, Shirin.
I can't hear you, madam.
Dr. Shirin, we can hear you.
You need to unmute, I guess.
I will try again, but it's something. No.
Shirin, we are not able to hear you.
We can hear.
We can't hear you.
Okay. In this case, thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Olena Glaskova. She is from the University of Alberta, Edmonton, Canada. And Olena Glaskova will tell us about a very important topic concerning women's immigration from Ukraine. Olena, the floor is yours. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koshulko. It's my pleasure to be here and participate in the conference. Dnipropetrovsk holds a very dear place in my heart. I'm from Kryvyi Rih originally, so I just had to participate. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Already Dnipro, Pani Olena.
Huh?
Already Dnipro, not Dnipropetrovsk.
Oh, already Dnipro. My apologies, with all due respect. Give me 1 second to share my screen with you.
Yes, of course. Yes.
And I will start my presentation. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I hope everything is clear, visible, and you can hear me.
Everything is fine. Wonderful.
Perfect. Thank you. So the topic I will be presenting on today, this is part of my doctoral dissertation, and it talks about linguistic analysis of literary narratives. Between 2000 and 2013, more than 20 literary works representing contemporary women's writing about Ukrainian women's immigration were published both in Ukraine and abroad. These are women-authored mostly and women-centered publications, and they represent a new trend in Ukrainian literature that focuses on the topic of zarobichanstvo, labor migration. It also introduces a new woman character, Ukrainian woman immigrant. And my research here explores how these women immigrant characters are represented in these literary works. Since I mentioned that there were more than 20 literary works, as you can imagine, to have linguistic analysis that is effective and that operates with a coherent logical data, I had to limit my corpus. And I introduced certain criteria, which is Ukrainian language of writing, author's gender, as I focus on women-authored publications. It had to be written in first or third person narration, and one publication per author was selected to offer more variety. For example, such authors as Irena Rozdobudko or Natalka Dolyak, they're very prolific, and they keep exploring this topic in more than one novel. So the novels I selected are the following 5 that are on your screens. The first one, Усі дороги ведуть до Риму, All Roads Lead to Rome by Olesya Halich, was published in 2004. The second one is Шлюб із кухлем Пільзенського пива by Lesia Stepovichka, also an author from Dnipro. Marriage to a Mug of Pilsner Beer was published in 2007. The novel by Irena Rozdobudko, Я знаю, що ти знаєш, що я знаю, I know that you know that I know, was published in 2011. Gastarbeiterke by Natalka Dolyak, which is translated as guest workers, followed in 2012. And the last novel was originally published in English, A Short History of Tractors in Ukrainian, by Marina Levitska, who's a British author. But I used her 2013 Ukrainian translation, Коротка історія тракторів по-українськи. So from each of these 5 novels, I selected short introductory chapters that were self-contained excerpts of roughly 5 to 15 pages that focused on separate Ukrainian women characters. They introduced them, described their character, sometimes appearance. They outlined their immigration path, stated their reason to immigrate, and just gave more details about this whole immigration process. While I explore how women immigrants constructed in the selected literary works, I used appraisal theory developed by Martin and White within the systemic functional linguistics. And I will talk a little bit more about the concepts I introduced to analyze those excerpts. So while appraisal itself, it embraces 3 interacting spheres: attitude, which talks about attitudinal positioning, engagement, dialogistic positioning, and graduation, intertextual positioning, my research focuses on attitude, which is a discourse semantic system concerned with our feelings, including emotional reactions, judgments of behavior, and evaluation of things. Attitudinal positioning here operates on 3 levels and 3 categories of affect, judgment, and appreciation. The category of affect is defined as the linguistic realization of all the spectrum of emotional reactions. These can be words describing or denoting joy, sadness, anger, you name it. Judgment talks about our assessment of human behavior against social norms, and it operates in the systems of legality, morality, immorality, or politeness, impoliteness. There are more subcategories of judgment, and they talk about normality, capacity, one's ability to perform certain actions, tenacity, one's willingness to do so, and also judgments of sanctions, which are judgments regarding veracity, whether something is true or not, and propriety, whether someone's actions are appropriate or not. The last category here is the category of appreciation. And when talking about Ukrainian women immigrants, I was mostly interested to see how and why women immigrants are valued. Is it their appearance, their sexuality, their body, or maybe there are other reasons? And the category of appreciation definitely helped me here. Just to show you how I coded all the evaluative utterances, which are identified as the praising items. So the coding table included the following categories: appraising items, which could be linguistic units of any length, really. It could be a word, phrase, a complete sentence that had that evaluative potential that would fall under either of the 3 categories of affect, judgment, or appreciation. I would also identify a praiser who and for what reason would issue that evaluative assessment. Is it the narrator, another character, the main character itself? Is it self-inflicted? The appraised is identified by the research question of my study, and it's limited to Ukrainian women immigrants and immigration as a phenomenon in general. Later on, each of these evaluative tokens would be categorized and subcategorized. I also color-coded everything. As you can see, this is an excerpt from my actual rather lengthy coding table. And these are examples from the very first novel, All Roads Lead to Rome from 2004. Just to give you an example how the process of categorization works. So here, the very first phrase, Dobrovolna mobilizacja, voluntary mobilization, was issued by the very narrator in reference to Ukrainian immigration. But the phrase in itself is somewhat oxymoronic because mobilization cannot be done voluntarily. We normally understand that there's state involved, and the state usually issues the call for mobilization. So the phrase was categorized as negative normality, something that is not normal, that is unusual. So we're categorized the following two phrases, which compared Ukrainian immigration to an actual state of war and compared the ways of immigration to First Ukrainian Front, Second Ukrainian Front. Again, these are not typical descriptions, and they were categorized as negative judgments of normality. Now, to discuss a little bit more the results of my linguistic analysis, so the 5 excerpts in total yielded 341 evaluative tokens, 149 tokens of effect, which corresponds to 43%, 144 tokens of judgment, corresponding to 42%, almost equal split there, and only 51 tokens of appreciation, 15%. While I identified only 341 evaluative tokens, in the course of the analysis, I had to place some of those under 2 or more subcategories, which resulted in 344 actual categorized items. As you can see, the categories of effect and judgment are the most numerous, 43 and 42%. And this signifies that the selected 5 introductory excerpts mostly contain linguistic realizations of emotions and judgment utterances when describing Ukrainian women immigrants and immigration. However, the distribution varies for each individual excerpt, and they reflect each author's individual style and the tone of the excerpt. Just to show you the difference, for example, the very first novel, again, we see a somewhat similar split between effect and judgment categories dominating the narration, with appreciation yielding only 12%. The excerpt from The Marriage to a Mug of Pilsner, similar distribution, 43 and 43% split between effect and judgment. Somewhat similar results with much fewer tokens of appreciation was found for the excerpt from I Know That You Know That I Know. What is interesting is the excerpt from Guest Workers by Dolac. Here we can see that 62% of all tokens are falling under the category of effect, meaning that this excerpt was saturated with emotional reflections and descriptions. And the excerpt from the last novel, The Short History of Tractors in Ukrainian, shows a different tendency. Here, 51% of all tokens are judgment, with only 40% of appreciation. Again, a totally different style, different author, and it is definitely reflected in the yielded data. Now I would like to give you a little bit more examples of the descriptors that were found. So the very first novel, All Roads Lead to Rome. Here, the evaluation of effect collocates mainly with the category of unhappiness and insecurity. The narrator personifies her heart and soul. Heart was crying, soul is crying. Anxiety was mentioned 4 times on the pages 6 to 14, and it was described as cold, cascading, and happy. Here, negative judgments concern both Ukrainian immigration and Ukrainian women immigrants. In one instance, for example, a woman immigrant is referred to as a guardian of the hearth, but the phrase itself is put in quotation marks. She is said to abandon her home and 3 children. So here, a typically positive, sacred title all of a sudden acquires a negative, sarcastic tone, mostly due to that punctuation itself. So this token was classified as a negative judgment of normality. Again, it is contrary to the very nature of a guardian to abandon their charge as something unusual. The excerpt from the second novel, Marriage to a Mug of Pilsner, is very interesting because here there's the mood contrasts sharply with the previous one. Most evaluations here, again, fall into the category of effect. However, they are explicitly happy. We find phrases like smiles to the new day, happy in the morning, and life is beautiful. The reason for that is that the main character, Mariana, she immigrates short term, and it is a professional immigration. She does a small gig over the summer as a translator in Germany. So she's neither a sacrificing martyr nor a typical struggling mother or wife. So here, Mariana even seems to be satisfied with her profession in Ukraine and her opportunities that it presented to her. Her immigration is literally likened to a vacation. The third excerpt from the novel, I Know That You Know, talks about one of the characters, Oksana. The excerpt was taken from a separate chapter dedicated to Oksana's immigration journey from pages 59 to 76. Most of the time, she's described as worried sick. Rarer she's calm, and often she acts nervously. And her descriptors, her emotional descriptors, culminate with her self-description as nothing but a bloody biomass of pain. Again, negative descriptions and negative emotions prevail here. Since the excerpt focuses on Oksana's decision to immigrate, her immigrant life, and her tragic end, it's worth noting that Oksana's tragedy is portrayed as individual, and her perspective is the only one that was offered in these excerpts. So I find that the absence of other voices, either positive or negative, actually raises questions regarding the veracity of her story and the validity of it. The fourth excerpt from the novel Hastarbeiterke develops from negative to positive security. Here, the subcategory of negative security lists 28 evaluative tokens. And in the beginning, the mood talks about nervousness and tension and escalates throughout the excerpt to paralyzing fear. We find phrases that describe Halina, the main character, and her companion, Maxim, who come to Germany as illegal immigrants. And another interesting finding here was that they employ a lot of evaluative tokens that fall under the category of negative veracity, meaning that the evaluative tokens talk about untruthful either actions or information. So for example, both men and women immigrants compare themselves to regular tourists in order to hide their true intention to come to Germany to work illegally. For example, they carefully pretend to be travelers. Guest workers pretend that they are just walking around enjoying the wonderful scenery. The last excerpt from the novel Short Story of Tractors in Ukrainian features the immigrant character Valentina, and this character is the only one that is explicitly sexualized through multiple references to her appearance in the selected excerpts, which were pages 1 to 15 of the novel. She has such descriptors as golden hair, wonderful eyes, voluptuous breasts, and beautiful woman. These and other descriptors are mostly voiced by her much older British husband of Ukrainian descent, Mykola. However, another narrator, Mykola's daughter, Nadia, gets to repeat the same evaluations that her father issues in the text, but with a more sarcastic and negative tone. So even seemingly positive evaluations of Valentina here tend to be interpreted negatively the moment Nadia voices them. So the overall negative appraisal of Valentina is understandable given the circumstances in which she joins the family. Valentina came to England on a tourist visa, and she is plotting to stay here by arranging a fake marriage with a man 50 years her senior. And this strongly implies that she would stop at nothing to start a new life in the West with her son. So the results of my linguistic analysis were quite interesting. As I've mentioned before, different types of immigration were in different evaluation. If we're talking about short-term professional immigration, it is usually described quite positively. On the contrary, when the woman has family left in Ukraine, children or husband, and her immigration is long-term or permanent, the excerpt would have predominant negative evaluations of both the woman immigrant and her immigration path. The evaluation also depends on the appraiser. So those immigrant characters who are portrayed as successful immigrants, the ones who established themselves and created job opportunities for themselves and can support their families, they usually describe immigration experience as positive. Those who are illegal immigrants and face certain hardships associated with that are definitely describing immigration as negative. The category of effect across all 5 excerpts has predominant emotions of unhappiness, sadness, anxiety, and fear. I think the only exception here could be the second novel, Marriage to a Mug of Pilsner by Stepovichka. The category of judgment talks mostly about social and gender norms, and interestingly, the category of veracity, where immigrants would either engage in the act of pretense to hide their illegal status or lie about true reasons of their immigration to their family members. The least represented category here was appreciation. As we can see, the only excerpt and the only novel that actually employed that category was the last one, a short story of Tractors in Ukrainian. I was also maybe not surprised, but I found it interesting that linguistic analysis revealed how much the image of the Ukrainian woman immigrant is constructed against the national patriarchal construct of Beregyня, the guardian of the hearth. So those women immigrants who choose to immigrate, they usually suffer tragic ends. They never come back. And as such, they are to be erased from the national memory because they abandon their main duty of guarding their hearth, guarding their families, and children. The linguistic analysis also showed that the most employed stereotypes in all texts were those of bad mother, bad wife, promiscuous woman, and a patriot. The very last stereotype applies to one character only, that's Mariana from the Marriage to a Mug of Pilsner. Overall, my analysis also revealed that evaluative meanings shape the depiction of Ukrainian immigration and women immigrants in a non-binary positive or negative, but rather nuanced way. Linguistic analysis helped me see the details and the micro description of Ukrainian immigration and the multitude of voices of Ukrainian women immigrants, something that sociological demographic research always lacks because it talks more about general tendencies. So here I also discovered that linguistic analysis was not only useful to discover the representation of women and women's immigration here, but also it confirmed the applicability of appraisal theory to the analysis of literary texts and texts written in Ukrainian, mostly because appraisal theory was developed based on English language. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask those.
Thank you, Olena, for the wonderful presentation. Dear participants, if you have any questions, please raise your hands. Would you like to ask something to Olena? Okay, I don't think they. Thank you so much, Olena, for the wonderful presentation. It was one of the best presentations of this session. Thank you so much. Now I would like to, Now I would like to introduce to you one of the keynote speakers of the plenary session for this session, Professor Dr. Jeffrey H. Cohen. He is a professor at the Department of Anthropology, College of Arts and Sciences, Ohio State University, Columbus, Ohio, the United States, and he will talk about all migration is gendered. So I welcome Professor. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here. I'm glad we could make this work from yesterday. Hi, everyone. It is really nice to be here and to be a part of this conference. And so I've prepared just a few remarks that I'd like to share with all of you. Everybody can hear? Good? Okay, cool. All right. Okay, and so this work that I'm going to share with you was also one of my students contributed, Frances Sutton, who's working on her PhD in anthropology and working with Muslim women in in the state of Michigan, in the city of Dearborn here in the United States, in Dearborn, Michigan. All right, so recognizing the place of gender and its importance to migration is an ongoing challenge. That gender was ignored for much of the past is tragedy, for, as I've titled this piece, all migration is in fact gendered. Whether we're talking about the aspirations of a mover, the decision-making that's behind that move, or the outcomes of settlement. The complexities of migration from start to finish are going to be gendered, and recognizing gender brings an awareness to mobility that wasn't apparent in the past. Not because it didn't matter, but because it assumed to be of little importance and was simply ignored. The mistakes of the past must stop, and our blindness to the values of gender must end if we're to capture the complexities of human mobility and the dynamic ways that forces, including gender, impact movers and non-movers, aspirations as well as outcomes. In the past, researchers ignored gender and promoted an approach to migration that assumed it was a natural response to limitations, and in particular to environmental limitations. The keys to understanding human mobility, again, in the past, were grounded in the experiences of male movers who, while burdened by their families, and it's important to think that they were burdened, not making choices, sought to find opportunities that were no longer available locally. The experiences of researchers who were working at the time, and I'm thinking here about, the early part of the 20th century, but even through to the very present sometimes. The very researchers who were working at these times influenced their investigations. In anthropology, my field, a focus on what was assumed were primitive, non-Western, and you can think of this as like non-white subjects, often led to the assumption that migration from a native local would lead to marked cultural decline. Okay, so it's just a negative period. And throughout much of the 19th and 20th century, and now even to the present, that bias remains quite palpable in my field. And it's best captured in caricatures that expand from anthropology into other areas and that render the migrant a lone wolf, that is a single man who is going to prey on the unwitting who he comes in contact with. Okay. And I think that's very apparent in a lot of the news media work that's gone on in the past few years. So if the goal is to answer the question, why do people cross borders? We can't formulate an answer around the mischaracterization of movers as lone wolves and the assumption of cultural decline. We can't develop an answer without understanding how gender impacts decision-making, households, and outcomes in positive and negative ways. So let me amplify this point. In the present, the ignorance that often accompanies explanations of migration and the dynamics of place or the value of gender leads to a dark xenophobia that is captured in statements that portray movers as criminals, rapists, drug smugglers, and terrorists who are intent upon destroying our lives and replacing our worlds. Listening to the xenophobes, we must be clear as to how migration and gender are misrepresented. The xenophobe doesn't use the idea of gender and migration as a pathway to talking about social roles that we associate with specific identities, regardless of whether those identities are founded in biology. Rather, the xenophobe presents gender and the gender of the mover as a symbol of all that they fear. It's always a dangerous man. But this isn't a real person. It isn't a migrant. It isn't a refugee. It's neither young nor old, man nor woman. The mover is danger, period. And for that reason, the mover is to be feared. The migrant is to be feared. The migrant is a rogue lone wolf, has no family, has no home, and is focused only on self-satisfaction. And that self-satisfaction is only covered at our kind of collective expense. So the insecurities and dangers that confront movers as members of households and communities and that confront refugees do not register, nor do the drivers that might underscore why a person chooses to exit. The inability to understand the focus as work and that drive migrants to leave their home crystallizes in some of the research that I was able to conduct with gay Mexican immigrants here in Columbus, Ohio. These were individuals who had fled their homes in response to overwhelming violence. I talked with movers who were beaten by police, rejected by family, and rebuffed by schools and businesses. One interviewee noted in comments to me, "My mom said I was sent by the devil to remind her of the sins she had committed in life. He had been beaten twice, was told the only job he might hold was as a hairdresser, and that he needed to watch out." Sorry. Traveling to Columbus, Ohio by way of other places, movers like him sought opportunities to simply be left alone and to pursue work that might not be possible elsewhere. Living in shadows to avoid harassment, closeted, these men were nevertheless harassed and described as criminals, pederasts, and more. Honoring these men and their experiences demands that we commit to understanding gender and acknowledge its place in mobility decision-making that captures why people are leaving and the outcomes of their settlement, again, in positive and negative terms. Every mover and every move then engages with gender, and it does so across multiple dimensions. Migrants and refugees fill gendered categories that shift through time and space in response to changing needs, possibilities, and outcomes. Let me share another example as a way to illustrate my point. When I started working on mobility in southern Mexico, in the state of Oaxaca, I was struck by the biases that mark differences in internal and international migrations. The Zapotec, the native group that I was working with, were leaving small rural villages for the United States in what seemed like a massive wave following a fairly standard model. Women just weren't traveling across the border. So that was the weird part. But this wasn't because there was something inherently unique and different that made it impossible for women to cross into the United States, but rather this was confronting traditions, and these traditions were limiting the decisions women could make, and importantly, limiting how they might remit and participate in their hometowns. And this is material that I continue to work on and write on, in fact. Through the 1990s and into the early 2000s, men traveled to the US. There, they typically settle with family or friends, find work in low-skilled service positions, ranging from clerking at a tienda or market to dishwashing and food preparation. Women were a small part of the total, and while they would also settle with family or friends and find work and service, they were tasked with caring for whomever they were living with. As one young woman said, "Caring for my dad, if I had known, I would have stayed in Oaxaca." That was her home state. And in fact, I interviewed her in Oaxaca, in her home, after she had spent 6 months in the US taking care of her dad. Her point was an important one, but asking men, young and old, who had crossed the border to describe why they had left, it was a story we might never hear. Instead, what I always heard from men was, "I moved to work. I moved for wages." Even the gay immigrants that I was able to talk to stated that they only came to find work. And it was only after probing and asking follow-up questions that I'd learn about the violence that they faced. So migration, but you know, we know that migration is far more than a move for money. And as I've argued elsewhere, with Ibrahim Serkechi, who I know spoke yesterday, we aren't simply looking to muddy the water. Our goals need to be to understand how forces, including forces around gender, affect migration, affect outcomes, and affect opportunities. A danger then that comes with missing the gender dynamics of mobility is that we naturalize outcomes much as our theoretical ancestors did a century ago, and think that the things we see are simply a sign of what should happen. In other words, a traditional response to the present. Men are movers, women stay home, and when it comes to indigenous folk like the Zapotec, women really shouldn't migrate. Of course, sweeping outcomes away as more or less tradition limits our ability to understand what is happening and to critically engage with practices in the present, and of course we cannot unravel how cultures change. Asking questions and probing the place of gender in migration decision-making not only helps us to begin to understand why people move, but why some people don't move. I learned a lot about socio-political dynamics that were changing in rural Oaxaca and among the Zapotec by studying the place of mobility and culture of the community. Women were gaining their political voice, taking control of their lives in ways that upset men, and in particular older men. Migration was one place where this changing dynamic played out. Women were beginning to join men and travel across the border, but more importantly, they were challenging men as they migrated and pressured them to remit and return, reminding us that the decision to migrate was a household decision and that mobility outcomes were not simply about movers or about money. So returning to the theme that all migration is gendered, we can see that the impact is large and the effects on households capture just how complicated our answers can become. But that doesn't mean we lack the tools or theories to understand. Commitments are changing, outcomes are shifting, aspirations are transformed. What was seen as a means to an end and a way to access wages becomes, as we rethink gender, a dynamic framework for managing climate change, fleeing domestic violence, seeking friendly support for non-heteronormative identities, and much more. Recentering our investigations then around gender fosters a holistic approach to social life while it acknowledges its critical value to our understanding. It also builds upon feminist scholarship, particularly the work of self-identified women of color, feminists, post-colonial feminists, and transnational feminists to underscore the importance of intersectionality. So Kimberly Crenshaw, who's a professor of law at Columbia University and a civil rights advocate, developed the concept of intersectionality to describe how multiple forms of inequality overlap in the lived experience and oppression of individuals and groups. In migration study, we can apply an intersectional lens and define the ways gender, race, sexuality, and class engage as they produce heterogeneous identities and experiences in the lives we study. Furthermore, this approach questions the assumption that gender is a universal experience and that the experiences of white, Western, heterosexual women are relevant to understanding their experiences or the experiences of all women, and to return to our starting point that there is somehow a natural state that predicts migration outcomes. Just as we can no longer ignore how gender informs migration, we can no longer ignore how gender, race, sexuality, class, as well as colonial imperial legacies inform migrants' experiences, and in particular, the experiences of migrant women. Thank you very much. I know that was short, but I wanted to kind of
Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for the wonderful speech. And it was an honor for all of us to have you here. Thank you so much. Dear participants, do you have any questions for Professor Jeffrey? If you want, please raise your hand. Anyone would like to ask something?
Thank you, Jeffrey, for your very nice presentation. I was thinking about these gender issues, that is there in some certain migration flows this feminization, that you can see that it is getting more like involved these
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think this is a really important, and your question brings up, at least here in the United States, we're at certainly at an inflection point around discrimination, where we are seeing a real shift in federal policies and national kinds of arguments. And, you know, if you look at the US over the last 20 years, I mean, these arguments have just swung, you know, on the pendulum from one position to another. And kind of regardless of the position, whether it's very pro or very anti-immigrant, refugee, what it does is it makes a lot of these mistakes about, I would argue, makes a lot of mistakes about what gender is, assuming that there is, again, a natural kind of state at which people exist. So you have, gender is not in any way a flexible sort of category. And certainly anybody that is outside of that heteronormative model is demonized and criminalized, still to this very day. But when I say that it tends to, regardless of position, tends to naturalize, it's for example, talking about refugees on the US-Mexican border that are coming from Central America fleeing violence, usually, fleeing domestic and gang violence in their country, their origin countries. And the assumption that somehow or another this is associated with your it's determined by your gender, right? Like women are going to be victims, or men are going to be, are not going to be victims. It tends to just simplify an incredibly dynamic and challenging problem that we can understand, right? I mean, we can talk about the different factors that are driving people, the different pieces of this puzzle that become quite violent and that are at the base of some of the decision making. But by giving people, say, agency, and giving people maybe gendered agency, what it does is it reminds us that these people aren't fleeing as just victims, they're fleeing as actors who are making the best decisions that they can make in a very narrow kind of framework. And that's part of our job, I think, to help the general public understand that the folks that we're working with are not simply victims. I mean, they're victims, but there are agents as well. They're social agents, and they have power in their responses. And there's nothing simple or easy about fleeing to the border, particularly if it means walking 1,200 miles. These are not people that are asking for handouts or simple answers or simply a card to get in the US. These are people that are challenged. And we have to use that framework, that gendered framework, to talk about what those challenges are and how people address them, so that we can better understand and create a framework that really, I would hope, in the end, would limit the ability of people to kind of go to that really simplified argument about lone wolves and danger that the xenophobes tend to use.
Thank you.
Sabina, yes. Hi. You're muted. Can you unmute? Or can someone unmute?
Live.
Oksana?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Hi, Professor Cohen. Nice to be with you at the moment. I'm actually on the bus, but I was excited to listen to you. Can you tell us, please? I'm from Turkey, by the way. Living by the Syrian border. I'm a kind of migration researcher. Can you tell us, please, as a prominent researcher, what kind of research, anthropological research, do we need to do as an advice? Or do you think that it's enough? Are we doing enough in terms of research? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Tule. Thank you for that question. I hope the bus ride isn't too bad. You have a good signal. That's a good thing. I would argue, I really like your question. And I have to tell you, I get that question a lot because I am an anthropologist, and people very often will say to me, why do you study migration? Because that's not what anthropologists should do, right? I won't tell you how weird those questions get too, but I would argue that the strengths that we bring is an ability to frame migration as a cultural sort of process, right? And the decision-making as not simply defined by the exigencies of the economy or the labor market, but to look at lots of complex pieces of the puzzle. And one of the things that contemporary researchers have done is to build this into a kind of feminist critique of anthropology, which I think works really well when it comes to asking these questions about who's migrating and who isn't, you know. And so I think that household approach, I mean, you can learn a lot more about that in the book Cultures of Migration that Ibrahim Sirkechi and I did. It kind of outlines that whole model. But also, you know, if you have questions about that approach, email me. I think it's all on the schedule. Please let me know. I'm happy to pass on what I can do to help. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Bye bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Dear Jeffrey, first of all, thank you very much that you joined us today. I am so happy to see you here. It's first of all. And secondly, I would like to tell you a small secret. Tula waited for your speech for 2 days. She asked me many times when Jeffrey will join us, So.
Well, I'm glad we could work it out. It's really nice to be here with everybody. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. So.
I'm very happy too. Very happy. Thank you that you find the time. And
I think Sabina, do you have a question?
Yes, please. And I just love Tula's commitment. Thank you. Thank you. I just love it on the bus. It's amazing. Love it. Similar question, bit different. Not so much about anthropology per se. Nonetheless, this is about dominating narratives around migration. Because this is what it is about: the lone wolf, the victimization, the discrimination, etc., etc. Now, I'm kind of trying to work against those narratives as well in the research that I'm doing, which is in particular on the Polish migration to the UK, which has been coined as an economic migration, obviously. Nonetheless, there is an intersection of gender, age, sexuality, class, education, you name it.
Yeah.
Now, the question then is, because you at the beginning said, we can't just criticize the policies. I guess that was part of the conversation yesterday. I wasn't part of it. Apologies for my absence there. So how do we then develop, and maybe not an argument, but a conversation which is a lot more encompassing and indicative of this agency that you've mentioned?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and that's and it's a really hard process, I think. And I mean, I would imagine that one of the things that you're experiencing is pushback on trying to even start the dialogue, right? Because yeah. And so I think part of it is that we just have to keep bringing this stuff up, and where we can share what we do. But it's daunting, because and it's daunting because the assumptions that people make about migration, that they make about migrants and refugees, are just really deeply held and hard to get people to look past. And so I think part of our job is just simply publishing and reporting. Yeah. Really, I think in some ways kind of trying to destabilize the conversation a little bit, right? So that people will pay attention, and they might think that we're wrong, but through the long term, I think we can advance it. So, you know, part of it is getting this info. How do we get this information out? So that's a big part of the problem. There are growing opportunities to do that, which are really good. And there are places that are great. You know, the Migration Policy Institute is really a good place to work through. Our own journal, Migration Letters, which Elli is a part of, it's a really wonderful place. We don't have an agenda. I mean, we are as agenda free as any journal I think I've ever been a part of. And so we want people to contribute to the debate and actually to have the debate. And we don't, you know, we don't say, well, no, that's just not what we're talking about or something. So it's looking for those sorts of things. And then in just little ways, it's probably not a smart thing to do, but I have overheard conversations and stopped people and said, you know, you're very wrong. Now, you know, I look like a, you know, middle-class white guy. It's really easy for me to stop somebody and say, you know, the conversation isn't, you know, you're incorrect. So it's not an easy thing to do. And it's not even easy for me, and I can get away with it a lot of the time. But I think that that's actually a little piece of it too, which is to not let people make these arguments, you know, to naturalize the situation of the migrant or to victimize the migrant. You know, and I mean, part of it for me, I know this is also really weird, but I'm like, on one side of my family, I'm a second generation immigrant. On the other side, I'm a third generation. So my, you know, and the majority of my ancestors came here as refugees to the United States around the turn of the century. And so the turn of the 20th century. And so, you know, for me, I feel like this is just part of my story, and we have to tell it better. And I don't like it when people say, oh yeah, the United States is a country of immigrants, but go home. It's like, I don't think so. So it's a very hard thing to do, but persevere. People are listening, I think. And so that's really good. So,
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very
thanks,
much.
Savina. Thanks.
Thank you very much that you find time and you join us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please eat.
Thank you. See you. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Dr. Shirin Shahera from the Department of Medicine, University of Massachusetts Medical School. And she is also from the United States of America. So Dr. Shirin, the floor is yours, and you are welcome.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was kind of confused. So, yeah, so I'm Sharon Sahira. So I'm a postdoctoral associate at the University of Massachusetts Medical School in USA. So I want to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present at the first International Conference on Migration and Gender Issues. I feel privileged. Thanks so much. So the topic that I'm going to present today is do challenges pave the way to success for women scientists? So we have been listening to a lot of presentations. The previous presentations we have been listening to has been dealing with a lot of gender issues. So what we understood is that women can play a pivotal role in the progress and sustainability of the world if they are promoted, that is by empowering them through education and providing them employment opportunities in engineering, science, technology, and also by changing the social stereotypes that restrain them from their career growth. So we know that there is some lack in having this equal gendership. So now, first, let me give you an idea about what is really happening to the women in the field of STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and math. So this figure here shows the leaky pipeline. Leaky pipeline is actually a metaphor that is used to describe the loss of women before promoting to the senior roles. So if you look into colleges, we know that the proportion of girls graduating is more or less equal to the number of boys. And also women represent 50% or more in the graduate programs, that is PhD. But this number starts to drop when you move up the career ladder. If you look at the number of postdoc, it is very few. And then when you look into the number of women faculty, that is tenure track, women faculty, it is even lesser. What is interesting is that if you try to club, say, another dimension to gender, say color, race, then this is so low, stating that there is a lack of long-standing cycle of not supporting women in science. So we have a clear picture in front that there is a lack of support and encouragement for women to move up their career or say getting promoted to move up the ladder. So we can see this leakage or dropout in all stages of academia, but this is more evident in women doing their postdoc. Why so? Because it is a transitional stage where women face both personal as well as professional challenges, where they are forced to take a decision whether to continue in the academia or find an alternative option. So that is where women take the option that, okay, I am moving out of the academia. So that is why the percentage of women getting tenure track faculty is lower. Now, being a postdoc, it is, I can relate to the challenges and the barriers that is faced by the women postdocs. So I'll give you, so my presentation is based on the challenges that are faced by particularly women postdocs and how they overcome these challenges to become successful faculties. First, let us look at the barriers that prevent or block the growth of women postdocs. First is the gender itself. Because being a female, our society has a normal notion that when female are given a leadership roles, they tend to fail. They are more likely to fail. This notion is there. So they are prevented from getting promoted and also from the hiring process. Second barrier is the imposter syndrome. That is a feeling that one feels like I am not competent or good enough, even though they have proven themselves. Women tend to attribute their success to temporary causes like luck, whereas men attribute their success to stable qualities within themselves. So imposter syndrome of questioning your own ability is a barrier. Now, another thing is that most of the women are not valued to the same extent as that of their male counterparts, even though they are as equally productive. This can be seen in some workplaces where they have gender pay inequality and female also have fewer chances of getting promoted. Now, another reason for women being drop out of their academic career is the question whether and when to have children. The decision of whether to have a kid itself creates a lot of stress on the women postdocs. And if you see the statistics, it has been shown that a married girl with a young child is less likely to get a tenure track position compared to a married man with young children. So there is a lot of gender issues happening. Now, we need to think that this is all happening in the most academic setting where you think that, okay, all these intellects are more aware of the social injustices happening within the society and they should be acting as critics. But in the real life scenario, that is missing, right? So what are the challenges that women postdocs face? So being a postdoc can actually it can be both rewarding as well as challenging. Rewarding because we have flexible hours of time. We don't have a fixed time of working. And there is no additional responsibility of teaching or administration. We just have to do our research and publish papers. Now, what is challenging is that most of the time, these flexible hours are so long. Most of the days it is so long. And the second one is the uncertainty that stick with the postdoctoral training. We are not sure once we finish the postdoctoral training, whether we can get a permanent job or not. Now, second challenge is the biased sexism. Like in certain workplaces, they are not respected, they are not supported, and they are not treated equally, even though they are as productive as their male counterparts. And this is evident in the number of publications coming from male authors. And you know that these publications serve as a criteria when academic employers are looking for a potential candidate. They look for the quality and the quantity by looking at the number of publications that one has. So this pushes back women candidates from getting a position. And now the timeline. So every postdoc is given a specific timeline. That is, within this timeline, you have to publish and then move on with the career. And say, just say that, okay, the postdoc decides to have a kid during that timeline. She loses that precious time, and now she has to work an extra year or so to get the publications, and still she will be left far behind compared to her male counterparts. And also in most of the universities, that they don't provide this paid maternity leave, which makes it difficult for the postdocs to have a family. And they say that, okay, it is the decision of the postdoc to have a baby. So they should pay the penalty in the form of not getting a position. So it's called the baby penalty. Now, next thing is the uncertainty of future career, where you're going to and what you're going to become. It creates a lot of mental stress on the women postdocs and take a toll on their mental health, which ultimately decreases their productivity. And this postdoc also try to maintain a work-life balance, which is quite difficult. Say being a postdoc, you are expected to have a minimum of 2 postdoctoral training. So say it means that you need to move out of universities or move between cities. It means that if you have a family, you have to move with the family. Given that the salary is so low, think about moving with the family to a different place. That creates a lot of stress. And depending upon the universities, there is other barriers. Say all institutions have different policies to protect the postdocs as such. But the problem is that they are not able to identify where the postdocs actually belong, because the universities recognize the graduate students and the faculty, and the postdocs come in between. So it becomes difficult which group or how to deal the issues that are faced by these postdocs. And the main important thing comes when you have this mentorship, because the postdoctoral trainees are mentored by a scientist or a PI. Say if you have got a very supportive, very encouraging mentor, then you're good. And that plays a significant role in moving up the career ladder. And also, as I mentioned, as institutions fail to recognize the postdoc themselves do not know where they belong. So there is an identity crisis happening within the postdoc, within the women postdoc, that pose a challenge for their career growth. Now, as I mentioned, as you can see here, there are several personal and professional factors that actually determine whether the women postdoc will ultimately stay or leave the academia. Now, what are the coping strategies? We know that irrespective of these challenges, we see a lot of successful women faculties, right? So what are the different coping strategies that we can implement? So mostly these coping strategies should come at the individual level. We need to be self-confident, hardworking, and very much dedicated. And you can see that highly career-motivated female postdocs are persistent, independent, have a high self-esteem. And you can also engage in self-recreation activities, hang out with your friends, feel relaxed, so that it will boost your confidence and everything. And also engage in exercise, which will improve not only your physical health, but your mental health as well. Now, what can the institution do to help the women postdoc or support the women postdoc so that they stay within the academia? Now, the first and foremost thing that the institute should provide is a support for childcare. Because the postdocs, once they become a mother, they are looking out for an affordable childcare, and that too near to the workplace. That doesn't happen in most of the universities. And second is a supportive work environment. You need to have, even though the male postdocs or the co-workers should be supportive so that they work as a team for uplifting all the postdocs. And the universities should also think of pricing or increasing the salary so that they feel confident that even though I am in the academia, I will be well supported financially. And they should also be given mentorship outside of the university so that they know what are the chances of getting new job prospects. And also this postdoc should also go out, present, and participate in scientific conferences so that they get to know more people, so that they can make a network. And also they no longer feel they are alone in this fight. And also I feel the institutions should intentionally implement policies that look at the gender issues, if there is any, and policies that can support women postdocs to get promoted and grow in their career. So what is the take-home message from my presentation? We need to keep in mind that women still face barriers in achieving equitable representation in academia compared to their male counterparts. And postdoctoral year that poses a specific challenge and is brought about by a cocktail of factors, as I was explaining. And these barriers and challenges put the women at risk of falling prey to the leaky academic pipeline. So these intrinsic factors and the extrinsic factors can improve the work-life balance of the women postdocs, which ultimately will improve the productivity of them and stop the leakage. Now, we can all hope that in the near future, we have more representation, more women representation in all positions in the science field. I thank everyone for their attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Shirin. Your presentation and your research in general is so important for us. Very, very much important. Thank you very much for your wonderful idea, your wonderful presentation, and your results for everything. Thank you very much. And I think we have some questions.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to ask you why you decide to to choose this topic. I know why, but I would like to listen from you first of all.
Yeah, because being a postdoc and have seen people, I have not experienced personally to tell you, but hearing stories from other fellow postdocs from my institution as well as other institutions, like not having a supportive mentor, having the thought of, because I have seen women postdocs who are kind of tend to put on when to have a kid. Say they put on like, okay, they will be like, okay, next year I'll have a kid. Or then after next year, they'll be keeping on thinking it. Then they never have a kid. Once they are 35 or 36, there is added complications for both the mother and the child. So this happens when you don't have a supportive mentor and a supportive environment to work on. So I think that has to be looked upon by the university seriously and come up with policies that can protect these interests. They're not personal interests, but that is for the interest of the society, because we also need to have a family life irrespective of the professional life. We need to move on in the career, and we should not be looked upon, as somebody was mentioning before, we should be looked upon as human beings having the same capability as that of a male counterpart. It is just that we need to have kids. We can only give kids, right? So we should be respected for that and given the equal respect. We are not asking for more, just equal representation everywhere. And just take into consideration the time that is lost during this maternity leave and think about how productive she was after that or before that. So that it will be kind of equality. Just not, okay, she lost these many years being a parent, so she might be thinking of having another child during the next few years. So let's not think about that female candidate. So that happens in most of the, say, for example, if you look for a mentor, he'll be like, are you married? That would be the first question. Second is, you have a kid? Or are you thinking of having a kid in the next year or so? I'm like, what? Weird, right? Yeah. So it depends on how the mentor you get, the university you get in. So there are so many factors that decide on how successful you become. So that's why I wanted to tell people that it's not easy to be a postdoc.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's so important to speak about that. It's so important to find maybe solutions, and wonderful. I'm very, very grateful Thank you for your time. And also, Tula would like to ask you something. So,
hi again. I'm not in the bus right now. I'm walking, and it was an amazing research, as Professor Cohen and Oksana stated. Actually, it's not the only postdoc situation should be sustainable, and the whole academic career should be sustainable, which means I have friends and they have studied something like 4 years, 5 years for their PhDs, and then what happened? They're out of the academic area because lack of position. This is not fair, actually. So thank you for your research. Thank you for raising that issue. Thank you.
Thank you again, Shirin. Really, your research is very important for all of us. So thank you very much again.
Thanks so much.
And see you soon.
See you.
More questions? No, it seems not. Thank you again. And now I would like to invite Majid Parvanehpour, Assistant Professor in Advanced Research from the Institute of Arts, affiliated with the Iranian Academy of Art from Iran. So our dear presenter would like to tell us about a very important and interesting topic on body or face. So, dear Majid.
Yes, hi everybody. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the previous presentation was really informative for me. And actually, I'm going to talk about the paving the way, as Shirin called it. Let me share my screen first.
Okay, I allowed you already to do it. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. As a matter of gender, when we are speaking about Iran and its history during the past 4 decades, the issue of veil or hijab has taken very much notice from scholars. Usually, especially during the 4 last decades, when they want to speak about hijab in Iran, they typically provide a monolithic or solid narrative, as if hijab is a simple issue, while it is not. One of the most famous Iranian scholars, who is a professor at Columbia University, is Hamid Dabashi, who has been prolific writing about Iran and its issues, movies, cinema, etc. So one of his articles, which is a symbol for me for that monolithic narrative regarding the issue of hijab, is his article named Baldeless Faces, in which Dabashi tries to explain why he regards the hidden agenda behind the Islamic regime as a quest for finding the absolute truth, what he calls it, finding one absolute or single truth. He tries to draw on Islamic history and shows that the agenda is coming from the histories of Islam. Later on in that article, he explains or analyzes some movies to show that Iranian directors, especially those women directors, are defiantly challenging the ideas of current regime in Iran. But ultimately, he concludes that the aesthetics in the movies is some sort of imperative. You know, he calls it an aesthetic imperative, meaning that they have no other choices. No matter how much they try, the Iranian directors, female or male, they are ultimately under one single narrative of Islamic revolution. And that is what I'm against. In another article named In the Absence of Face, Dabashi again, it has been written, this article a few years later, in 2000, I think. The first one was written in the late 90s. Dabashi tries to find another, what I would like to call overarching narrative, one narrative that is going to help us explain all the facticities or contingencies in life of the Muslim women. Again here, the overarching narrative in the first article, it was trying to question or, I don't know, searching for one single truth. Here in the second article, it is the absence of face. Dabashi believes that during the story of Islam, God has no face, and so it is absented, and hence the Islamic tradition lies heavily on the concepts of words, you know, written words. I guess the problematic is exactly here. And I wanted to, in this article, to take his idea of negotiation explained in his first article and elaborate on it more to show that Iranian women have succeeded in defiantly choose their styles and fashion and enter into some sort of negotiation with the government and clerics and religious authorities. So I have chosen some photos from the actresses on red carpet. Here they are in a premiere night of a movie. In the middle and on the left and on the right, you see Nasrin Sotoudeh, one of Iranian actresses. You know, it is, she was later, was summoned to a guidance court for what she's wearing right now in these photos. Actually, it is hard to say what's exactly wrong with her outfit. In the article, I draw on Roland Barthes' theory of semiotics to show that the problem here in Iran is that the clerics, the Islamic authorities in Iran, draw on texts to define the fashion, the dressing, which is something visual. So the signification of something visual is hard to harness or to be anchored in text. And that is the problem of Roland Barthes in his book, because there he is trying to define the relationship between a text about a photo, and he finds himself in problem of providing the correct correspondence between these two realms. And that is where I believe the women in Iran trying to defiantly select their clothes. For example, here you see Sotoudeh wearing a belt. A cleric, or I don't know, a religious authority may find this sexually appealing, and maybe it is why she was summoned. Also, you see in the middle picture that there are two women wearing black outfit, but in the middle, Sotoudeh is wearing white. Wearing white actually is very important to be defiant in a current situation in Iran for women. For example, next one, here you see another actress in the Cannes Festival. And here again, she's wearing black or colorful outfit, white or colorful in the right colorful outfit. The concept of black vs color is very important, and the covering and revealing, the concepts of covering and revealing. I have translated in my paper a excerpt from one of the most influential websites related to the most influential organization in Iran relating or regarding the religious issues. It says that wearing black for women means no, means that they don't want to be sexually appealing and they don't want to be looked at by men. And on the other hand, white collar means that you want to be sexually harassed and polluted, as it is said, it is mentioned in the text. So I have compared these two visions and tried to explain that what is at stake here is the controlling of signification. The government cannot control the significations of element because semiotically speaking, the elements or the parts of fashion cannot be controlled. You don't know how to give meaning to some part of a fashion, whether a belt is sexually appealing or not, whether a long robe is sexually appealing or not, white collar is sexually appealing or not. And that's where exactly that overarching narrative doesn't work anymore. You have to be contingent, you have to look through the facticities or examples of life to see that women are trying to actually be defiant. Another example, here on the left, you can see an announcer, an Iranian announcer wearing complete hijab or chador. It is in black, as you see. The right figure, the right photo is about late 80s in Iran. Another announcer from late 80s wearing complete hijab without chador. But you know, the colors are muted. And compared to the next photo, it is the students' clothing in early 90s. You know, the outfit or style is baggy. You can see that, not revealing, not implying any curvature or curves, you know. And compared to 2 decades or 3 decades earlier, or 4 decades even earlier, which is seen in this photo, this student's clothing, I believe that women have succeeded to become like this and to wear and select more defiantly what they wear. And I guess, I believe that it is very important to understanding the current situation in Iran regarding the gender issues. I'm not denying that so much is going in Iran and women are going under a lot of pressure from the governments, yet I believe that they have succeeded to pave the way for having a more freer atmosphere. Actually, it is the gist of my article, and I feel I have said enough about the issue, and the paper will be more revealing because I think it is more elaborative. And that's the final part, and I'm very much thankful.
Thank you very much. Very, very good phrase. Fashion as resistance. Wonderful. Thank you very much for your wonderful and very interesting and very informative presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to see, maybe someone would like to ask something our dear presenter. Do we have questions?
Anyone would like to ask something from our presenters?
Okay. Of course, of course. Yes. So no questions. Dr.
Yes. I think we should proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Krishna Roy. She is assistant professor from the Xavier Law School from India, and Krishna Roy will tell us about women in the politics. Very important and very, very interesting topic for us. So, dear Krishna Roy, the floor is yours. You are welcome. We are happy to listen to your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It is actually a pleasure. I'm indebted to all of you to make me the part of this beautiful conference that is going on. Ma'am, am I audible? Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Yes, we can. Yes, of course.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. It is actually indeed a very beautiful conference that is going on. I had been listening to all of the presentations, and it is actually a very enriching one. I'm just getting a lot of information through various presentations. So today, I'll just share the screen. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So today we will be, I will be trying to focus some of, the ideas about the women in the politics of India, especially. I will be focusing on two states. The left map, which is shown in the PPT, is of Kerala, which is a southern state of India, and another one is of in your right, in the screen, right side of your screen, is West Bengal, which is one of the eastern states which we are having in our country, India. Now, in general, I would be discussing about the women representation in the politics, women participation in the politics, and especially I would be focusing on these two states. Now, taking these two states also is having some uniformity between these two states. Number one, these two states have been, like Kerala is continued to be ruled by the left-front government, and West Bengal a decade before was being ruled by left-front government for around 34 years. And then later it was being taken up by Trinamool Congress over here. So we find a lot of, the arrangements or the things which is being done. And for analysis of this, these two states were quite closer to each other in the government, in the way of the government. And also, the women in Kerala are considered, in India, it is considered to be having the highest literacy rate among the women in Kerala. And in West Bengal, if I'm not going by the literacy rate, the liberal thinking of women is very much promoted over here in West Bengal. So keeping these two things in the mind, I have taken these two states because in both these states, we find women taking an active role into the various aspects of the society. Now, in in this condition, like how much participation are they in the political field, how much they are participating in the political field? I tried to analyze this part. Now, before I enter into Kerala and West Bengal, general introduction about how the government is functioning, or how what exactly the general gender constructions which are being there in the society is working in the political sphere that we will be focusing on. Before getting into that, we will just give a brief idea about democracy, very elementary idea which we possibly all are aware about. That democracy is the form of the government which brings in a relationship between the civic body and the political body, where the demos, the words of democracy have come from two words, demos and kratos. Demos means the people and the kratos means to rule. So the rule of the people. So the more and more participation people are given in the in the ruling, then only the democracy is successful. Without the participation or without the representation of even some sections of the society, the democracy will be one-sided. Then it will not be appropriate justification to the term democracy to it. It will not be people's government then, if some of the sections are not being taken care of. Now, if we are going in detail of democracy, we will be seeing that democracy is having certain areas which it focuses upon. Number one is the freedom, then how the control over the government is made by the civil society, and then the equality portion, the participation and the representation of the people into the government. Now, when you're talking about the participation can take place through voting, through becoming the candidate of some party, by helping in the campaigning of the political party, holding the political office, lobbying in the government. So these areas are very important in the successful functioning of the democracy. Now, the degree to which the government engages its citizen into the distribution process of the political empowerment is very important. If one section of the society is not allowed for whatever reasons to participate into the politics, then the democracy doesn't seem to be successful. Now, here we will be looking into India first. Now, if we see in general the Indian Constitution, we will be seeing that from initial formation of the Constitution, when the making of the Constitution have taken place, we can boast about the fact that it had been a very inclusive and the equitable access of political participation had been there. From the day one, the political participation of voting in the form of voting was given to both men and the women equally. Now, again, in the Constitution, in the legal terms, we always say that we are following the liberty, the equality, and the justice. The social justice is given, the economic justice is given, and the political justice as well. But ultimately, when we are seeing the reality, in reality, when we are analyzing the various aspects in the society and in the politics, the dream of feeling to be the equal citizens seems a distant dream. In reality, there is a lot of gap between the theory which is present and in the implementation of the laws into the society. Now, to understand this further, I tried to ask some of the questions to some of my colleagues and some of my students, and then categorized them on the various indicators. That how many of you, I tried talking with only the women colleagues and the girl students, that how many of you are interested to participate actively into the politics? How many of you are interested to be the member of the political party? Now, among the students, maybe in the age group of 18 to 22, I'm talking about the undergraduate students, around 92% of the students said that, no, ma'am, we are not interested to take politics as our career. We might discuss politics, we might understand politics, we might go for voting, but politics as a career is not an option to us. Now, when I divided the students, some of the students who were economically not so well off, there I found the percentage of the students asking for becoming the member of the political party is more. Now, I also asked the question that why do you want to be the member of the political party, or why you do not want to be the member of the, or actively participate in politics or taking politics as a career. Now, here I got again two varieties of answer. One is like, no, ma'am, politics is not my career because neither of in my family line, there is hardly any politician. I will not be able to understand this public arena where it is very uncomfortable to participate, keeping all my other activities into action. There are a lot of borderings that I will have to face if I enter into this public domain of politics. So when these type of things came in, it was, of course, it was not very unusual for me. I had been facing this before also. So only thing which I felt was, in spite of having, being in 2021, the situations did not change much. Still now, women do not feel very comfortable entering into the political area, even for especially taking it up as a career. Then I had a talk with some of the colleagues of mine, where it was even more open discussions, where it was clearly stated, having the family with us, having a child of my own, I will not be able to concentrate into politics. Politics is not a very women-friendly area, wherein I will have to compromise a lot of my private life. I mean, the area which has been termed as private, that is the family life, which will again not be accepted from the society, that mother is not there taking care of the family, of the in-laws, of the child, and going and participating in politics, which is almost a 24/7 job. And in addition to that, but when I asked the question, like there are many occupations which demand 24/7 job, getting into army, getting into police, so or in the medical sector. So if people can get into that, why not over here in politics? Now, the answer which I got was again not very shocking to me, was that politics is a very dirty game, where a lot of violence is there, a lot of contradictions are there. It is not at all accepted from my family end that the girl of my family will be participating into the politics, where you may have a lot of problems that you are facing. Now, this psychological setup, like the slide which I have just presented over here, so political participation, which is it's a very complex phenomenon, had a lot of factors into it. Now, especially the women political participation, I found, along with the socio-economic factors and the political factors, the psychological factor is much more into, much more working into taking up politics as a career. Women are not interested. So, as a result, automatically the political participation become very much less, because the enthusiasm
of participating into the politics is not taken up. Now in 2021, women are having that freedom of choosing their area of work. They want to choose their area of work and they are entering into it. There, this psychological blockage which is coming in, or psychological barrier which is coming in, is stopping or retarding the women from entering into the politics. As I have said, that in the psychological trend also, in the social sector, especially in the family, women are expected to do a lot of work which is considered to be so-called fixed to the womanly work. Okay, they have to rear the children, take care of the child, give birth to the child, take care of the family, cooking. Even if you are going outside to work, even if you are the breadwinner of the house also, you are being expected, your expectation is that you will be giving a like majority time into the family. If that is not done, you are not being looked after in a very good way. You become a bad daughter-in-law, you become a bad mother. So in this condition, entering into an area like politics, which is having the stereotype and connected with a public area and which is completely considered to be a manly profession, whereby the rationality, it is believed that women are more emotional in the nature and men are more rational, they can think further. So these things, when it come up, it retards the women from entering into politics. Even when I asked the questions among my colleagues and the students, I found this remains the same. Now, because of this trend or this psychological barriers, women go underrepresented in the political area. As a result, the political voice of women, which is very less percentage of the women in comparison to the percentage of the population of the women we are having, the voice goes unheard. So now if I get into the case study which I was talking about, getting into the Kerala and West Bengal, first I will be starting off with Kerala. Again, very few statistics I will be trying to put it in front of the floor. That in Kerala, the representation in the local self-government is more than 50%. Now, this has happened after there was a reservation, which was being reservation bill was being passed, whereby it was being said that the 33% of women candidates should be there in the local self-government. Now, after that, we could see that there were a good number of the percentage of the women into the political arena was much higher, especially in the local self-government. But at the same time, in the state assembly, women were underrepresented since the formation of the state in 1956. Now, in in the total, assemblies for assembly elections that has taken place, only 88 women MLAs have won in Kerala. Now, the Kerala, which is considered to be a very literate state where women literacy is much higher, 51% of the women are, voters are women, and there are 140 assembly states there. Only 9 women MLAs are elected in the recent one. And among the 9 also, only 2 members received the ministry. One among them is KK Shailaja, who is quite famous. So this was the state. Now, similar state we will be finding in West Bengal also. Now, in West Bengal, there are 2 areas which is very prominent. One is the decentralization of the government's creation of the local self-government and the land reforms, which has taken place during the government of Left Front.
Now here, the very important thing that was being done is the land reform movement. Land reforms that has taken place, by which women, around 1,28,593 women have received the land holding rights, which is called pattas, okay, single pattas, land holding rights, and around 2,09,855 women received a joint land holding rights. Now, which was a very huge step that was being taken up towards the women empowerment, giving them the the land holding rights by which they become economically much empowered. Now, in the same state, when we see the result of the politics in the political arena, if we see, in 1992, the elected women members in Gram Panchayat in the state constituted less than 1% of the total representation. But the picture drastically changed when in 1993, women were elected to the reserved constituencies of the Gram Panchayat. So I feel that this reservation, which has been brought up by the government for empowering the women, has a very good effect, because of which the women are participating. Of course, the participation again here is a big question. A lot of research articles are there where it is found that the participation, though in percentage, is there, but the active participation is actually not taking place. Because of the public-private dichotomy, they have a lot of area that they have to fix in the private sphere, and the man of the particular women who is elected over there, either the husband or the male member of the house, is actually taking the charge of it. So this is again something which we are seeing in the reality. In spite of having these reservations, women are there by name, but not in action. But again, at least in the percentage, we are having these people over there. With time, I believe a positive outcome will be coming up in this. Now, there's a growing participation among the weaker sections as well. Similar to Kerala, here also it was been seen that there is, the percentage of the women in the state elections and the participation in the national level was much lesser than comparison to the seats they were having. Now, of late, in the present government, where we are seeing a women chief minister present over here. Here again, it has been shown, or it is coming up that, or rather, Trinamool Congress is very proud to say that they are bringing 41% of the women into the state elections. The Lok Sabha elections and the previous Lok Sabha elections. But again, there is a question that how much implementation of the women empowerment is done over here. That question still remains over here. But with the presence of a women leader, possibly the psychological blockage that is present in the society, that only that only a man can be a chief minister or the leader, the decision maker, that stigma may wash away if more and more number of the women leaders are getting the prominence into the politics, in the political sphere, especially where there is a decision making role is to be taken. As a cadre, you might have a lot, but as a decision maker, that place is a lacuna is there still, which has to be filled in. Maybe with the reservation bill of Lok Sabha, which they are trying to pass for a long time now, which is not being able to pass in spite of acceptance, or like most of the political parties say that we want more and more women into the political arena, but again, passing of the bill taking so much time for passing of the bill shows a little reluctance in having the percentage of women increased in the Lok Sabha as well. So these are certain things which I wanted to discuss with the floor, and again in the conclusion I would I like to say that in sum up or in a nutshell, if I have to say that if the psychological blockage of having this political sphere as a public sphere, which is not for the women, some time back, one of the speakers said very beautifully about the academic world where there is a lacuna. Still, I would say that in the scenario, in the present scenario, I can see that women are getting educated in good numbers in comparison, I'm saying, with politics, but they are very, very much reluctant to enter into the political field, which is actually the power hub where they can, without the help of which the society will not change. So this particular thing, in this particular sphere, the breaking in that mental blockage of having the public, the political body to be the man's area, if this is not stopping, then the participation will not take place to the extent it should take place, which will affect the political, which will affect the participation into the democracy, and hence it will also not be very good for the democracy as well. So more and more women should be participating into the politics, and possibly with more reservations to the women for this is of course a protective discrimination made towards the women, and pushing the women just so that they can enter into the politics will also help to increase the number of the women participating, without having that guilt that I'm neglecting my private life will come up into the society. And of course, as more women leaders are coming, then the women or the girls of the society will see the women and have that inspiration that I can also be the a person who can become the chief minister or the prime minister and or the president and can run the country. These type of hope I have that with time I will be seeing more and more number of women into the politics. As Madam Shireen has beautifully in the last slide, she has said 100% in all the areas, the participation of the women. I don't know, even I cannot expect that. I cannot dream of having all the 100%, but at least if the percentage is so much that the voice of the women can be heard, and ultimately in the society the women empowerment is done, whereby the women can have their voice, women can solve their problems with the help of the political world, it will be beneficial for society and the growth of the women. In this, I would really thank all of you present over here to listen to me carefully and having a patient listening, and I would thank the organizers for giving me a chance to keep my views over here. So yeah, that is all from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, dear Krishna. Thank you. And I would like to ask our dear participants about questions. I don't see. So thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Oksana, I think Professor Datta would like to ask something.
Okay, of course. Yes, of course.
I would like to thank Krishna for making an exciting presentation. Bringing about the participation of women in politics in two states having political similarities. My question is it simply a case of mental blockage or a deliberate, well-calculated attempt on the part of men, on the part of males, not to share political power with the women? Now, let me substantiate my argument. If you go to Mizoram, you would find that Mizoram was the second state in India to have full literacy. And if you move around the university campuses, you would find that 80% of the students are there in the university campuses. If you move around the university campuses in West Bengal, you would find that there has been what we often call feminization of higher education. But when you look to politics, we find that they are very badly underrepresented. Therefore, I don't think it's simply a question of mental blockage. there is a strong patriarchy in it. There is a design on the part of the males not to share political power, but to share other powers. They can share other things with the females, but not the political power, because that is the fountain of all powers. What is your reaction to this kind of observation?
Yes, sir. I accept it. I agree to it completely, and especially after seeing the reservation bill taking so much time to pass, and yet it is not very clear whether it will ultimately pass or not, shows the reluctance of men in power to share the power with women. And possibly this psychological blockage which is there in the society is not actually being broken up through the education which is needed for the women to come up with the ideas. The psychological blockage is also being held in the similar way in various forms of the small patriarchies which is present in the other smaller institutions of the society. They are trying to make it understand that no, this particular thing belongs to men only. The father of the family hardly says that, okay, my daughter will go and participate in the political party. Okay, go and become the member of the party. It is extremely, I have never heard any father saying this. So directly or indirectly, this patriarchy is so much seeped in that the power, whenever we talk about the power distribution, even without knowing, the situation has been made in such a manner, so much of violence taking place, so much of, it has been said that this particular area is dirty. We often call it as a dirty politics. So, okay, fine, let us not get into it. Sir will be understanding, and it is always said, a family which is having, a gentleman's family, the people of belonging to a very decent family do not enter into politics. Women of decent family do not enter into politics. So these type of frameworks which is there in the society is actually, directly or indirectly, rather indirectly, is keeping this blockage remain in the society. So yes, sir, I will definitely, I agree to you to 100%, 200% that it is actually a well-made attempt by the patriarchal society that this particular power is not going to be shared. At least that in the local government, the 33% which is being said, there possibly the women are coming out, and the control over there, that whether ultimately the women are taking the decision or not is again a questionable thing, because women do come out but by name, but ultimately it has been run by the male part of their male part of that particular area. So yes, sir, I do agree with everything that you said.
Professor Datta, sir, I would like to say something that I do not completely agree with your observation, because in my opinion, when we see to the societies, different countries, we will have to see that what percentage of women are actually participating in the political process. They are contesting elections. For example, USA, which claims to be one of the most empowered place for the women, and it promotes women empowerment. So how many women president USA has seen? And the same case applies for the UK, and the same thing applies for the Russia and different other countries. So in my opinion, it is the will of the women to participate in the process of the governance and in the political process that is more important than the patriarchal society, because in different countries, it is my observation, and I think it is my perception, that even in the matriarchal societies, or even in the non-patriarchal societies, or societies where the patriarchy is not so much strong, there also we do not see a strong participation of women in the political process. So I think patriarchy cannot be held responsible for the non-participation of women. It is, I think, the will of the women to participate that is more important. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Saurabh. I would like to contest your argument. if you look at the scenario, if you go to Rwanda at the moment, the world's highest women's participation is now in Rwanda. Rwanda, as you know, is not a country where matriarchy is there. Rwanda is a country like India. It's not a very developed country. It's not a very prosperous country. But women have been able to increase their participation considerably because there has been some change in the society. If you look at the data of women's participation in countries where they're significant, you would find that in most of the countries there is a reservation. As a result of reservation, nearly 80% of the countries have been able to increase the participation of women. Why is reservation required? It is required because patriarchy is so strong that they are not allowing women to participate. It's true that there are cases when women are not willing to participate. And as Krishna was arguing, women are not willing to participate because the society socializes them accordingly. That politics is the domain of the males and family is the domain of the females. Therefore, women are not willing to participate because of the process of socialization. I do agree with you that women are not willing to participate, but fault should not lie with the women. It is a society which has socialized us in a way where women are considered fit for taking care of family and males are considered fit for entering into politics. Added to it is violence and other factors which Krishna has mentioned. Therefore, patriarchy plays a very important role. That is why reservation is regarded as a tool for bringing about a change in the participation of women in terms of at least numbers. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. That is clear, sir. But I want to add something that we have seen 33% reservation in the local government bodies, and now some states have implemented even the 50%. So even after the reservation, the situation has not much changed. And I remember your keynote speech yesterday that even by the electoral reservations, the women are not getting the same things that they should get. On behalf of them, their husbands are dealing with the situations and they are handling the processes. So it is ultimately the women who will have to take the stand and whose willingness will be more important to participate. Sir. because in every society, in my observation, the power sharing is the most difficult thing. Even in the
that is the problem. Sharing of power is the most difficult thing, and males want to grab the entire cake of power. They don't want to share the power cake with females. If you look at the situation in Mizoram, Mizoram has a matriarchal tradition, as you know, tribal society. But if you look at the major assembly, you would find that only one women representative is there. If you look around Mizoram, you would find that women have right for the only state in India where the girls decide themselves about their partners. In most of the cases, parents play a very important role, but Mizoram is an exception. That is, women enjoy liberty in terms of finding out of their partners, but they're not allowed to participate in politics.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir, I would just like to add. I'd just like to add what Saurabh sir said, that actually this will of the women will change automatically when the politics won't remain dirty politics anymore. If it has been said that, okay, it is some area where you can actually choose politics as a career, as I am choosing for a doctor or an engineer or a teacher or a professor, then women can actually enter into that area and they can participate and they can show their, their caliber over there. So the will of the women will come when the psychological block will go, that this particular thing doesn't belong to a particular man. And the politics also, the nature of the politics also is not, the way it is. Even if we talk about the developed countries, even when Hillary Clinton was contesting for the presidential election, there were a lot of problems, or there were a lot of things that has been come up for being a woman. also, it is not that ultimately, like only the will of the women is lacking over here, I feel, because even if there are a lot of places where the will of women is there, either they are not allowed to participate because of a lot of restrictions are there from the family level, and in some of the areas, as we all know that in India there are a lot of layers inside the society only. So in some of the areas where they are participating, like Indira Gandhi did participate, okay, and became the Prime Minister of India, and she ruled a good amount of time. So then that particular political education was given, and it was said that yes, you can participate in the election and you can do that. But that particular thing which her father did possibly cannot be done into the societies even now. So if that psychological bend is taken away, I believe more and more women will be interested into participating into election, and they will be taking care of their own area. This is what is my observation, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oksana, we should proceed now. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Krishna. It was really very interesting and informative for us. And now I would like to introduce to you Dr. Bartolomeu Akpa from the Department of Language and Literature from the William Tagban University, Liberia. So, dear Dr. Bartolomeu, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I want to thank the organizers for giving me the grace to participate in this conference. I appreciate the fact that I'm one of those who are actually sharing knowledge on the contentious issues of women and, of course, gender and migration. I don't know, can you hear me clearly there?
We can see you, but
am I audible?
We can see.
Okay, I just want to be sure that my screen is shared. Okay. I want to take off by saying that perhaps, just like the last speaker said, when women are given opportunity in politics, the narrative or the catchphrase, politics is a dirty game, would begin to change. The title of my presentation is Poetics of Advocacy, Womanhood, and Feminist Identity in Patricia Jabe Wesley's Where the Road Turns. Over the years, the history of poetry writing, particularly on the continent of Africa, seems to favor the male writers. It's as if the female writers don't exist. So they exist, their works are not given critical attention in among scholars of literary criticisms and what have you. And that is one of the reasons why I feel I need to also focus more on female poets and also examine the feminist consciousness in their works. Of course, when we talk about feminism, the first thing that comes to mind, and of course a major tenet, is that they try to rewrite, reposition, reconstruct negative identities often stamped against the woman in the society. One of such is the fact that women do not have the capacity to, be in power and all that. And so Liberian poet Patricia Jabe Wesley, she is of the opinion that the burden of the female writer is better narrated, is better told from a female writer other than the male writer, because she's of the opinion that male writers are inherently and are bound to expose the ills of hegemonic tragedy, and of course would present the negative stereotypes about women in a more realistic manner compared to their male counterparts. And in most of her poetry, or in the selected poems used for this analysis, you realize that her work interrogates patriarchy, negative stereotypes against women, and the several injustices that the society have against the women, particularly in African society where patriarchy holds sway in contemporary time. I've talked about theoretical framework, that is feminism, which is deployed in this work. And in analyzing the poems, I colonial feminism and of course humanism, which of course tilts towards taking into consideration the cultural aesthetics and the socio-cultural context of the African society with respect to how women are treated in the society. Now, Liberia shares similar terrain and burden of this long strains which limit women's visibility and inclusion in most patriarchal settings of Africa. Of course, Reeves Williams into marginalization and discrimination against women and girls in Liberia, particularly in the scheme of politics and water. Of course, that narrative seems to change a bit during the presidency of Madam Salif Elli and her gaining ascendancy to power gave more women the opportunity to also participate in politics. And one of the major things she did during her administration was to see how she can strengthen the education sector so that the girl child would have access to education compared to what used to be in the past. But regardless of that, you still have a considerable measure of activity and subjugation of women in the Liberian. What this poet, Patricia Jabe Wesley, does in her poetry is to also deploy her artistic mission to challenge certain negative stereotypes and to also reconstruct the negative society. And so her
Dr. Bartolomeo, can you hear us? Dr. Bartolomeo, can you hear us? It seems that Dr. Bartolomeo has some problems, technical issues. Dr. Chandra, what can we do? Can we summarize or what? Okay, so sorry, but it seems that Dr. Bartolomeo has some technical issues. Okay.
Yes, Oksana, after this long session, we should actually summarize, I think, with the permission of the chair and the vice chair.
Yes, in this case, I would like to invite our chair, Professor Dr. Gill, professor of the Department of Public Administration from Punjab University, Punjab, India. To summarize few words.
Yeah.
Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a long session.
Yes.
I think approximately, I suppose, 7 to 8 hours we have been sitting over here and listening to the very beautiful presentations. But I congratulate Dr. Oksana Koshulko and Dr. Saurabh Chandra for doing the duty. I think we were one of the, I have seen the best moderators of all times sitting for the last 7 hours, more than 7 hours. I think while some of the presenters have given a exhaustive information about the role of women in the past decades in advancing gender equality, it remains pervasive throughout the globe. Gender inequalities are not only rooted in the socio-cultural norms of countries, but also entrenched in the policy and institutional frameworks that shape the employment opportunities of female force, or we can call it female labor force. Measures that aim to support a sustainable and balanced economic recovery must take into account gender issues if they are to achieve their goals. We cannot have balanced and sustainable growth without gender equality. There is an urgent need for humanitarian action to ensure women have access to secure, healthy living, free from violence and poverty. Women have an enormous capacity for resilience and the potential to become powerful agents of change. So it was indeed an honor to chair this prestigious session on migration and gender issues. I am equally pleased to thank you, my co-chair, Dr. Elli, Director, Migration Institute of Finland, for giving her prestigious time. And I'm also thankful to all the paper presenters. They have highlighted the issues in crystal clear and transparent manner. And I wish we all meet again physically next year in the same conference.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gill. Thank you very much for your time and for your wonderful words for our participants. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite our co-chair, Adjunct Professor Dr. Elli Heikkilä, Research Director at the Migration Institute of Finland. Adjunct Professor Elli, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and for your patience today.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to express my warm thank you to Chair Professor Dr. Rajbans Singh Gill and moderators Dr. Oksana Koshulko and Dr. Saurabh Chandra. And also warm thank you to all the keynote speakers around the world, what we have had yesterday and today. And all these keynote speeches have been so important and valuable information for all of us, I'm sure. And I want to express also my warm thank you to all the organizers of this first international conference on migration and gender issues 2021 COMAGI conference. I have here some points to rise up here in the end of this nice conference. We have been discussing here about migration and gender issues, and one concept which has been dealt is, of course, distance. And in migration terms, we can discuss about short distance migration, long distance migration, internal migration, international migration. And what we already discussed yesterday about, like, whatever the distance is, the person, whoever is moving, and it is always an individual human being, there is an integration process. Either it is within the country or to another country. And another concept, time, it is very important also. First of all, it is involved to migration streams. Nowadays, very much migrations are like temporary migrants, or people are staying abroad maybe 1, 2, 3 years, not permanently basis. But some people, of course, are moving permanently. And also there is this in time, there is that people are staying less than 1 year. For example, in Finnish statistics, we don't have those people who are less than 1 year in our country. And they are these temporary migrants and seasonal migrants. And then there is this term mobility, what has been touched here, and even a new concept today, virtual migration, very interesting new concept in one presentation. And in the morning session, we saw also from Afrouz Zibaei's presentation how she had asked the people to draw to the world map from Kurdish area, where they have, through which route they have moved to Finland. Was there on maybe second country, but the main destination was our country, Finland. It was very nice to see, really in the map, how the persons has been drawing the route of the migration. And then there are, of course, these reasons for migrations. And we have been touching during these 2 days, labor migrants, marriage migrants, students, refugees. There are also this subgroup of refugees, unaccompanied refugee minors. We heard today about this child trafficking, which is very touching theme. But there are also these who are migrating because of they are retired persons and they are free to choose wherever they want to go in the globe if they like warmer countries compared to Finland, for example. And there are these family reunification. There are adventurers, those who are willing to search some adventure in their lives and get in some kind of international life for their life space, etc. Many kinds of people. And what is very common for all these groups of people, what has been discussed today also about this visibility or invisibility. We heard about these elderly women, Polish and elderly women in UK, and how they were thinking, are they invisible or visible compared to the origin country or to the destination country? All people are willing, either they move or not, they are willing to be visible. And this is connected, of course, to the term integration. And this integration, it can be divided, included or excluded, but there are several aspects to integration. One is what has been discussed, access to the labor markets. One is, of course, like this social capital, for example, getting friends, also from those who are there, these natives in the host countries. This is one topic what we have discussed here in Finland and see in the research that for immigrant background people, it is not easy to get friends from the Finnish background persons. And they can feel that they are in an okay position in the labor market, but they don't feel included if they don't get, for example, friends and so on. And of course, these different things can be measured, like how many friends you have, or are you employed or not employed or whatever. But there are also these non-measurable indicators, and it is like how people are feeling, belonging, or what are the emotions after migration. Are you included or not, and how you see it. And time is playing again here very important role. What we have seen, for example, in Finnish research, that the longer the people are staying in the country, then they get to know the language, they get the social capital, they start to integrate. But of course, the time when you are coming to a new country, for example, what is the situation in that host country? Is it an economic depression or economic boom area, and so time in the society? So those are playing a very important aspects. And this finally, when we think about migration, it is one of those demographic indicators: fertility, deaths, and migration. And migration is very much affecting to the regional development. And we have been discussing here during these days also about urban and rural populations. And it is not only the urbanization process which is going on, that people are moving from the rural areas to the cities, but also there are these reverse migration. Yesterday we heard about these Indian background people moving from the cities to the rural areas during this COVID-19. And it has been seen also here in Finland, this COVID-19, it has been affecting that people have been working now much more in distant work. They have gone, the Finnish people have a lot of those summer cottages or cottages where you can stay whole year. You can be, usually you go for holidays, but now during COVID-19, people have moved to those places and they actually enjoy living without thinking where they are sitting. Is it an office or is it whatever place? And for example, to be in a rural area and working from there. So there are really, really many aspects, and we have been covering during these 2 days those main themes what have been in the conference, and we have learned a lot. And it has been raised in several presentations that there is still further need for future and further research. So we have the task to do still, and hopefully next year we can discuss about those more, what we have found out during the next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, so much. Can everyone start their video? We can have a group photo. Please start your video so that we can have a group photo of the concluding session. Please start your video so we can have a group photo.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Wilfred, would you like to join the group photo? Okay. Thank you so much for the group photo. Thank you so much.
I'm so grateful to our chair, our co-chair, and I would like to thank you, my colleague and my co-moderator. So I'm very grateful for your time, your patience, and your support for everything. And also, I would like to thank to all, and I'm very grateful to all of our participants and speakers yesterday and today. So thank you very much for your participation in our conference. And as told us Adjunct Professor Dr. Elli, I hope it's only first but not last conference. So I was very happy to organize this conference. I was very happy to moderate this conference, and I hope in the future we will have a lot of wonderful events together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Chandra, do you want to answer?
Yes, yes. I would like to thank all the participants and the chair and the honorable co-chair and Oksana. Thank you so much, Professor Prabhat Datta, and Professor Sodi, and the entire team of the IPAN Foundation. So we will be trying to organize the conference next year in the offline mode at some European university. maybe at the Alfred Nobel University or some other university. So I would like to welcome all of you to that conference. So please stay blessed and please take care of yourself and have a great day ahead and have a great night in India. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Yes. Bye-bye. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Have a nice weekend. Thank you.
See you soon.
See you soon. Yes, yes. See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.